In the world of late antiquity, one historian stands out as a sharp observer of both empire and its enemies, Procopius of Caesarea. Living through the reign of Justinian I, he witnessed a time of constant warfare and transformation. Serving as a legal advisor to the famous general Belisarius, he followed imperial campaigns across Persia, North Africa, and Italy. His writings capture not only battles and politics, but also the peoples who stood beyond the borders of the empire. Among these, the Slavic groups known as the Sklavans and the Antes receive a particularly detailed and revealing portrayal. According to Procopius, these societies did not follow kings or centralized rulers. Instead, they lived under a system where decisions were shared collectively, with matters affecting the group handled by the community as a whole. This form of organization stood in sharp contrast to the hierarchical structure of the Byzantine Empire. Their beliefs were equally distinctive. They recognized a single supreme deity associated with thunder and lightning, a powerful force believed to govern the world. At the same time, they honored natural elements such as rivers and spirits, offering sacrifices and seeking guidance through ritual practices. Fate, however, played no role in their worldview. They did not accept the idea that human lives were controlled by an unseen destiny. Their way of life appeared harsh and mobile. Settlements were scattered, with simple dwellings placed far apart, and people frequently moved from one location to another. In warfare, they relied on speed and simplicity. Most fought on foot, carrying small shields and light weapons, often without armor. Some even entered battle with minimal clothing, emphasizing mobility over protection. Physically, they were described as tall, strong, and resilient, with a slightly reddish complexion. Despite their rough living conditions, they were not portrayed as cruel or deceitful. Instead, they were seen as straightforward and unrefined, preserving a lifestyle that seemed both primitive and enduring. Procopius also suggested that these groups once shared a common identity in the distant past, living spread out across a vast territory, especially along the northern regions of the Danube. This wide distribution and loose structure made them difficult to control and allowed them to occupy large areas of land. A generation later, another historian, Theophylact Asimokata, turned his attention to a different power rising in the north: the Avars. Writing during the reign of Heraclius, he described a complex and shifting world of alliances, migrations, and identity. In his account, the Avars were not originally who they claimed to be. After suffering defeat at the hands of powerful eastern forces, fragments of a defeated people moved westward. Seeking survival and advantage, they adopted the prestigious name of the Avars, a name already associated with strength and fear. This new identity allowed them to command respect and even intimidation among neighboring tribes. Their rise was closely tied to the politics of the steppe. Powerful rulers bearing the title of Khagan expanded their authority over multiple tribes, forging alliances and conquering rivals. Some groups fled toward distant eastern lands, while others settled closer to Europe. Those who eventually entered the European stage carried with them both military strength and a carefully crafted reputation. The name they chose became a tool of power, shaping how others perceived them. The tensions between these nomadic powers and the Slavic groups are brought into sharper focus by another observer, Menander Protector. At a time when Byzantine forces were stretched thin by wars in the east, Slavic raids began to threaten the Balkans. Unable to respond directly, the Emperor Tiberius II, Constantine, sought an indirect solution. He turned to the Avar leader Bayan, encouraging him to attack the Slavs and force them to defend their own lands. Bayan agreed, not only for political gain, but also out of personal grievance. When he had previously demanded submission from Slavic leaders, they had refused with open defiance. They claimed that no one could dominate them and that they were accustomed to conquering rather than being conquered. This bold response escalated into violence, with Avar envoys killed during the dispute. The insult lingered, fueling Bayan's desire for revenge. When the Avars finally struck, their attack was swift and devastating. Their heavily armed cavalry crossed into Slavic territories, burning villages and seizing resources. The Slavs, avoiding direct confrontation, retreated into forests and rough terrain. The conflict revealed a clear imbalance in military strength. The Avars possessed organization, armor, and mobility, while the Slavs relied on evasion and local knowledge. Yet this was not the end of the story. In the broader landscape of early medieval Europe, Slavs, Avars, and other groups continued to interact in complex ways. A later account describes how Slavic communities lived under Avar domination, bearing heavy burdens and serving their overlords. Over time, tensions grew and resistance began to take shape. A leader named Samo eventually emerged, uniting different groups and challenging Avar control. His rise marked a turning point, showing that even those once considered weak could organize and fight back against powerful empires. In the early 7th century, the rise of Samo marked one of the first moments when the Slavs of Central Europe appeared as a political force under a single leader. Samo was a Frankish merchant who travelled east with other traders into the lands of the Slavs known as the Wends. At that time, the Wends were already in open revolt against the Avars, who many Western writers also called Huns. For a very long time, the Slavs had lived under Avar domination and had been forced into a humiliating role in war. Whenever the Avars marched against an enemy, the Slavs were pushed to the front lines. They had to absorb the first shock of battle while the Avars stayed back in safety, waiting to seize the spoils if victory came. If the Slavs began to fail, only then would Avar reinforcements move in. In this way, the Slavs were treated not as allies but as expendable troops, whose labour and blood served the ambitions of others. Avar power reached far beyond the battlefield. Every year, Avar groups wintered among the Slavs, and this presence became a burden in every sense. They demanded tribute, imposed their authority, and forced themselves into the private lives of the people they ruled. Slavic wives and daughters were taken into Avar households, and children were born from these unequal unions. Over time, this world of domination and insult created the conditions for rebellion. The descendants of this system, raised amid coercion and resentment, could no longer bear the weight of tribute, violence, and submission. When the Wends finally rose against Avar rule, Samo joined them. He had arrived as a trader, but he quickly became something far more important. In battle, he showed remarkable courage, and the Slavs saw in him a man capable not only of fighting bravely, but of leading effectively. Under his command, large numbers of Avars were cut down, and his reputation grew so rapidly that the Wends chose him as their king. Samo ruled for many years, and his authority rested not simply on force, but on the confidence that his followers placed in his judgment, courage, and success in war. Under his leadership, the Slavs fought again and again against the Avars, and repeatedly defeated them. He became the centre of a political order that had emerged out of revolt, war, and the shared desire for freedom from outside domination. His rule also reflected the customs of the world in which he lived. He had many wives among the Slavs, as well as numerous children, and this large household itself symbolized power, alliance, and status. In the memory of later writers, Samo stood as a ruler formed not by inherited royal legitimacy, but by action, bravery, and victory. His kingdom eventually came into conflict with the Franks. Trouble began when Frankish merchants were killed and robbed within the lands ruled by Samo. This incident led to a sharp deterioration in relations with King Dagobert. the Frankish ruler sent an envoy named Caesarius to demand justice, restitution, and punishment for the men responsible. But the encounter that followed exposed not only a legal dispute, but also a clash of political language, status, and belief. Samo at first refused to receive the envoy. Sicarius, therefore, disguised himself in local style and managed to gain an audience. He presented the Frankish demands, but Samo did not respond with submission. Instead, he insisted that the matter should be settled through a formal hearing in which both sides would be judged fairly. In other words, he rejected the idea that his people should simply obey Frankish orders. The meeting quickly turned hostile. Sicarius abandoned diplomacy and began to speak as if Samo and his people were subjects of Dagobert. Samo answered carefully at first, saying that friendship could exist as long as it was respected. But the exchange became even more bitter when the Frankish envoy framed the conflict in religious terms, contrasting Christians and servants of God with those he regarded as lesser beings. Samo answered in equally harsh language, turning the insult back upon him and making it clear that contempt would be met with violence. The envoy was expelled, and when Dagobert heard what had happened, he prepared for war. A large Frankish campaign was then organised against Samo and the Wends. Forces advanced on several fronts, and allies joined in, including the Lombards. At first, some of these armies achieved success, taking prisoners and striking into Slavic territory. But the main Frankish force did not secure the victory Dagobert expected. When the Austrasian troops laid siege to a fortified place where many strong and determined Wends had gathered, they were met with fierce resistance. For 3 days the fighting continued, and the Franks suffered severe losses. In the end, Dagobert's men broke and fled, abandoning their camp and supplies in their haste to escape. After this triumph, the Wends did not remain passive. They carried the war into neighbouring regions and launched raids into Frankish lands. Other Slavic rulers, seeing the strength of Samo's kingdom, were drawn toward it. One such leader, Dervan of the Serbi, willingly left Frankish allegiance and joined Samo with his people. In this struggle, religion served as a language of insult and division. But the deeper issue was power. The Franks treated Samo's realm as subordinate, while Samo defended its independence as something real, not symbolic. Farther south, in the Balkans, another story reveals the long aftershocks of Avar conquest and the reshaping of entire populations. The cities and provinces of the region had suffered devastating attacks. Avar and Slavic forces swept through wide stretches of the old Roman lands, ravaging settlements across the central Balkans, Thrace, and the countryside near Constantinople. Large numbers of captives were taken from these regions and moved by force to the lands near the Danube, around the old centre of Sirmium. There they were settled under Avar authority. Over the decades, these displaced people mixed with Avars, Bulgars, and other groups. Children were born into this mixed world, and a new population emerged. Yet even after generations had passed, many preserved the memory of their ancestral cities, their customs, and above all their religious identity. That memory mattered deeply. The Christian faith remained a source of cohesion among those descended from Roman captives. As their numbers increased, so too did their sense that they were still connected to an older world. Families spoke to one another about the lands from which their parents and grandparents had come. Through these stories, the desire to return to their native homes remained alive. After roughly 60 years, a distinct community had formed among them. They were no longer simply captives or descendants of captives. They had become a recognizable people, separate enough that even the Avar ruler treated them as a special group and appointed a leader over them, a man named Kievan. Once Kievan learned that many among his people wished to go back to the cities of their ancestors, he gathered them together, including Christians and others who had joined their movement. He armed them, loaded their baggage and led them in revolt against the Avar Khagan. The Avars pursued them, but Kuva's forces defeated them more than once. At last, he led his followers across the Danube into the southern Balkans and settled in the plain of Keremasia. There, the old desire returned with even greater urgency. Those who still identified with the Roman Christian world wanted to continue on to the cities they or their parents remembered, especially Thessalonica, Constantinople, and other places in Thrace. Yet Kuva's advisors saw danger in allowing this migration to continue freely. If the emperor gained control over these people, Kuva would lose the base of his power, so instead of allowing them to disperse, he tried to preserve the unity of the group under his own leadership. He even requested official recognition from the emperor, asking permission to remain where he was and seeking support from neighbouring Slavic groups for supplies. For a time, this arrangement worked, but as members of Kuva's people travelled and traded, many learned more about Thessalonica and realised how close it was. Families began to move toward the city, bringing with them women and children. From there, some were sent onward by sea to Constantinople. This movement threatened Kuva's position, and it was in that atmosphere that a more dangerous plan emerged. One of Kuva's most capable followers, a man named Mauros, knew the languages of Romans, Slavs, and Bulgars, and could move between worlds with ease. The idea was simple, but bold. Mauros would present himself as a defector and refugee. Once accepted into Thessalonica, he would gather allies and fellow migrants around him. He would gain the trust of imperial authorities, build a power base inside the city, and then provoke disorder. In the confusion of civil strife, he would seize Thessalonica from within. Kuva would then arrive, establish himself there with his chiefs, and use the city as the centre of a much greater expansion. From Thessalonica, the scheme imagined control spreading across neighbouring peoples, the islands, Asia Minor, and perhaps even toward the emperor himself. The plot advanced further than many might have expected. Mauros entered Thessalonica, posing as a refugee, and persuaded local authorities to speak well of him to the emperor. The emperor accepted the recommendation, granted him honours, and even placed many of the incoming refugees from the old Sirmium region under his command. This official recognition gave Mauros a powerful position. He became the leader of those who had fled from Kuva and now sought refuge within the empire. But among these people were men and women who knew the truth about him. They understood that he was not a loyal refugee, but an ambitious conspirator. Those who tried to reveal his intentions paid dearly. Supported by his allies, Mauros silenced opponents, had some put to death, and sold others into slavery. Fear spread so deeply that almost no one dared to speak openly against him. Even city officials hesitated to challenge him. In this episode, migration, memory, faith, and ambition all came together in a tense struggle over identity and power in a changing Balkan world. Another great movement in this era involved the Bulgars. Their early history was remembered as beginning in the vast lands north of the Black Sea and around the Sea of Azov, where rivers, marshes, and steppe routes connected many different peoples. There, an older Great Bulgaria had once stretched across the open country. It was ruled by a powerful leader whose death changed everything. When he died, he left several sons, and with them came division. Instead of remaining together, the ruling house split apart, and each brother led his followers in a different direction. One remained in the ancestral homeland. Another crossed the Don. Others moved farther west and south. One entered the lands of the Avars and fell under their authority. Another drifted toward lands already shaped by Christian power. The third brother, Asparuk, moved across the great rivers north of the Danube and settled in the marshy and defensible region known as the Oglos. This choice of land was strategic. Surrounded by rivers and protected by wetlands, the region gave safety to a people weakened by internal division. Yet, the Bulgar migration was not driven only by family separation. New pressures were building in the steppe. The Khazars rose from farther east and established dominance over much of the northern Black Sea zone. Those who stayed behind were forced into subordination and tribute. This shows clearly how little effective control the Romans had over those distant steppe lands. The empire could observe, trade, and sometimes intervene, but it could not command the movements of steppe confederations. Power there belonged to those who could hold it by force, mobility, and alliance. When news reached Emperor Constantine that a new Bulgar people had settled near the Danube and were raiding lands that had once belonged securely to the empire, he reacted with seriousness. This was no minor frontier disturbance. He gathered provincial armies, equipped a naval expedition, and moved both by land and sea against the newcomers. The Bulgars, seeing the size of the Roman force, withdrew at first into their fortified position. For several days they remained cautious, but the Roman army failed to press the advantage. The swampy terrain made direct assault difficult, and hesitation began to work in the Bulgars' favour. Then the situation changed dramatically. The emperor, suffering badly from illness, withdrew with a small group of ships to seek treatment. Though he left clear orders for the campaign to continue, rumour spread through the army that he had fled. That rumour broke morale. Fear spread rapidly among the cavalry, and soon the Roman retreat became a rout. The Bulgars seized the moment. They came out of their stronghold, attacked the disordered army, killed many, and chased the survivors all the way to the Danube. Crossing after them, they pushed into the region near Varna and the surrounding interior. There, they found a land that could be defended from several directions by river, sea, and mountain passages. Once established, they reorganized the surrounding Slavic tribes, moving some eastward and others to positions farther south and west. In effect, they created a new political order in the Balkans under Bulgar dominance. Their expansion brought immediate pressure on imperial settlements and forced Constantine to seek peace. He agreed to pay tribute, not because he trusted them, but because military defeat left him little choice. Nothing in their behaviour suggested that such a people would remain quietly within the limits of a treaty unless it served their interests. They had risen through movement, opportunism, and conquest, and their future actions would likely follow the same pattern. The memory of the Bulgars in this account is openly hostile. They are described as unclean, arrogant, and dangerous, a people whose success is tied to Roman weakness and confusion. Yet beneath that hostility lies an admission of reality. The empire had failed to stop them. Their state had been born from fragmentation in the steppe, pressure from rival nomads, careful settlement in a strong position, and a decisive Roman failure in the field. The story of the Croats, remembered several centuries later, follows a different pattern, but it also unfolds against the backdrop of Avar power and imperial strategy. According to that tradition, the Croats once lived north of the Balkans, beyond the lands associated with Bavaria, while another branch remained farther north and west and came to be known as the White Croats. From the original people, a leading family separated and moved south with its followers. They entered Dalmatia and found the land under Avar control. What followed was not a simple migration into empty territory, but a struggle for possession. For years, the Croats fought the Avars. In the end, they prevailed. Some Avars were killed, and others were reduced to subordination. Even later, it was said that descendants of those Avars could still be recognized in Croatia. The tradition also remembered that not all Croats moved south. Those who remained beyond the Balkans continued to live near the world of the Franks and Saxons. They were called White Croats and were described as unbaptized, politically separate and distinct from the Croats who entered Dalmatia. The word white in such traditions often marked an older or outer branch of a people, one that remained in the original homeland rather than moving into a new one. It was a way of distinguishing the ancestral group from the branch that created a new political future in the Balkans. The Croats who settled in Dalmatia were also said to have passed for a time under Frankish domination. But here again, the memory is one of violence and resistance. Frankish rule was described as so brutal that even infants were murdered. Whether literal or exaggerated, this image served to explain why the Croats rebelled and why they later valued their autonomy so strongly. They rose against their rulers, fought a long war, and eventually destroyed the Frankish leadership sent against them. From that point forward, they were remembered as free and independent. Another version of the same broader story placed the Emperor Heraclius at the centre of Croatian settlement and conversion. In that telling, the Croats came south seeking imperial protection, at a time when the Avars had already devastated the Roman population of the region. The old inhabitants had been expelled, the land had been emptied, and the emperor welcomed the Croats as a force capable of defeating the Avars and repopulating the territory. In this version, Heraclius was not a distant observer, but a decisive actor. He authorized the Croats to settle, used them as a counterweight against the Avars, and then oversaw their incorporation into the Christian world by sending clergy from Rome to baptize them. This detail is highly revealing. By linking the Croats to Heraclius and to baptism, the tradition placed their origins within a framework of imperial order and Christian legitimacy. Conversion was not presented as accidental or gradual. It was tied directly to the authority of the emperor and to the larger mission of bringing new peoples into the religious and political orbit of the empire. In that sense, Christianity was more than faith. It was a mark of alliance, civilization, and recognized rule. To say that Heraclius helped convert the Croats was also to say that their place in the Balkans had an imperial blessing. Compared to the Bulgar migration, the Croatian story is less about a steppe confederation, pushed by rival nomads, and more about the settlement of a people into lands contested by Avars, Franks, and the Empire. But both traditions reveal the same larger world. Empires no longer controlled every frontier. Old Roman provinces became battlegrounds for migrating peoples. Avars appear everywhere as conquerors, overlords, or rivals whose power shaped the fate of others. Slavs emerge sometimes as subjects, sometimes as rebels, sometimes as settlers, and sometimes as rulers in their own right. Bulgars arrive as a formidable military people who carve out territory through force. Croats are remembered as newcomers who defeat former masters and then anchor their legitimacy through conversion and ties to empire. In the world of the Carolingian Empire, memory often survived in stories told long after the battles were over. One such voice belonged to Notka, a monk of St. Gall, who preserved vivid tales about Charlemagne, the Avars, and the Slavic frontier. He grew up hearing accounts from men connected to the emperor's wars, especially veterans who had marched east under Frankish command. In those stories, the Avars appeared as a people surrounded by wealth, secrecy, and enormous defences. Their land was described as protected by a series of vast circular fortifications, ring after ring stretching across the landscape. These were not imagined as simple walls, but as great earthworks packed with timber, stone, and clay, topped with turf and lined with planted growth. Between them stood villages, manors, and gates, laid out so carefully that signals and sound could pass from one section to another. According to this memory, the Avars had hidden within these defences the treasures of many western lands, gathered over generations of raiding and warfare. Whether the details were exact or not, the picture is clear enough. The Avars were remembered as powerful, organized, wealthy, and deeply entrenched behind layers of protection. Yet, in the same tradition, the Frankish conquest of that world is made to seem surprisingly easy. Charlemagne himself is portrayed almost as a ruler, annoyed that he had to concern himself with such enemies at all. The real energy of the story falls instead on a giant warrior from the region of the River Thur, a man named Aisha. He is remembered not as a cautious soldier, but as a figure of terrifying physical power. His strength seemed almost unnatural. When mountain waters flooded the river and his horse would not cross, he took the reins and forced the animal to swim after him. In battle, he is said to have cut down Bohemians, Slavs, and Avars with the same ease that a man cuts grass in a meadow. He drove his lance through his enemies and carried them as though they were no more than game caught in a hunt. His words reveal even more than his actions. He spoke of the Slavs with complete contempt, as though the campaign had scarcely been worth the effort. In that telling, the peoples of the East were not treated as dangerous equals, but as creatures to be crushed, despised, and laughed at after victory. Such language says much about Frankish arrogance and about the way later monastic memory could turn warfare into a display of heroic superiority. Compared with more careful Eastern accounts, this version is less precise and less informed. It preserves a mood, a boastful military memory, and a sense of Carolingian confidence. But it tells little about the real complexity of Avar politics or the broader balance of power on the frontier. It does, however, preserve one important idea. The Avars were not imagined as a scattered horde. They appear here as a structured society with fortified centres, internal communication, settled communities, and immense accumulated wealth. Even in a hostile and exaggerated account, that image of organisation remains striking. Farther north and east, a more sober record emerges in the annals written in the Frankish world about the Moravians. These entries follow years of war, rebellion, shifting alliances, and repeated campaigns across the Danube frontier. They show a very different reality from the swaggering tales of effortless victory. In the middle of the 9th century, the East Frankish king, Louis, moved against the Slavs of Moravia when their leaders threatened rebellion. He intervened directly, arranged matters to his own advantage, and placed Rastislav in power as duke. At first glance, this suggests Frankish control, but the decades that followed reveal how unstable that control really was. Rastislav soon became one of the most difficult opponents the Franks faced on their eastern frontier. When Louis marched against him again, the campaign brought little reward. Rastislav avoided the kind of open battle that would have favoured the Frankish army. He held out behind strong defences, forcing the invaders to accept plunder instead of decisive victory. The Franks burned parts of the land and killed some defenders, but they did not break Moravian resistance. As the king withdrew, Rastislav's men followed and struck back across the Danube, raiding the borderlands in return. This pattern would define much of the conflict. Frankish armies could devastate territory, but Moravian rulers repeatedly survived, recovered, and retaliated. Later campaigns revealed the same difficulty on an even larger scale. When Louis prepared for a major offensive and split his forces among his sons, the Franks advanced into Moravian territory in strength. One of the armies reached a fortress of Rastislav that was described as extraordinary, unlike anything commonly known. Even where destruction was possible, victory was incomplete. The Franks could burn outer defences, seize hidden stores, and kill those caught outside. But the repeated need to invade again and again showed that Moravian power was not easily erased. These were not isolated tribes waiting to be overrun. They were politically organised, militarily experienced, and able to use fortifications, terrain, and timing to wear down stronger enemies. The story becomes even more dramatic with Svatopluk. First, he appears as a subordinate figure, a nephew drawn into the conflicts surrounding Rastislav. Then, he becomes the central actor in one of the most revealing episodes in the whole record. Suspected of treachery, he was arrested by Carloman. In response, the Moravians believed him dead and raised another leader in his place, a priest and relative named Sklagomar, who took command only because refusal meant death. He immediately began resisting the Frankish commanders occupying Moravian towns. Meanwhile, Svatopluk was released when the accusations against him could not be proved. He promised Carloman cooperation and returned with a Frankish army that expected him to fight on their side. Instead, once he was back in his own land, he abandoned his oath, entered the old centre of power, and turned against the Bavarian force that had escorted him. His attack was sudden and devastating. Many were taken captive. Most of the rest were killed, and only a few survived by chance. Carloman was left stunned, and in the aftermath he could barely recover even a single high-ranking man from Moravian hands. The Frankish annalist clearly disliked Svatopluk and described him as sly, deceitful, and treacherous. Yet beneath this hostile language lies an unwilling admiration for his effectiveness. He understood timing, used diplomacy as a weapon, and never forgot old injuries. That same image returns later when Svatopluk allied himself with Arbo against rivals on the Bavarian frontier. There again he appears as a calculating ruler, who remembered past wrongs committed against his people and chose revenge with deliberate cruelty. Captured enemies were mutilated in a shocking and symbolic way, and Moravian raiding parties crossed the Danube, burning estates and destroying property. This was not random violence. It was punishment, warning, and political theatre at once. What made Moravian success possible so many times was not simple battlefield strength alone. The annals suggest several deeper reasons. Moravian rulers used fortifications skillfully, avoided fighting on terms favourable to the Franks, and exploited divisions among their enemies. The Franks themselves were often burdened by internal rivalries, unreliable alliances, and the consequences of their own suspicion. Arresting Svatopluk was one such mistake. Their commanders could win local successes and inflict damage, but they struggled to turn campaigns into lasting control. Relations between Franks and Moravians were therefore never simply those of ruler and subject. They were marked by intervention, rebellion, hostage exchange, shifting diplomacy, and open revenge. Moravia stood not as a passive frontier zone, but as a serious political power capable of defending itself and humiliating its stronger neighbour. Another frontier society, the Carantanians, entered the historical record through a very different kind of struggle, one shaped not only by war but also by conversion and ecclesiastical ambition. Their rise is tied to pressure from the Avars. When Avar violence intensified, the Carantanian ruler Boruth turned to the Bavarians for help. The Bavarians responded quickly, drove back the Avars, and secured the region. But this military intervention was not an act of pure generosity. It brought Carantania into dependence on Bavarian and Frankish power. Hostages were taken back to Bavaria, and through this system of political submission, the future of the Carantanian ruling house was reshaped. Among those hostages were Boruth's son Cacatius and his relative Chaitmar. Both were raised in a Christian environment and became Christians before they were sent back to rule their people. This detail is crucial. Christianity did not begin to spread in Carantania through peaceful preaching alone. It arrived together with military rescue, foreign overlordship, and the remaking of elite leadership. The rulers returned not only as dynastic heirs, but as men tied to the Bavarian world through faith, education, and personal dependency. When Boruth died, his son was sent back at Frankish order and accepted as duke by the Slavs. After his death, Choitmar followed the same path. With him came priests trained and ordained in Salzburg, especially men connected to the churchman Lupo. From the start, then, Christianization in Carantania was organized through the combination of political control and ecclesiastical supervision. Scheitmar's rule shows how closely these things were linked. He was encouraged to remain under the authority of Salzburg and to fulfill his duties as a Christian ruler in obedience to that church. A priest stayed at his side and constantly reminded him of his obligations. He in turn accepted this relationship and maintained regular contact with the Bavarian ecclesiastical centre, receiving instruction and guidance year after year. In this picture, conversion was not merely an inner change of belief. It was an ongoing bond between a frontier ruler and a more powerful religious institution that claimed the right to guide him and his people. This process deepened when Scheitmar asked for greater pastoral support. Bishop Virgil of Salzburg did not travel personally, but he sent a bishop named Modestus together with priests, a deacon, and other churchmen. Their mission was organized carefully. Churches were consecrated at major points across the region, including one dedicated to St. Mary and others at important fortified or strategic places. Priests were ordained according to accepted custom, and the new Christian landscape of Carantania began to take visible shape. The spread of the faith was therefore structured, supervised, and tied to institutions, not left to chance. But the process was far from smooth. Rebellions broke out, described as pagan uprisings, and these repeatedly interrupted the mission. Priests fled, or could not remain for long, and for periods there was no clergy in the region at all. Each time, the work had to begin again through fresh appeals from Carantanian rulers, and new decisions from Salzburg. Virgil responded by sending priest after priest, wave after wave of clergy, returning again and again despite setbacks. This persistence reveals the seriousness of the effort. The mission was not improvised. It was organized as a long-term strategy, with replacements dispatched whenever rebellion, instability, or resistance drove the previous clergy out. Through this process, Christianity in Carantania spread under specific conditions. Military dependency on the Bavarians, hostages turned Christian rulers, continued oversight from Salzburg, and repeated missionary re-entry after local resistance. The struggle over language and belief becomes even more visible in the story of Constantine, later known as Cyril, whose life marks one of the great turning points in Slavic Christian history. He was born in Thessalonica into a respected family, and from early youth was portrayed as a child of unusual promise. Stories about his childhood emphasize intelligence, spiritual inclination, and an early turning away from worldly pursuits. He excelled in study, mastered the highest branches of learning in Constantinople, and won admiration at court. Yet he refused wealth, status, and an advantageous marriage, choosing knowledge and religious service instead. He briefly held an important position connected to the Church of Holy Wisdom, withdrew into monastic seclusion, and eventually returned to teach philosophy. In this image, he appears as a man formed by scholarship, piety, and a sense of mission. His greatest challenge came when Rastislav of Moravia appealed to the Byzantine emperor for teachers who could explain Christianity in the language of his people. Moravia had already turned away from paganism to a degree, but its rulers wanted instruction they could understand, not religion filtered entirely through foreign tongues. This request transformed Constantine's role. When asked to go, he made one point immediately. The mission required writing. If the Slavs were to receive the faith properly, their language needed a script. Without that, the teaching would remain incomplete and vulnerable. The emperor and his advisors encouraged him, and through prayer, reflection, and effort, he produced a new alphabet suited to the language. From that moment, the mission became far more than a diplomatic exchange. It became an act of cultural creation. With this script in hand, Constantine travelled to Moravia and began training students. He taught them the cycle of worship, the prayers, the offices and the liturgy. The effect, in the memory of the text, was transformative. A people once unable to hear sacred teaching in their own tongue now received it directly. The emphasis falls not only on translation, but on awakening. Hearing scripture in a familiar language was presented as the opening of deaf ears and the loosening of silent tongues. Language itself became the means through which religious life could deepen. Yet this innovation immediately provoked opposition. Latin clergy resisted the idea that Slavic could stand beside established sacred languages. They argued that only Hebrew, Greek, and Latin were proper for worship. Their objection was not merely linguistic, it was also about authority, hierarchy, and control. If the Slavs had their own script and liturgy, then religious instruction would no longer depend entirely on the existing Latin clerical world. Constantine responded forcefully. He argued that God's gifts were given to all peoples, not to a chosen few languages. Many nations already praised God in their own speech, and no people should be condemned to spiritual blindness because its language lacked prestige. In this argument, language was not a technical issue. It was a question of whether Christian truth belonged to all humanity or only to those already inside old traditions of power. The dispute sharpened further as Constantine condemned not only the three-language theory, but also a range of customs and teachings he regarded as corrupt. He challenged the moral failings of his opponents and defended scriptural teaching against what he saw as superstition and abuse. After more than 3 years in Moravia, he departed, having laid the foundations for a new Christian literary culture. His work drew the interest of Koshel in Pannonia, who embraced the Slavic letters and supported the training of students. The mission was spreading beyond one court or one people. On the journey west, Constantine confronted more critics, especially in Venice, where churchmen attacked the use of Slavic in worship and mocked the creation of a new script. Again, he answered by appealing to the universality of God's creation and the right of every people to glorify God in its own tongue. His argument was expansive, listing many nations who possessed writing and used it in religious life. The challenge was clear. Those who restricted sacred language to 3 traditions were not protecting truth, they were limiting it. When news of Constantine reached Rome, he was welcomed with honour. He arrived carrying relics associated with Saint Clement, and his reception was framed as a moment of spiritual significance. In the narrative, miracles followed, captives were freed, and healings took place. Whether one reads those details as devotion, symbolism, or memory shaped by hagiography, the larger point remains unmistakable. Constantine had transformed the religious landscape of the Slavic world. He had given language a new status, made worship more accessible, and challenged the assumption that sacred authority must always speak in inherited imperial tongues. When the Slavic books reached Rome, the moment carried far more weight than a simple act of approval. The Pope received them with honour and placed them in one of the great churches of the city, treating them not as a curiosity from a distant land, but as worthy vessels for the liturgy itself. Soon afterward, the Slavic disciples were ordained by bishops of the Roman Church, and worship began to be celebrated in their own language in some of the most sacred spaces of Western Christianity. The liturgy was sung in the Basilica of St. Peter, then again in other churches across the city, and through these ceremonies the Slavic tongue was publicly lifted into a sphere long guarded by older sacred languages. This was not only a religious gesture, it was a declaration that the Christian message could be carried in the speech of another people, without losing its dignity or truth. Constantine stood at the centre of this achievement, because education had shaped every stage of his life. From childhood, he was described as unusually gifted, quick in memory, serious in thought, and drawn toward learning with uncommon intensity. He mastered the great fields of knowledge in Constantinople and moved easily through philosophy, rhetoric, grammar, and theology. Yet this learning did not remain trapped inside schools or courtly debate. It became the foundation of his mission. Because he understood both doctrine and language at a high level, he could do something few others were capable of doing. He could take a faith formed in ancient traditions and express it in a way that new peoples could truly understand. His education made him more than a teacher. It made him a builder of bridges between worlds. That is what gave his work in Moravia such force. When the rulers there asked for instruction in their own language, he immediately recognized that spoken preaching alone would not be enough. A durable mission required writing, translation, teaching, and trained disciples who could continue the work after him. He was not sent merely to preach for a season. He was sent to establish a cultural and religious foundation. The creation of letters for the Slavic language was therefore not a side achievement. It was the heart of the mission. Through it, prayers could be learned, scripture could be read, and church life could grow in a form that was not dependent on foreign speech alone. In this way, education shaped both the man and the method. His training allowed him to understand that lasting conversion required not only belief, but literacy, memory, and instruction. Rome's support for this work becomes even more striking when placed against the wider tensions of the age. Relations between Rome and Constantinople were strained, and the question of authority in the Christian world was deeply contested. Yet Constantine managed to win strong papal backing. He did so not by presenting himself as a rival to Rome, but by offering something the papacy could embrace as both spiritually noble and politically valuable. He brought holy relics with him, which immediately gave his arrival a sacred dimension and stirred enthusiasm in the city. He also presented the Slavic mission not as rebellion against the universal church, but as an expansion of it. The use of Slavic in worship was framed as a way of drawing new peoples more fully into Christian life. Instead of appearing to threaten Roman authority, the mission could be seen as extending the reach of the faith under papal blessing. That was one of his greatest achievements. He turned what might have looked suspicious into something that could be celebrated. His biographer presents the journey to Rome as driven by several purposes at once, but above all, by the need to secure the future of the work. The mission in Moravia had already attracted opposition from clerics, who insisted that only a few ancient languages were suitable for worship. That resistance was not a minor inconvenience. It threatened the whole project. Without higher approval, the Slavic books, the training of disciples, and the use of the liturgy in a new language could all be attacked as illegitimate. Rome therefore mattered because Rome could confirm what others were trying to deny. The journey west was a search for recognition, protection, and authority. It was a way to place the new mission on solid institutional ground. The concerns surrounding that journey were serious. Constantine knew that powerful churchmen objected to the use of Slavic letters and feared the spread of a liturgy they could not control. He also knew that language debates were tied to deeper struggles over jurisdiction, influence, and status. The problem was not simply whether Slavic could be written. The real question was whether a people outside the old centres of Christian culture would be allowed to receive the faith in a form fully their own. That is why his arguments along the way were so forceful. He answered critics not only with cleverness, but with a broad vision of Christianity itself. He insisted that the grace of God was not reserved for a narrow circle of languages. If all peoples were called to salvation, then all peoples should be able to hear and praise God in words they understood. This was how he hoped to overcome institutional obstacles. He did not retreat from the argument. He redefined it. In his defense of Slavic worship, he challenged the old belief that only Hebrew, Greek, and Latin were worthy of sacred use. He treated that claim as both unjust and irrational. God, he argued, gives rain, sunlight, and breath to all humanity. Why then should divine truth be bound to only a few tongues? He pointed to the many nations of the world that had written forms of speech and traditions of worship, showing that Christian truth could not be locked within a single cultural inheritance. Through this reasoning, he attacked the intellectual foundations of the opposition and placed the Slavic mission inside a universal understanding of the Church. The message was clear. The faith was not diminished when spoken in Slavic. It was made more complete. The final part of his life unfolded in Rome under the shadow of illness. After years of labour, debate, travel, and translation, his strength failed him. Yet the narrative presents these last days not as defeat, but as fulfillment. He is shown rejoicing, turning away from earthly service, and preparing himself entirely for God. Taking monastic vows, he received the name Cyril and spent his remaining days in spiritual contemplation. Even here, the story remains shaped by the language of calling and mission. He was no longer servant of emperor or court, but only of the divine purpose that had guided him from youth. As death approached, his prayers were concerned not with fame or remembrance, but with the flock entrusted to him. This detail is important. The mission was larger than the man. His concern was for the believers, the students, and the fragile new Christian life taking shape among the Slavs. He had opened a path, but he knew it still needed protection. That is why Rome mattered so much. Approval from the apostolic centre could help secure what his own life could no longer defend. In this sense, the journey west was not an ending, but an act of preservation. After his death, a dispute arose over where he should be buried. His brother wished to carry him back, honouring a family promise that whichever one died, first should rest in the other's monastery. But the Pope refused to let such a man leave Rome. Cyril was instead granted burial in one of the city's important churches, a mark of the esteem in which he was held. The choice was symbolic. Rome claimed him not as a stranger from the Greek world, but as a holy figure whose work had expanded the reach of Christianity itself. His tomb soon became associated with miracles, strengthening even further the sense that his mission had divine approval. If the story of Cyril reveals how language and learning could transform the Christian world, the story of the Khazars reveals a very different kind of religious turning point, one shaped by power, diplomacy, and competition among faiths. According to the account attributed to King Joseph, the Khazars traced their ancestry to an ancient northern line and understood themselves as a people of deep roots and royal dignity. Their rulers were presented not as wandering nomads without memory, but as heirs to a line of kings who had conquered land, held authority, and stood among the powers of the steppe. The conversion of such a people was therefore not described as a private spiritual awakening of a few individuals. It was shown as a political and civilizational decision made at the highest level of rule. At the center of the story stands a ruler named Bulan. He is portrayed as wise, disciplined, and drawn away from older religious practices. He rejected pagan ritual specialists and turned his trust toward a single divine power. In the narrative, this shift begins through revelation. A heavenly messenger appears to him and promises strength, blessing, and enduring kingship if he will follow the divine will. Yet Bulan does not act recklessly. He understands that a king cannot transform his people by personal conviction alone. He needs support, legitimacy, and a way to persuade those beneath him. So he asks that the same divine sign be shown to another leader, ensuring that the movement toward a new faith will not rest on his word alone. This concern for political support runs through the whole account. Unlike the story of the Carantanians, where Christianity spread through military dependency, hostage politics, and the guidance of foreign clergy, the Khazar conversion is told as a sovereign choice made within a powerful kingdom. The Carantanians turned to the Bavarians for help against the Avars, and in doing so entered a relationship of submission that opened the way for Christianization. Their rulers were educated abroad, sent back under outside authority, and tied closely to the Church of Salzburg. In the Khazar case, the ruler is not shown as the dependent client of a stronger neighbour. On the contrary, he stands between rival religious worlds and judges them. His decision is presented as deliberate and authoritative, made from a position of strength rather than weakness. This difference is crucial. One conversion story is about entry into the orbit of a foreign power. The other is about choosing a faith while remaining politically independent. The author explains the Khazar conversion through a combination of divine favour and rational testing. On one level, God chooses Bulan, answers his prayers and grants him victory, treasure, and the means to build sacred objects. On another level, the king acts almost like a judge conducting an inquiry. He invites representatives of powerful neighbouring religions and listens carefully to their arguments. Christianity and Islam are both present, not as distant abstractions, but as active competitors for influence in the steppe. Each side wants the Khazar ruler to embrace its faith, and each comes with gifts, authority, and learned men. Bulan does not simply ask each to praise his own belief. He asks each to compare his religion with that of the Jews. In doing so, he forces them into a revealing position. Both admit that the religion of Israel is older, truer, or more grounded in divine revelation than the other. The king then uses their own admissions to justify his decision. It is a dramatic and carefully shaped scene, but it presents the conversion as something both inspired and argued through. Bulan's ultimate goal seems larger than personal salvation. He wants a faith that will strengthen his kingship, unify his realm, and elevate the standing of his people among the nations. The account repeatedly links religion with power, legitimacy, and permanence. The promise he receives is not only spiritual blessing, but victory over enemies and an enduring dynasty. After conversion, the kingdom is shown as strengthened, enemies subdued, and tribute flowing from surrounding rulers. His successor, Obadiah, deepens this transformation by building places of worship and study, bringing in learned teachers, and establishing a fuller religious culture. In this way, the conversion is not presented as a symbolic gesture. It is the beginning of a royal program. The kingdom takes on a new identity, one meant to endure through law, education, and dynastic continuity. This account also reveals a great deal about relations among faiths in the lands north of the Black Sea. The steppe was not a religious vacuum. It was a crossroads where Jews, Christians, Muslims, and older traditions met under conditions shaped by trade, diplomacy, and war. Religious communities did not exist in sealed worlds. They argued, judged one another, and competed for rulers. The Khazar court in this story becomes a stage on which broader rivalries are played out. Christian and Muslim envoys arrive not simply to discuss belief, but to win allegiance. Their presence shows that faith in this world had political consequences. To convert a ruler was to alter alliances, trade patterns, prestige, and the ideological map of the region. At the same time, the narrative shows that these groups knew one another's traditions well enough to debate them seriously. The Christian representative acknowledges the ancient truth of Israel's covenant, even while explaining Jewish suffering as the result of disobedience. The Muslim judge also praises the truth of the Israelite religion, while condemning Christian practice. These exchanges suggest a world of intense religious contact, where rival faiths were forced to define themselves not in isolation, but in relation to one another. The Khazar ruler's choice emerges from this environment of competition and mutual knowledge. Judaism becomes, in the story, the faith that stands outside the direct imperial claims of both Christian Rome and the Islamic Caliphate. That may help explain why it is so attractive in the narrative. It offers sacred legitimacy without submission to either neighbouring universal power. In the early 10th century, the lands around the Middle Volga stood at the meeting point of trade, diplomacy, and religious change. One of the clearest windows into that world comes from the journey of Ahmad ibn Fadlan, a learned man from Baghdad who travelled as part of an embassy sent by the Caliph to the ruler of the Volga Bulgars. These Bulgars were not the same people as the Bulgars of the Balkans, though the similarity of their names often causes confusion. They were a northern power whose influence rested not only on warfare and local rule, but also on their place in the commercial routes that connected the Islamic world with the forests and river systems of Eastern Europe. Their ruler sought more than gifts or symbolic recognition from Baghdad. He asked for instruction in Islam, for men who understood religious law, for a mosque and pulpit, and for help in strengthening his authority across his land. He also wanted a fortress, because belief and politics could not be separated from security. Ibn Fadlan's role in this mission was especially important because he embodied two forms of authority at once. He was not merely a messenger carrying a caliphal letter and presents. He was also a man trained in legal and religious matters, capable of teaching what proper Islamic conduct required. This allowed him to move easily between diplomacy and instruction. In one sense, he represented the distant caliph and the prestige of the Abbasid court. In another, he acted as a guide, correcting ritual mistakes, explaining proper practice, and helping shape the form that Islam would take in a newly converted society. That double role gave him influence, but it also meant he often looked at the Bulgars with the confidence of a man who believed he knew exactly how religion should be lived. He admired their willingness to accept Islam, yet he also judged them constantly, measuring their behaviour against standards formed far to the south. The Bulgars themselves seem to have responded to these two sides of his personality in different ways. On the one hand, they clearly wanted recognition from the caliph and valued the political legitimacy that such contact could bring. Their ruler adjusted titles, names, and public religious language in order to align himself more closely with the wider Islamic world. Before the arrival of the embassy, he'd been praised in the sermon with royal language that Ibn Fadlan considered improper. Once corrected, he accepted a more fitting formula and even adopted a new name linked to the caliph. He also changed the name of his father for public use, choosing one that suited the new faith better. This shows a ruler who understood that conversion was not just a matter of personal belief. It required visible change, public language, and a reworking of identity in order to fit into a larger religious order. On the other hand, the Bulgars also seem to have encountered Ibn Fadlan as a teacher whose authority could feel intrusive. He taught people how to pray, corrected their recitation, and shaped the way new Muslim communities understood even the simplest parts of worship. Some likely welcomed this guidance, while others must have seen him as severe, impressive, and perhaps difficult, a man whose knowledge gave him the confidence to correct even a king. His account of conversion among the Bulgars suggests a process that was both top-down and local at the same time. A ruler sought instruction and legitimacy from a great power far away. That produced an official mission, public sermons, religious construction, and legal teaching. But the spread of the faith did not stop at the court. Ibn Fadlan encountered smaller communities that had already converted, but still lacked the knowledge needed to perform prayer correctly. In one place, a mosque had been built out of timber, yet the people did not know the Quranic recitations required in worship. He taught them what they needed. In the same setting, one man converted and asked to be given a new name. His family followed him into the new religion, and their joy in learning even short passages of scripture is described as something greater than worldly kingship. Conversion here was therefore both institutional and intimate. It moved through rulers, sermons, and public ritual, but it also spread through households, new names, personal instruction, and the emotional power of learning sacred words. This differs in significant ways from the conversion stories told elsewhere in early medieval Europe. In the case of the Carantanians, Christianity entered through military dependency and foreign supervision. Their leaders turned to the Bavarians for help against the Avars, and that help bound them, politically, to outside power. Hostages from the ruling family were raised in a Christian environment, returned home as rulers, and were closely guided by clergy from Salzburg. Their conversion was shaped by military vulnerability, dynastic remaking, and long-term ecclesiastical oversight. The Khazar conversion story takes an entirely different form. There, a ruler stands between competing universal religions and chooses one after hearing arguments and judging them. That account presents conversion as a sovereign decision made by a powerful king seeking both truth and a durable foundation for his kingdom. The Volga-Bulgar case lies somewhere between these two. Like the Carantanians, they reached outward to a stronger religious centre for teachers and institutional support. Yet, like the Khazars, their ruler remained visibly in command of the process, and used religion to strengthen kingship, public authority, and identity. A different, but equally revealing story of conversion appears in the case of Boris of Bulgaria in the Balkans. When Pope Nicholas answered his questions, the exchange revealed the many uncertainties that followed the adoption of a new faith. Boris did not ask only about baptism or doctrine. His concerns ranged across government, warfare, custom, morality, punishment, clothing, healing objects, liturgical organization, and religious books. This is the mark of a ruler who understood that conversion did not touch only the soul. It affected law, symbols of authority, family habits, military practice, and every level of daily life. Boris wanted to know what should be kept, what should be abandoned, and what had to be transformed in order for a formerly pagan people to become properly Christian. The Pope's replies are striking for their blend of firmness and caution. He made it clear that Christianity rested above all on faith and good works, yet he did not demand the instant destruction of every inherited custom. Some practices were condemned outright, especially when they involved cruelty, superstition, or beliefs thought to challenge God's authority. The Pope criticized the killing of innocent children after the revolt against Boris, arguing that guilt should not fall on those who had done no wrong. He urged moderation in punishments and rejected the old severity by which border guards might be executed for letting someone escape. He also condemned reliance on a healing stone, insisting that no object should become the focus of hope in place of divine power. At the same time, he treated other issues with greater flexibility. Clothing did not matter as much as inner conduct. Eating arrangements at court were criticized as proud rather than impious. Even trousers were discussed without alarm. This mixture of instruction and patience suggests that Nicholas understood conversion as a gradual reshaping of life, not a single dramatic break with everything that came before. His letter also sheds light on the pre-Christian world of the Bulgars. The mention of a horse's tail used as a military standard points to older steppe traditions of rulership and war. The use of a stone believed to heal illness suggests a religious culture in which sacred power could be attached to objects and local remedies. The revolt after baptism shows that conversion was not universally welcomed, and that old loyalties and beliefs still had force. Even the questions about courtly behaviour public punishments, and clothing suggest a society trying to understand how far its inherited customs could remain in place. The Pope's response to the books received from Muslims is equally revealing. He ordered them burned, not preserved. This was partly a defense of Christian teaching against what he regarded as harmful writings. But it also shows that Islamic influence had reached southeastern Europe in some tangible way. The Bulgars were not isolated between pagan past and Christian future. They stood in a world where contact with Muslims, Byzantines, Latins, and steppe peoples all shaped the choices before them. Compared with Ibn Fadlan's account of the Volga Bulgars, the difference is striking. In the Volga region, Islam was being built through teaching, naming, liturgical correction, and direct links to the Caliph. In the Balkans, Christianity was being negotiated through long lists of questions about custom and authority, mediated through papal letters and bishops. Both accounts show rulers trying to transform their people through religion, but the emotional tone is different. Ibn Fadlan writes as a confident teacher, correcting those who are eager but inexperienced. Nicholas writes as a distant but careful pastor, trying to guide a newly converted ruler through the countless practical consequences of changing faith. Another Muslim observer, writing around the same broad period, offers a vivid description of the Magyars. In this portrayal, they appear as a mounted people of the steppe, moving with their tents, following pasture and vegetation, and organising themselves through a dual structure of authority. One title belonged to the supreme ruler, while another referred to the man who exercised active, military, and political power. This tells much about their political organisation. The Magyars were not a shapeless mass of wanderers. They had leadership, command structure, and a capacity for organised warfare. Their chief rode at the head of a vast cavalry force, and the description makes clear that command in war and defence depended on hierarchy and obedience. Their land, however, wasn't imagined as a city-bound kingdom with fixed limits in the later medieval sense. It was a broad zone of movement, river camps, fisheries, and temporary settlement shaped by the needs of pastoral life. This picture of a tent-dwelling people can be compared with earlier descriptions of steppe powers, such as the Avars. In both cases, outside observers emphasize mobility, military skill, and a life not tied to permanent urban structures. But the Magyar account also shows adaptation to environment. They wintered by rivers, caught fish, and took advantage of the damp, wooded country in which they moved. They also imposed harsh burdens on neighbouring Slavs, and sold captives through connections with Byzantine markets, especially at a Crimean port, where slaves could be exchanged for luxury goods. This trade is particularly revealing. The Magyars desired Byzantine brocade, fine carpets, and other prestigious textiles. Such objects mattered in nomadic and semi-nomadic societies, because portable wealth was especially valuable. A textile could be displayed, worn, gifted, or used to mark status without requiring permanent architecture or settled treasuries. Fine fabrics brought the prestige of distant empires into the mobile world of the steppe. They were markers of power that could travel with the ruler and his household. Ibn Fadlan's portrait of the Oghuz reveals another steppe society, though his tone is harsher and more openly judgmental. He met them beyond the lands of Khwarezm, where they moved with felt tents and followed the logic of seasonal mobility. Their houses could be seen scattered at different points across the landscape, reflecting a rhythm of constant movement. He calls them nomads and sees them as uncultivated, but his own account reveals a more complicated reality. Their political life rested on consultation among leading men, yet authority could still be unstable. Decisions made by chiefs and elders could be overturned by lesser members of the group. This suggests a society in which power was negotiated, not simply imposed, and where no absolute central ruler controlled all affairs in a rigid way. He was especially shocked by the behaviour of Oghuz women because he judged them through the standards of Islamic urban society. He was scandalised by the fact that women did not veil themselves in the presence of men or strangers, and that bodily modesty did not follow the patterns he considered proper. One scene in particular disturbed him deeply, when a woman exposed herself casually while sitting among male guests. To Ibn Fadlan, this was evidence of shamelessness, but the response of the husband reveals a different moral world. In his eyes, openness did not mean sexual availability, and concealment was not automatically a sign of virtue. The difference was cultural, not merely moral, yet Ibn Fadlan interpreted it as proof of their barbarity. His description of their marriage customs, illness, and burial practices says much about Oghuz life. Marriage involved negotiations over bride price, often paid in textiles, livestock, or other goods, and once payment was complete, the groom could openly claim the bride. Family structure, inheritance, and household authority followed rules that differed sharply from those of Islamic law. The treatment of the sick also suggests a hard and practical society. A man of importance might be isolated and cared for in a separate tent, while a poor man or slave could simply be abandoned. This indicates both hierarchy and the limits of communal care in a mobile world. Burial customs are especially revealing. Prominent men were buried in large pits shaped like houses, dressed and equipped as if for another life. Wooden vessels filled with drink were placed beside them. Their wealth was laid out nearby, and horses were slaughtered in large numbers. The meat was eaten, but the hides, heads, and tails were displayed above the grave, symbolizing the mounts the dead man would ride in the next world. Wooden figures might also be raised for the enemies he had slain, imagined as attendants serving him after death. This tells of a society in which horses were central not only to economy and war, but also to status, memory, and the imagination of the afterlife. The dead noble continued as a mounted warrior beyond the grave, still surrounded by his animals, his goods, and even the echoes of his violence. Such customs reflect a mobile, martial aristocratic world in which wealth had to be transportable, symbolic, and visible. That helps explain why textiles were prized so highly by both Oghuz and Magyars. A finely made kaftan from Khwarezm or brocade from Byzantium was more than clothing. It was prestige one could wear, exchange, display, and carry across long distances. In a world where power often moved with tents, horses, and armed followers, luxury cloth served some of the same functions that masonry palaces or monumental buildings did in more settled societies. It marked rank, connected steppe elites to great centres of wealth, and turned foreign goods into local symbols of authority. Across the grasslands north of the Danube and deep into the lands between the great rivers, power often rested not on walls or cities, but on movement, reputation, and the loyalty of tribes. Among the most formidable peoples of that world were the Pechenegs. They were numerous, feared by their neighbours, and organised into 13 tribes. All belonged to the same broader people. Yet each tribe preserved its own ancestral name and identity. Their life was shaped by the open plain. They moved with their herds, lived in tents, and followed the rhythms of pasture and survival. This was not a settled kingdom in the style of older empires. It was a political world held together by personal authority, military skill, and tribal balance. At the time, one important conflict broke out among them. The leading figure of the whole people was a man named Tyrak. He had noble birth and legitimate standing, and that mattered greatly in Pecheneg society. Yet noble birth did not automatically make a leader admired. Tyrak was acceptable to many because he represented continuity and established rank, but he was not known for great energy or daring. In contrast stood another man, Kejenes. He came from a far less impressive background, almost unnoticed by lineage. Yet in war he was the very opposite of Tyrak. He was bold, effective, and tested in battle. More than once he had driven back the Oghuz, a dangerous rival people pressing against the Pechenegs. In those moments, when Tyrak hid in marshes and wetlands rather than face the enemy, Kievan became the man people trusted. That difference created a dangerous imbalance. Tyrak still held the title and the honours of rule, but Kievan held the admiration that truly matters in a warrior society. It did not take long for tension to harden into fear. Tyrak realised that the respect given to Kievan could easily grow into a threat to his own position. In a confederation where tribes could shift loyalties and where military success carried enormous prestige, a brave subordinate was never merely a subordinate. Tyrak tried to remove him quietly, using plots and covert attacks, but every attempt failed. At last, he abandoned secrecy and moved openly, sending men to capture and kill him. Kievan escaped only because word of the plan reached him in time. He fled into the marshes of the Dnieper, where the terrain itself became his shield. From hiding, he began to do what men like him had to do in order to survive. He did not simply run. He sent secret messages to relatives, allies, and tribesmen, working to pull support away from Tyrak. That effort was partially successful. He managed to win over his own tribe and another besides, and with those followers he raised an armed force. But even with courage and talent, numbers still mattered. 2 tribes could not easily defeat 11. Kievan held out for a time, which shows that his reputation was not empty. But in the end, the weight of the larger confederation was too much. Once defeated, he faced a brutal reality. In a tribal political order like that of the Pechenegs, rebellion against the recognized leader left little room for compromise. If captured, he would almost certainly be destroyed. That is why he had to flee, and that is also why he turned to the Byzantine emperor. He was not simply looking for safety, he was looking for a new source of legitimacy, a powerful foreign patron who could transform him from hunted exile into useful ally. His move toward the empire was a calculated political act. He reached the Danube frontier with around 20,000 followers and established himself in a defensible place before making contact with the local Byzantine authorities. He presented his story carefully, identifying himself, explaining his conflict, and offering his allegiance to the emperor. In other words, he used Byzantium as a counterweight against his enemies. By placing himself under imperial protection, he hoped to survive Tyrak's vengeance and perhaps even return to Pecheneg politics from a stronger position. The entire episode also reveals something important about Pecheneg relations with the Oghuz. Kievan had made his name by fighting them, while Tyrask had avoided open confrontation. That contrast suggests that pressure from the Oghuz was serious and ongoing, and that Pecheneg leadership was judged in part by its ability to resist those attacks. The Confederation was not merely divided internally, it was also being tested from the outside. Another people of the steppe, the Cumans, were remembered in Western accounts as almost the pure image of nomadic otherness. They were described as a hard, mobile, and predatory people living close to the Vlachs. In this image, they neither ploughed nor sowed, built no permanent houses, and sheltered in felt tents. Their world revolved around animals, milk, cheese, flesh, and above all, horses. Every warrior controlled many mounts, all trained to follow him and to be changed again and again during long rides. This was the key to their speed. A Cuman raid was feared not only because of violence, but because of distance. They could cover astonishing ground in a very short time, moving day and night, their horses feeding as they went. They often refused to burden themselves with loot on the outward journey, saving plunder for the return. In this way, mobility was preserved until the decisive moment. Their manner of life struck outsiders as savage, but there is another way to understand it. Their society was designed for war, raiding, and rapid movement across open country. Lightly equipped and armed mainly with bows and arrows, they depended on speed, flexibility, and endurance. To more settled observers, this looked like lack or primitiveness. In reality, it was a different answer to the same question all frontier peoples faced: how to survive and dominate in a contested landscape. The Cumans were feared because they had mastered that answer. Far to the north, along the Baltic, a very different world appears in the account of the Ests. Here, the sea, rivers, lagoons, trade routes, and funeral customs form the centre of attention. The traveller who described them had sailed from the Danish world eastward to the great estuary of the Vistula and beyond, observing coasts, waterways, and political geography with care. Yet he did more than map a journey. He described a land that was large, rich in fish and honey, and densely dotted with strongholds. Each stronghold had its own king, which suggests a fragmented but organised political landscape rather than a single centralised realm. The most striking features of Est society in this description concern death and the afterlife. When a man died, he was not buried or burned immediately. Instead, his body could remain indoors for weeks or even months, and for the wealthiest, much longer. During that long delay, feasting and drinking continued around him. This alone reveals a great deal. Death was not treated as an abrupt severing, but as a prolonged social event in which wealth, memory, and communal display all mattered. The dead man remained physically present while his household consumed resources and performed his importance. When the moment of cremation finally came, the remaining property was divided into portions and laid out along the road. Then, riders on swift horses raced toward those goods, each claiming what his speed allowed him to seize. This ritual tells of a society where wealth was redistributed through public competition, where horses were deeply tied to rank, and where funeral rites involved both spectacle and motion. The dead man was then cremated with his weapons and clothing. That combination of weapons, burning, prolonged feasting, and competitive distribution of goods points to clear ideas about the afterlife. The dead elite man still mattered as a warrior and household head. His transition to the next world had to be marked by honour, wealth, and proper destruction of the body. The insistence that the corpse be fully burned and the fear of any bone remaining unconsumed suggests that complete cremation was essential to securing the right passage into the next state of existence. There is also a strange and telling detail about people who were believed to create coldness, so that corpses did not decay even after long periods indoors. This belief suggests that the boundary between life and death was not understood only in physical terms. It could also be manipulated through hidden power. Such a notion points to a world in which ritual specialists and supernatural explanations remained central to daily understanding. A traveller who came to such a land likely did more than trade. He observed political structures, learned local customs, and gathered knowledge useful for navigation, diplomacy, and commerce. That broader curiosity was one of the great purposes behind journeys of this kind. In Bulgaria, another text shows how warfare, faith, and daily life could intersect in very personal ways. The story of George the Bulgarian is not the tale of a great commander or nobleman. He was an ordinary man drawn into war against the Magyars during the reign of Simeon. That detail matters. It shows that military service in Bulgaria touched commoners as well as elites, and that frontier conflict reached deep into society. When George describes his first escape from Magyar pursuit, the emphasis falls not on strategy, but on desperate prayer. His horse began to fail, the enemy closed in, and he called on God and St. George for deliverance. The recovery of the horse after its leg seemed ruined is presented as a miracle. and from that point onward the horse becomes central to the whole narrative. The emphasis on the horse is no accident. In war against mounted invaders such as the Magyars, the horse meant life or death. It was not only transport, but the difference between escape and slaughter. George's survival depended on it, and later St. George explicitly instructed him to buy another horse, because the first would die on the third day of the journey. The animal is treated almost as a sacred vehicle of deliverance, a partner in survival, and later, even as the site through which divine power is revealed, when iron rings are found inside the healed leg. In a society shaped by cavalry warfare and frontier danger, the horse carried enormous symbolic and practical weight. Another detail in the story is equally revealing. George is able to call a blacksmith and order a cross made from the iron rings taken from the horse's leg. That simple fact tells a great deal about Bulgarian society around the year 900. It suggests a functioning local economy with available craftsmen, skilled metalwork, and ordinary access to specialized labor. George was not a prince commanding palace workshops. He was a common man, yet he could reach a smith and commission an object. This points to a settled and structured society in which artisans served village or local needs, and where economic relations between peasants, soldiers, clergy, and craftsmen were well enough developed for such transactions to be normal. The same text also hints that George did more than fight. He had a house, a wife, livestock valuable enough to slaughter in large numbers, and the means to distribute meat to the poor. This indicates a man involved in household economy, probably agriculture and animal husbandry, not a professional soldier living permanently with the court. War interrupted his ordinary life rather than defining it completely. That is why the story is so important. It shows how sainthood and miracle belief entered the lives of ordinary Christians in Bulgaria, not just monks and rulers. If George's story shows religion working through common life, John the Exarch's praise of Simeon reveals how royal power wished to be seen from above. In this vision, the poor man from outside the capital is overwhelmed by display. First, he sees the prince painted in splendid colours, dressed in gold-woven garments, glittering jewellery, velvet, pearls, and sword. Then, he approaches the actual residence and finds towering walls, monumental buildings, great churches, shining materials, and interiors rich with stone, wood, paint, marble, copper, silver, and gold. The effect is deliberate. Power is represented through scale, wealth, beauty, and order. For the humble observer, the most striking things are not abstract claims of authority, but visible magnificence. Strong walls, grand architecture, precious materials, elaborate clothing, and the ordered presence of boyars all communicate the same message. This ruler exists on a level far beyond ordinary life. The prince and his leading men display power through necklaces, belts, bracelets, swords, pearls, and rich fabrics. These are not random luxuries. They are symbols of status, hierarchy, and closeness to authority. Compared with the more morally cautious advice Boris once received from Rome, this is a different language of rule. Boris had been warned against useless pride and encouraged toward Christian humility. Here, under Simeon, magnificence itself becomes a political statement. Splendor is not condemned. It is part of how rule is made visible. A final contrast appears in the story of St. John of Rila and Emperor Peter. Here, the center of gravity shifts away from palace and wealth and toward the wilderness, the hermit, and the rejection of worldly power. As the fame of John spread, the emperor wished to see him. That desire says much about the relation between ruler and church in the imagination of the text. The emperor is portrayed as reverent toward holiness, eager to honor it, yet also unable to command it. He can send hunters, climb mountains, and bring gifts, but he cannot simply order the saint into his presence. the holy man remains free, beyond courtly control. The form of monastic life favoured here is clear. It is not the comfortable monastery attached closely to power, but the radical solitude of the hermit who lives in mountains, caves, and rocky wilderness. This is a spiritual life defined by distance from courts, wealth, and worldly entanglement. John sustains himself through divine providence rather than normal economics. Food comes miraculously. He survives in the wilderness through ascetic endurance, prayer, and heavenly aid. The message is unmistakable. True holiness is strongest when furthest from imperial patronage. Peter insists on seeing John because rulers in medieval societies needed contact with sanctity. Such contact could confirm legitimacy, display piety, and draw spiritual prestige toward the throne. Yet the story carefully denies him full access. He may come near, but not all the way. He and the saint see one another only from a distance, by smoke and tent. They bow to one another across separation, and that distance matters. It preserves the superiority of the holy life over imperial desire. Even the gift scene makes the point sharper. The emperor offers gold. John keeps only the cup as a reminder and sends the wealth back. He tells Peter that he has no armies to equip and no goods to buy, and that the emperor needs the money more than he does. This is not simple politeness. It is a rejection of dependence. The saint accepts a token, not patronage. In doing so, he becomes morally greater than the ruler who honors him. The emperor leaves without full encounter and later admits that he was not worthy to see the saint. When Emperor John Tzimiskes died and the empire was shaken by the revolt of Bardas Skleros, the balance of power in the Balkans shifted almost at once. In that moment of confusion, Boris and Roman, the sons of the last Bulgarian ruler held in Constantinople, saw their chance and fled captivity, hoping to return to their homeland and reclaim authority. But their escape turned tragic before it could become a political restoration. As Boris crossed a wooded stretch of country on the way to Bulgaria, he was mistaken for a Byzantine because of his clothing and shot down by a Bulgarian guard who did not recognize him. Roman alone survived the journey, eventually making his way to Vidin, and later returning to the center of Bulgarian political life. By then, however, another force had already risen to prominence. The power that would shape Bulgaria's resistance to Byzantium no longer rested with the old royal line, but with the four sons of the Count Nicola, the men later remembered together as the Komitopuli. Their rise was marked from the beginning by violence, uncertainty, and the harsh logic of frontier politics. One by one, the brothers were reduced in number. David died early, killed on the road near Castoria by Vlachs. Moses fell while attacking Ceres, struck down in battle after his horse went down. Aaron, suspected of favouring the Byzantines, was executed by his own brother Samuel, along with most of his family. Only one of Aaron's sons survived, saved through the intervention of Samuel's son Gabriel Radomir. Out of this chain of death and betrayal, Samuel emerged as the dominant figure. His rule was not built on calm succession, but on survival, elimination of rivals, and the ability to command loyalty in a time when Bulgaria faced enemies from every direction. Samuel understood that war against Byzantium required more than courage. It demanded mobility, surprise, strongholds, regional alliances, and the ability to turn rough terrain into a weapon. He also understood the symbolic side of power. At Prespa, where his palaces stood, he brought the relics of Saint Achilles and built a magnificent church for them. This act was not merely devotional, it linked his rule to sacred prestige and turned his political centre into a spiritual one as well. In a world where kingship depended on both force and legitimacy, moving holy relics was itself a form of statecraft. Against Basil II, Samuel relied above all on terrain, ambush, and the exploitation of Byzantine overconfidence. When Basil moved through the narrow passes and wooded approaches near Serdica, he sought to reduce Bulgarian resistance by siege and forward pressure. Samuel instead turned the landscape against him. During one of the earliest and most famous encounters, the Byzantine withdrawal was mistaken by the Bulgarians for a full collapse. Samuel and his allies answered immediately, filling the air with war cries, pressing the fleeing army hard, and capturing not only the imperial camp and supplies, but even the emperor's tent and standards. This was more than a battlefield victory. It was a symbolic humiliation. Samuel had shown that Byzantium could be broken, not in some distant border skirmish, but in a full imperial campaign. The same pattern appears again and again. He used ambushes carefully, concealed troops in favourable positions, and struck when Byzantine forces were stretched, careless, or poorly informed. Near Skopje, Basil discovered that Samuel's army was camped on the far side of the river, seemingly exposed. Yet Samuel had already prepared hidden positions and traps, and in the course of those operations one of Byzantium's most important commanders, the Duke of Thessaloniki, was taken prisoner. Samuel's method was never based on brute force alone. He depended on deception, opportunism, rough ground, and the psychological shock of sudden attack. Even when facing an opponent with greater resources, he could still win by forcing the empire to fight on Bulgarian terms. Not every local ruler remained faithful to him. Dobromir, who governed Beroia and was linked to Samuel by marriage, eventually surrendered his city to Basil. The emperor rewarded him with honour and title, folding him into the Byzantine system rather than destroying him. Others were handled differently. A commander who refused to surrender was permitted to withdraw with his men and then rejoined Samuel. These episodes show that the war was not a simple struggle between two rigid camps. It was also a contest of loyalties in which towns, commanders, and frontier elites could change sides depending on circumstances, kinship, and survival. Byzantine writing about Samuel and the Bulgarians reveals a mixture of fear, respect, and contempt. The narrative never denies Samuel's ability. He appears as dangerous, active, cunning, and relentless. Yet the Bulgarians are also treated as rebels, enemies of order, and people whose victories must ultimately be corrected by imperial restoration. Even when Samuel is acknowledged as formidable, the structure of the story pulls toward the same conclusion. Byzantine rule is the norm, Bulgarian resistance the disruption. That attitude remains visible even in the way his death is described. He is not defeated in a grand final duel, but struck down by a seizure after long strain, as though history itself had finally exhausted him. News of this conflict did not remain in the Balkans. Within a few decades, stories of the war had spread both westward into France and eastward into Syria. In the Latin West, one account presented the Bulgarians as a people who had risen in revolt and ravaged Greek lands, provoking Basil into a long and punishing campaign. The image of the emperor in that version is especially revealing. Basil is not shown merely as a conqueror. He appears as a ruler marked by effort, vow, and grim perseverance. He is said to have promised before God that, if victory came, he would take on the life of a monk. For 15 years he fought, endured defeats, and at last subdued Bulgaria. Afterward, he is depicted wearing a monk's garment beneath imperial dress, abstaining from pleasure and meat. This portrait transforms military victory into moral austerity. The victor is not celebrated as a man drunk on conquest, but as a hardened ruler purified by struggle and almost ascetic in triumph. Yet even in this Western retelling, there is a striking detail. Samuel and Aaron are said to have perished not by straightforward combat but by Greek cunning. That comment preserves a certain ambiguity around the Byzantine victory. The empire wins, but not always by means that inspire admiration. There is skill, patience, and ruthlessness in equal measure. An Eastern version, written in Arabic, gives a different tone. There the Bulgarians are not simply rebels against lawful authority. They appear as a people capable of gathering themselves quickly around surviving dynastic figures and turning imperial disorder into opportunity. The escape of the two brothers from Constantinople is described with a sense of tension and precision. One is killed by a Bulgarian guard who does not know who he is. The other reaches safety, identifies himself, and is accepted as ruler. Around him, the Bulgarians gather, and with the help of a powerful subordinate, they seize Greek lands by force. In this telling, the Bulgarian people are not depicted as faceless masses. They are watchful, armed, capable of mistake, but also capable of immediate political action. When Basil marches against them and lays siege to one of their strong places, panic suddenly spreads through his own camp because of rumours that the mountain pass behind him has been blocked. The army flees, and the Bulgarians descend on the abandoned supplies and treasury. The tone here is almost clinical. It emphasises how quickly power can reverse when fear spreads through an army. If Samuel dominates the story of war in the Balkans, another set of traditions tells of the rise of the Rus farther north, in the lands of forests, rivers, lakes, and trade routes. In the old Rus's account, the Varangians first appear not as founders invited with honour, but as outsiders imposing tribute on a number of peoples across the north. Chuds, Slavs, Merians, Ves, and Krivichians all felt their pressure. Then comes a reversal. Those tributary peoples drove the Varangians back beyond the sea and tried to govern themselves, but freedom did not bring stability. Tribe turned against tribe, law failed, and violent disorder spread. Out of that crisis came one of the most famous political decisions in medieval Eastern Europe: the decision to call the Varangians back. The invitation to Rurik and his brothers is framed as a search for order. The land was broad and rich, but there was no justice strong enough to hold it together. So the northern peoples turned again to the Rus, one branch of the larger Varangian world, and asked them to come and rule. Rurik is given the central role in this story. He is the stabilizer, the man whose arrival transforms chaos into government. His brothers take other points of control, but once they die, all authority gathers into his hands. He distributes towns to his followers and imposes a new political map over regions, still inhabited by earlier populations. In this telling, the first settlers of those places remain what they were before, whether Slavic, Finnic, or other groups, yet the ruling layer above them becomes Varangian. Rurik's role is therefore not simply that of a migrant chieftain. He is cast as the beginning of organised princely authority over a land unable to rule itself. The town founded by Ki, Szczek, and Koriv posed an obvious challenge to this northern centre of power. Located farther south on the Dnieper, it stood on the route that linked the forest zone to the steppe and, beyond that, to Byzantium. Any force that controlled that city could influence trade, tribute, and military movement between north and south. That is why the appearance of Askold and Dir matters so much. Though connected to the Varangian ruling world, they were not of Rurik's close kin. On their way south, they stopped at this city, remained there, gathered Varangians around them, and established their authority over the surrounding land. In effect, a second Varangian power centre emerged, one far closer to the routes leading to Constantinople. For Novgorod, this was both opportunity and danger. It extended Varangian influence, but it also meant that the wealth of the south could create rivals independent of Rurik's immediate line. The attitude of the Rus analyst toward this whole process is complex. On the one hand, the calling of the Varangians is clearly presented as necessary and almost providential. Without them, there was only conflict. With them came order. On the other hand, the text never lets the reader forget that these rulers were outsiders first, tribute takers before they became princes. The towns and lands they dominate had earlier peoples of their own. There is admiration for the political role of the Varangians, but also an awareness that their power began through force, extraction, and foreignness. A Byzantine imperial description of the Rus presents the same world from a very different angle. There, the focus is less on dynastic beginnings and more on movement, trade, and the machinery of long-distance exchange. The political picture is one of a Rus realm already organized under princely authority, with Kiev as the great gathering point. Tributary Slavic groups from the surrounding regions played a crucial role in this system. During winter, they cut the dug-out boats in the forests and uplands, preparing the raw vessels while rivers and lakes were still locked in ice. When spring came and the waters opened, those boats were floated into the Dnieper system and brought down toward Kiev. There, the Rus bought them, fitted them out with parts taken from older vessels, and assembled the flotillas that would descend toward Byzantium. This shows that the trade of the Rus was not simply a matter of warrior merchants travelling south with what they already owned. It depended on the labour, materials, and tributary obligations of the surrounding Slavic lands. The forest peoples supplied the vessels, while Kiev concentrated and organised the movement. That is why Kiev mattered so much. Later, Rus's tradition makes clear that control of Kiev meant control of the main arterial route, linking the northern lands with the Black Sea and the Empire. Boats from Novgorod, Smolensk, Chernigov, and other centres converged there. It was the hinge between worlds, the place where tributary labour, princely coordination, and long-distance ambition came together. From there, the route south was dangerous and highly structured. The Ruses moved in groups, gathered at staging points, and passed the great rapids of the Dnieper with extreme care. Men disembarked, goods were managed by hand, boats were guided by poles and feet through deadly stretches of water, and all the while danger hung over them from the Pechenegs, who watched the route from land. At one island, marked by a great oak, the Ruses performed sacrifices. They offered cocks, bread, and meat, and cast lots according to custom. This detail shows that even in a highly practical trade expedition, ritual remained part of the journey. Trade, warfare, navigation, and sacrifice all belong to the same way of life. The description of winter life is just as important. When cold set in, the Rus princes and their retinues left Kiev and went on the rounds among their tributary peoples. This was the season of collection, maintenance, and domination. They lived off the Slavic regions through the winter, receiving support and tribute, then returned to Kiev in spring to launch the southern expeditions. The whole system depended on a seasonal cycle of extraction in the north and exchange in the south. What the Ruses sold in Constantinople, whether slaves, furs, wax, or other goods, was made possible by that winter circuit. The tone of the Byzantine account is measured but not admiring. The Rus are presented as energetic, resourceful, dangerous, and disciplined in their own way, but always from the outside. Their sacrificial customs are noted as foreign. Their trade route is described with attention, but also with the awareness that they are both partners and potential threats. The author treats them as a people who must be understood in detail because they matter, not because they are familiar. There is curiosity, caution, and a certain cold respect in that portrayal. After the failed Ruses' assault on Byzantium in the early 940s, both sides moved back toward negotiation. But the peace that followed was not simply a return to old arrangements. It reflected a world that had changed. When envoys met to renew relations, the agreement that emerged revealed a more organised and more watchful Rus political order than before. The great prince of Rus did not stand alone. Around him were princes, boyars, noble agents, family representatives, and merchants, all woven into a broad network of authority and interest. The long list of men sent in the name of Igor makes that clear. Power in Rus was not the property of a single ruler acting in isolation. It was shared through a ruling elite whose members expected to be represented in major diplomatic acts, especially when those acts touched trade, military service, and access to imperial markets. The prince led, but the boyars and the wider political community mattered enough to appear publicly in the making of peace. The treaty also shows that commerce between Russes and Byzantium had become more closely supervised. Merchants could no longer drift south, as if trade and raiding were difficult to distinguish. Documentation now mattered. Those coming from Russes had to carry proof that they were what they claimed to be. Earlier, seals had marked function and status. Agents used one kind, merchants another, but the new arrangement added something more important. Certificates issued under the authority of Igor were now required, stating how many ships had been dispatched. This allowed the imperial government to verify peaceful intent, but it also gave the prince in Kiev a stronger grip on the flow of trade itself. In effect, the ruler of Rus was not only dealing with Constantinople, he was also trying to control his own people, limiting unauthorized activity and forcing commerce to pass through channels he recognized. The seal was not just a sign of identity. It was a tool of regulation. Those who arrived without proper credentials were treated with suspicion. If they submitted peacefully, they could be detained while the Byzantines informed Igor and waited for instructions. If they resisted, they could be killed without compensation. This makes a sharp distinction between recognized merchants and everyone else. Rus's men who came without goods were not entitled to regular provisions, which shows that the empire wanted no uncontrolled military or social presence building up around the capital. Even the merchants were carefully managed. They were housed in a designated place outside the main city, near the church of St. Mama. Their names were registered. Their monthly support was distributed according to rank and place of origin. They entered Constantinople through a single gate, in groups without weapons, under supervision. Every step of the process was designed to reduce danger and to separate legitimate exchange from espionage, violence, and disorder. This tells a great deal about relations between Rus who were not merchants and the imperial government. Such men were not treated as ordinary visitors. They existed in a grey zone between potential envoys, military recruits, armed followers, and possible spies. The treaty makes room for controlled military cooperation, since the Great Prince could send warriors to Byzantium when requested. But this too was expected to happen under princely oversight. The emperor was no longer dealing only with wandering individuals from the north. He was dealing with a ruler who wished to monitor both trade and the movement of armed men into imperial service. Behind the language of friendship stood a careful balance of fear, utility, and control. Farther south, another text tried to explain how the Peloponnese had changed after centuries of upheaval. In that account, the old Greek population had been scattered by barbarian invasions, especially by Avars and Slavs, and much of the region had fallen out of imperial order. Cities were abandoned, churches ruined, bishoprics displaced, and the old pattern of settlement broken apart. Some people fled overseas, others found refuge in inaccessible places, and new communities took shape in hard-to-reach corners of the coast and mountains. One of those refugee centres became Monemvasia, a strong and isolated settlement tied to a bishop and a displaced flock who had carried their religious life into safety when the old civic world collapsed. The recovery of the Peloponnese, in this narrative, came through force first, and then through religious reconstruction. Under Emperor Nicephorus, a Byzantine commander marched against the Slavs of the region, defeated them, crushed their resistance, and brought them back under imperial power. Only after that could repopulation and church restoration begin. The Slavs, according to this version, became Christian because they were subdued, reorganized, catechized, and folded into a restored provincial order. Their conversion was not described as a gradual change brought by peaceful mission alone. It was tied to conquest, resettlement, and imperial rebuilding. Once the military obstacle had been removed, the emperor ordered cities and churches rebuilt, exiles recalled, and ecclesiastical structures re-established. The demographic picture suggested here is one of mixture rather than simple continuity. The repopulated towns did not receive only returning old inhabitants. New settlers were brought in from different parts of the empire, including Armenians, men from Western Asia Minor, converted Muslims, and others gathered from diverse regions. Lacedaemon was rebuilt with this mixed population and re-established as a bishopric under the authority of Patras. This implies that 9th century Greece, at least in the imperial imagination of this text, was not seen as a land that had simply preserved an unchanged, ancient population. It was a land remade through war, migration, return, and administrative design. New people and old people were joined together inside an ecclesiastical and political framework, rebuilt by the state. That is also why 3 bishoprics were arranged in that part of the Peloponnese. A metropolitan centre with subordinate sees was not just religious convenience. It was a statement that imperial order had returned. Creating that structure gave visible form to the restored Christian landscape. It tied local communities to higher authority, legitimised claims of jurisdiction, and showed that church organisation followed the recovery of territory. In other words, bishoprics marked political restoration as much as spiritual care. A different kind of political thinking appears in the 30-year peace made between Bulgaria and Byzantium under Omurtag. This agreement was highly practical and unusually precise. Its first concern was the frontier itself. The border was not left vague or symbolic. It was described through a chain of named places, rivers, hills, bridges, meadows, and mountain lines. It was a frontier drawn across the landscape in careful detail, as though both rulers wanted uncertainty reduced as much as possible. This mattered because Omurtag was not interested in a world of drifting zones of influence alone. He wanted defined limits, marked lines, and a stable order that could be defended, administered, and displayed. 2 sections of the agreement were devoted specifically to Slavs, which shows how important they were in the balance between the 2 powers. Slavic groups lived on both sides of the political divide. Some were under imperial authority, some closer to Bulgarian influence, and some along the coast in more unstable positions. Their location, movement, and allegiance could affect security, taxation, military recruitment, and frontier stability. That is why the treaty insisted that some remain where they were when war began, while others were to be sent back to their settlements. Slavs were not a minor detail. They were one of the key human elements in the borderland, and both empires knew it. The exchange of prisoners was organised according to status. Men of high rank were not treated the same way as common captives. Military commanders, imperial guards, counts, and other important figures were handled differently from the rank and file. Ordinary captives were exchanged on a straightforward basis, one man for one man, while others captured in fortresses could be redeemed through livestock. That suggests a world in which value was measured through rank, function, and circumstances of capture. Even in peace, hierarchy remained visible. The damaged end of the inscription hints at another serious concern, probably dealing with defection, service, or obligations connected to military officers. Given the structure of the surviving clauses, it is likely that the final stipulation addressed the treatment of high-ranking defectors or fugitives, perhaps establishing what should happen if a general or another important man crossed from one side to the other. That would fit well with a treaty built on territorial clarity, controlled populations, and careful management of conflict after years of war. The world of imperial favour and provincial wealth comes into view in the story of Daenerys, one of the most extraordinary women to appear in the political memory of medieval Greece. She was already rich and influential before Basil rose to the throne, and she seems to have understood very early that he might become far more important than he looked. She treated him generously long before his success was certain, giving him gold, slaves, garments, and various goods. Yet these were not simple gifts of affection. They were investments in a future relationship. She asked only that he remember her household and show mercy if fortune ever elevated him. She seems to have acted like a woman deeply familiar with how patronage worked. Wealth, if placed wisely, could bring protection, favour, and lasting influence. Her fortune was immense, and the scale of her later gifts suggests that its source lay in large landed property, productive estates, household labour, and control over valuable goods, especially textiles and servants. She was not merely a local aristocrat of comfortable means. Her resources looked almost princely. She could move with a retinue of hundreds, maintain large numbers of eunuchs and serving women, and command stores of fine fabrics, metal vessels, livestock, slaves, and revenue-bearing estates. By the time her property was inventoried after her death, it included coin, precious objects, clothing, bronze, animals, thousands of household dependents, and dozens of suburban estates. This was not ordinary private wealth. It approached the level of a small regional power. She insisted on showering the emperor with gifts because gift-giving was the language through which loyalty, prestige, and reciprocal obligation were expressed. Basil's accession had confirmed the wisdom of her earlier support, and once he was emperor, the old relationship had to be renewed at a higher level. Her journey to Constantinople was therefore a political performance as much as a visit. She arrived with extraordinary ceremony, reclining in a litter borne by rotating teams of men, and was received almost like a foreign ruler. The gifts she brought were chosen not merely to impress, but to suit the needs and tastes of the palace. She knew, for instance, the value of eunuchs in imperial service and prepared them accordingly. She presented wealth in forms that could be immediately understood in courtly terms. In return, she gained honour, access, titles, and symbolic status, even being treated almost like a mother of the emperor. The exchange was unequal in form but mutually beneficial in meaning. She gave material splendour and regional support. The emperor gave recognition, intimacy with power, and the conversion of private wealth into political memory. The technical language used for her textiles suggests that the audience of this narrative was expected to appreciate fine distinctions in luxury cloth, imported garments, weaving styles, and specialized fabric names. This was not a text for peasants or for listeners indifferent to court display. It was aimed at readers or hearers familiar with aristocratic and imperial culture, people for whom the difference between one costly textile and another carried meaning. The detailed terminology was part of the social message. It allowed the audience to feel the quality of Daenerys' wealth and to understand why her gifts mattered. If Daenerys shows how a provincial aristocrat could use wealth to bind herself to imperial power, the account of Bulgar and Serb relations in the 9th century shows a different landscape, one shaped by war, gift exchange, and unstable power balances. In that account, the Serbs appear as small but stubborn rulers of a frontier society that could not be easily absorbed by stronger neighbours. The tone toward them is cautious and not entirely hostile. They are not described as a vast or magnificent people, but their rulers are shown as capable, resilient, and politically competent. They remain within the larger orbit of Roman influence, friendly to the empire and treated kindly by it, at least in the telling. That framing matters. It positions the Serbs as useful neighbours and contrasts them with the ambitions of Bulgaria. Their rulers are presented as men who could fight hard when necessary and preserve their independence against significant pressure. Parisian attacked them in the hope of reducing them to submission, but after years of war achieved nothing and lost many men. His son Boris later tried to avenge that humiliation and met disaster as well. The Serbs not only defeated him, but captured his son and several leading nobles. That outcome reveals much about the configuration of power in the Balkans at the time. Bulgaria was strong enough to threaten its neighbours, but not so dominant that resistance was hopeless. Serbia, though smaller, could exploit terrain, cohesion, and local leadership effectively. Byzantium, meanwhile, appears as an indirect but important presence, a power to which the Serbs could still be linked and through which the narrative itself interprets regional politics. The piece that followed Boris's defeat is especially telling. It was not sealed by grand ideological statements, but by escort, hostage anxiety, and the exchange of gifts. Boris feared an ambush on the return journey, which suggests that trust was thin even after agreement. The Serbian rulers escorted him safely to the frontier, and in return Boris gave them handsome presents. They answered with gifts of their own: 2 slaves, 2 falcons, 2 dogs, and 80 furs. The paired gifts from Boris likely reflected ceremonial symmetry, a sign of ordered friendship and mutual recognition between ruling houses. Pairs in diplomatic exchange often suggested balance, formality, and completeness. They also made the exchange memorable and visibly structured. Nothing here feels accidental. Even small gifts carried political weight. In the late 9th century, in a small village in central Greece, a boy named Luke was born into a family that had already known displacement. His parents traced their roots back to refugees who had fled an island in search of safety. That sense of instability would shape the course of his life. As a young man, he turned away from the ordinary path and chose a life of devotion. Still very young, he left home and entered a monastic world. But he did not remain tied to any single place for long. Instead, he moved through landscapes marked by solitude, prayer, and uncertainty, seeking isolation in the mountains near Delphi, and later serving under a holy man who lived in extreme ascetic conditions. His life unfolded not in stability, but in motion. The world around him was far from peaceful. War and invasion cast long shadows over the Greek mainland. Armies moved across the land, and entire regions were exposed to violence. Raids reached deep into the countryside, bringing destruction, enslavement, and fear. In this environment, Luke became known not only for his piety, but also for his insight. He spoke in hints and symbolic language about the dangers that were approaching. He did not seek recognition, yet those around him believed he could sense what was coming. His warnings described a land struck by war and suffering, a vision that soon became reality. When the invasions began, the countryside was thrown into chaos. Villages emptied as people abandoned their homes and fled in search of safety. Some took refuge in fortified towns, while others escaped across the sea to nearby islands. The movement was desperate and unorganized, driven by fear rather than strategy. Luke himself was forced to abandon his place of solitude and join the stream of refugees. Even remote locations offered no guarantee of survival. At one point, a group of villagers who believed they had reached safety on an island were suddenly attacked. Their enemies had taken a ship and pursued them across the water. The result was brutal. Most were killed, and only a handful managed to escape by throwing themselves into the sea. Luke was among the survivors. These events were not presented simply as military episodes. They were framed as moments of moral reflection. The suffering of the population was explained as a consequence of human failure. a sign that divine favour had been withdrawn. The invaders succeeded not because they were unstoppable, but because the people they attacked had fallen into error. This interpretation placed responsibility not only on the attackers, but also on those who were attacked. It turned history into a lesson about conduct, belief, and the fragile balance between protection and punishment. Faced with such danger, local communities relied on a combination of flight and refuge. Some shut themselves behind city walls, turning urban spaces into defensive shelters. Others trusted the natural protection offered by geography, crossing to islands or retreating into difficult terrain. There was no single method of defense. Survival depended on movement, awareness, and sometimes sheer luck. The experience left deep marks on the memory of those who lived through it, shaping how later generations understood both faith and history. A different perspective on society in the Balkans appears in the writings of a seasoned military figure who reflected on unrest in Thessaly during the 11th century. His account focuses on a revolt that drew in a population known for their pastoral way of life. These people moved between lowlands and mountain pastures with their flocks, following a seasonal rhythm that defined their existence. When tensions rose due to increased taxation, leading figures in a regional city became involved in a conspiracy that quickly expanded beyond its original circle. At the center of the story stands a reluctant leader, a man drawn into rebellion against his will. He warned against the dangers of uprising, pointing out the risks of angering both divine authority and imperial power. He also raised practical concerns. A rebellion during the harvest season would bring ruin, not only through violence, but through the loss of essential labour. His arguments were rational and grounded, yet they failed to stop the movement. Those around him insisted on continuing, driven by frustration and determination. Faced with the threat of death if he refused, he accepted leadership under pressure, turning from cautious advisor into unwilling commander. The revolt quickly gathered strength. Fighters from surrounding areas joined in, forming a force large enough to challenge imperial authority. At the same time, precautions were taken to protect families and wealth. Women, children, and livestock were sent to mountain regions considered safer, indicating a well-established pattern of seasonal migration that could be adapted to times of crisis. This detail reveals a society that was both mobile and organised, capable of reacting to danger through pre-existing habits of movement. Yet the tone of the account is far from sympathetic. The author presents this population in deeply negative terms, describing them as unreliable, deceitful, and impossible to trust. He warns repeatedly against forming alliances with them, arguing that their promises carry no weight. Even when they swear loyalty, he suggests, they are likely to break their word. This harsh portrayal follows a long tradition of rhetorical attack, drawing on older historical narratives to shape a hostile image. By linking them to ancient enemies defeated by Rome, the author attempts to give his criticism historical depth, even if that connection rests more on literary tradition than on direct knowledge. The purpose of this depiction is not only to describe but to caution. The audience is urged to remain vigilant, especially in times of unrest. Trust, in this view, is dangerous. Alliances must be handled with suspicion, and any sign of instability should be treated as a warning. The message is clear. Political survival depends on caution, and misplaced confidence can lead to disaster. Elsewhere in the Balkans, royal authority expressed itself through acts of generosity and display. A ruler on the Adriatic coast sought to secure both spiritual favour and political legitimacy by granting land to a religious community. Such a donation was not a casual gesture. It was a carefully staged event, carried out in the presence of high-ranking officials, nobles, and church figures. By giving an island and its associated lands, the king reinforced his role as protector of the faith and guardian of tradition. He presented himself as the heir to earlier rulers who had supported the same institution, linking his actions to a continuous line of authority. To ensure that the gift would endure, strong measures were attached to it. Anyone who attempted to reverse the decision would face both spiritual condemnation and material punishment. The language used to describe these consequences was severe, combining religious warning with financial penalty. This dual approach reflects a world in which legal authority and moral authority were closely intertwined. The presence of witnesses from different layers of society further strengthened the act, turning it into a public statement that could not easily be ignored or forgotten. The list of those present reveals a complex political structure. Regional leaders, court officials, church representatives, and even figures connected to imperial administration all took part. Among them was a high-ranking official linked to the wider Byzantine system, suggesting that local rule operated within a broader network of influence. The ceremony brought together different groups, each playing a role in validating the decision and ensuring its recognition. In the interior of the Balkans, a different kind of struggle was unfolding, one tied not to land or rebellion, but to the demands of the state. A church leader writing from a provincial centre described the growing strain placed on his region by military recruitment. His message was direct and urgent. The area under his care was small, poor, and already weakened by past invasions and conflicts. Taking more men for the army would not strengthen the empire. It would instead empty the countryside, reduce productivity, and push the remaining population toward abandonment of their land. He framed his argument not as defiance, but as protection. His duty, as he saw it, was to defend the people entrusted to him. Excessive recruitment would lead to decline, turning a fragile region into a deserted one. Those who remained would lose faith in their homeland, seeing it not as a place of belonging, but as a source of hardship. Migration would follow, draining the region further. In this way, military needs and economic survival came into direct conflict. The Archbishop also emphasized the strategic importance of his region. Located along important routes, it served as a place of passage and support for those travelling through. Preserving it was therefore not only a local concern but a matter of wider interest. His appeal combined logic, emotion, and religious language, seeking to persuade rather than confront. Even in his criticism, he maintained a tone of respect, addressing the authority he depended on while urging restraint. His use of language shows a man deeply educated in classical traditions, capable of blending literary style with practical concerns. Even in a letter about taxation and recruitment, he employed rhetorical devices and subtle wordplay. This was not accidental. It reflected a culture in which education and expression were tools of influence, shaping how arguments were received and understood. In the towns and countryside of medieval Greece, power did not reveal itself only in war or royal ceremony. It also appeared in records, taxes, and the quiet but relentless logic of administration. A fragment from a land register connected with the area around Thebes opens a window onto that world. At first glance, it seems dry, almost mechanical, a sequence of names, plots, villages, family connections, and tax assessments. But beneath that formal language lies an entire landscape of ownership, inheritance, and social complexity. Land was not held in neat, isolated blocks. A single taxpayer could hold fields, vineyards, or shares of property spread across several villages. Those holdings often came through inheritance, marriage, purchase, or partition, and the register carefully tracked such links. Fathers, sons, grandfathers, wives, officials, and neighbouring proprietors all appear in this fiscal map, as though the state were trying to freeze into writing a world that in reality was always shifting. The names listed in such a record show how layered local society had become. Some taxpayers carried courtly or military titles, while others appear as ordinary possessors of land. Yet title alone did not determine wealth. A man with an elevated rank might owe less tax than someone without any remarkable distinction. What mattered was the land itself, its value, its quality, and the complex history of who held what share. A holding could be divided again and again until one person owed tax on only a fraction of an earlier estate. Still, the administration pursued that detail with astonishing care. It followed property across generations and through multiple settlements, reducing social life to a series of taxable claims. Such records reveal a society where land was both the basis of wealth and the object of endless division. The countryside was not a simple world of peasants, working fixed plots. It was a web of inherited rights, family strategies, and official scrutiny. At the opposite end of the Adriatic, another text reveals how imperial rule could be experienced very differently in a coastal city tied to the orbit of Constantinople. There, the Emperor Manuel was remembered not as a distant tax collector, but as a lord of immense generosity. According to this tradition, Dalmatia and much of Croatia were under his sway, yet his method of rule was not described as oppressive extraction. Instead, he is shown distributing wealth freely, honouring those who came before him and binding peripheral communities through gifts, rather than tribute. One especially striking memory captures this style in vivid form. After receiving account of the inhabitants of Split, he sent money not just to the powerful or to the clergy, but to every individual in the city. Even infants still lying in their cradles received a gold coin. That detail was remarkable because a child in a cradle could contribute nothing to politics, diplomacy, or military service. To grant a gift to such a being was to make generosity total and visible. It sent a message that the emperor's favour extended to the whole community, right down to its newest and weakest members. This was imperial magnificence turned into a public spectacle of care. It transformed patronage into something almost universal. At the same time, it was shrewd. A ruler on the far side of the sea could strengthen loyalty in a distant city by being remembered not as a taker but as a giver. Weapons and money were also sent to imperial commanders posted along the coast, showing that kindness was not the only instrument of rule. The empire maintained presence through military force as well. But the memory preserved here emphasizes generosity, because generosity was politically useful. It is in that context that Archbishop Rainer travelled to Constantinople. He did not go merely as a pilgrim or out of curiosity. He went to represent his city, to greet the emperor in the name of its citizens, and no doubt to strengthen the bond between the urban elite of Split and the imperial court. Such journeys were diplomatic as much as ecclesiastical. The archbishop carried the dignity of his city with him, and by appearing at court he helped confirm that Split still mattered within the imperial sphere. The emperor, for his part, received him splendidly, lodged him well, and sent him home loaded with gifts. This was how the centre held the periphery. It did not rely on coercion alone. It also relied on ceremony, honour, hospitality, and the careful cultivation of gratitude. These accounts together reveal a striking truth about medieval empire. Rule was never only one thing. In one place, it appeared as a tax register, tracking tiny fractions of inherited land. In another, it appeared as gold pieces sent to babies in their cradles. The same imperial world that counted fields with rigid precision could also dazzle a city with open-handed favour. Administration and magnificence were not opposites, they were partners. A very different kind of memory shapes the Hungarian story, of origins written centuries later by a man who wanted to explain how the conquering elite came to possess the land. His vision of the Hungarian past reaches back into a world that is part history, part invention, and part noble genealogy. In his account, the Hungarians are not simply a people wandering into an empty space. They are linked to a much older and grander ancestry, one stretching back to Scythia and ultimately to the biblical world. Such a beginning gives them depth, prestige, and antiquity. But this is not antiquity in a modern historical sense. It is a usable past, shaped to give honour to ruling lineages and to root present power in legendary origins. The author constantly ties past and present together. Place names are explained through puns, noble families are traced back to companions of the original conquest, and lands held in his own time are made to appear as the natural inheritance of ancient deeds. The naming of regions, forests, and strongholds becomes a way of attaching contemporary aristocratic claims to the first arrival of the Hungarians. In that sense, the work is less a reliable account of early Magyar movements than a map of 12th century noble imagination projected backward. It tells less about what really happened in the 10th century than about how later elites wanted their past to look. That is precisely why its value for reconstructing early Hungarian history is limited. It preserves traditions, names, and ambitions, but they are filtered through the concerns of a much later age. The main actors in this story are not ordinary settlers, peasants, or subject peoples. They are princes, warriors, and founding lineages. Almos, Arpad, and the leading men around them dominate the narrative. The conquest itself is portrayed almost as the achievement of an elite band whose descendants continue to hold land and honour in the author's own day. The Slavs, Rus, Pannonians, and others appear mainly as those who submit, resist, or provide resources along the way. The real focus remains on the conquering class and its right to rule. This is not a national history in the modern sense. It is a noble history, and its heroes are the ancestors of power. In one episode, the Hungarians move through lands associated with Rus's princes, receive hostages and supplies, and are led toward the passes opening into the Carpathian Basin. Their arrival in the chosen land is marked not simply by battle, but by a sense of destiny and fulfillment. The people already living there are said to have submitted almost willingly, moved by fear or by the reputation of the newcomers. Such passages reveal the author's larger purpose. He wants conquest to look both forceful and legitimate, both violent and somehow naturally accepted. Even when war is described, it is framed as the unfolding of a rightful order rather than the creation of one through brute domination. The same blending of legend and political memory appears in the Bohemian story of Libuše and Przemysl. Here, the founding of a dynasty begins not with a conquering army, but with a woman of extraordinary wisdom. Libuše stands at the centre of the tale as judge, prophet, and ruler. She is presented as beautiful, morally admirable, gifted with foresight, and fully capable of handling disputes among men. Yet the story quickly turns on the discomfort this causes. A powerful man, angry at having lost a legal case, lashes out not simply against the judgment itself, but against the fact that a woman has delivered it. His protest expresses a deep anxiety about order, gender, and authority. He cannot accept being ruled by a female judge, no matter how wise she is. In this way, Libuše becomes both the embodiment of just rule and the trigger for the demand that a male ruler be found. Her role in the story is therefore double. She is the legitimate ruler of the present, but also the one who opens the path toward dynastic kingship. She does not merely surrender power, she transforms it. By prophesying the rise of Przemysl and directing the envoys toward him, she becomes the architect of the dynasty itself. The people may think they are choosing a stronger order after rebelling against female judgment, but in truth the entire transition remains under her control. She identifies the man, explains his significance, and foretells the enduring rule of his descendants. The dynasty begins not by erasing her authority, but by depending on it. In that sense, Li Boucher is not just a prelude to male rule. She is its necessary source. The envoys who set out to find Przemysl likely carried a very different set of concerns from those held by the leaders of the people. Before the assembly, the nobles seemed to be worried about authority, discipline, and the shame of being ruled by a woman. Their frustration is political and social. They want a figure who can embody masculine rulership and perhaps rule more harshly. After the assembly, once Le Boucher has given her prophecy, the focus shifts. The envoys must now find a man of humble appearance yet destined greatness. Their concern is no longer whether a duke should exist, but whether they will recognize the right man, whether the prophecy will prove true, and whether this peasant figure can truly become a founder of princes. Their mission is practical, but it is also full of uncertainty and wonder. They are no longer debating authority in the abstract. They are moving toward its miraculous origin. The story reveals much about dynastic tradition in medieval Bohemia. It shows a desire to root the ruling house in something older and deeper than mere force. The founder is not simply the strongest warrior. He is a ploughman chosen through prophecy, a man tied to the land itself. That matters. It links the dynasty not only to rule, but to agriculture, fertility, and the native soil of the country. At the same time, the prophecy ensures that his humble beginning does not diminish him. On the contrary, it magnifies him. He is both ordinary and chosen, both local and elevated. This is exactly the kind of origin story a dynasty would want. One that binds it to the land, justifies its permanence, and makes its rule appear destined from the beginning. In the story of Poland's earliest rulers, power does not begin in a palace, on a battlefield, or inside a great church. It begins in a poor household, in the life of a humble ploughman, and in a moment that seems at first too small to matter. A local ruler was preparing a feast for his sons and had invited many of his companions and important men. It was meant to display rank, order, and privilege. Yet, at that same moment, two unknown travellers arrived. Instead of being welcomed, they were pushed away and treated with contempt by the people of the settlement. Driven out from the place of power, they wandered into the poorer part of the community and came upon a simple cottage. There, they found a man of no importance in worldly terms, a peasant preparing his own modest family celebration. This man was Piast, son of Kościuszko, and with him was his wife Rzepka. What follows turns the normal order of society upside down. The ruler and his guests, with all their wealth, fail in the most basic duty of hospitality. The poor man and his wife, though they possess almost nothing, open their home at once and offer what little they have. The strangers enter not as beggars, but as figures already carrying the weight of destiny. Their blessing is immediate and direct. They tell the hosts that their coming will bring prosperity, honour, and future greatness through their descendants. That moment changes everything. What had seemed like a small domestic scene becomes the beginning of dynastic history. Piast and Rzepka are not presented as powerful or learned people. They are poor, practical, and generous. Their household is preparing for their son's hair-cutting ceremony, a family occasion made more humble by lack of means. They have only a small amount of ale and a fattened pig reserved for the event. The feast is tiny compared with the grand public celebration arranged by the ruler nearby. Yet when the visitors ask for drink, the hosts do not hesitate. They offer the ale freely, even though it may leave them with nothing for their own guests. This is where the miraculous enters the story. The little supply of ale does not run out. Instead, it multiplies. Cups are filled again and again. The pig, once slaughtered, provides an amount of meat far beyond what could naturally be expected. From a poor household suddenly comes abundance, as if heaven itself has chosen this cottage over the hall of the ruler. The miracle has an obvious function. It marks divine favour, but it also proves a deeper moral point. The future does not belong automatically to the rich, the proud, or the already established. It moves instead toward those who practice generosity, humility, and welcome. Piast and Rzepka begin as simple people, but their house becomes the true centre of blessing. Their poverty is not erased, but transformed. The visitors do not simply reward kindness with food. They reveal that this family has been chosen for something far greater. At this moment, Piast and Rzepka begin to understand that the event concerns not only their meal but also their child. Their son's hair-cutting ceremony becomes the scene of a sign about the future. Yet even then, they do not act independently or presumptuously. They consult the visitors before taking any larger step. This detail matters. It shows that the miracle is not random magic, it is tied to wisdom, counsel, and divine purpose. Only after receiving approval do they dare invite the ruler and all his company to join them. That invitation itself reveals another important feature of the story. The gap between ruler and peasant is real, but not yet absolute. The ruler accepts the invitation of a poor man. His dignity has not yet grown so distant that he refuses to enter a humble house. The story quietly contrasts an earlier, simpler form of power with the more distant and proud courts of later times. Once the ruler and his men arrive, the miracle continues in public view. The feast expands beyond all expectation, and the child receives a new name from the mysterious guests. He is called Siemowit, and the naming is openly presented as a sign of what is to come. The child is no longer merely the son of poor peasants. He is marked as the beginning of a line. In this way, the tale explains the rise of a dynasty not through conquest or inheritance from ancient kings, but through a miracle rooted in hospitality. Greatness comes from a cottage because the cottage proved more righteous than the court. This has much in common with other medieval stories about ruling houses, especially those that seek to connect a dynasty with the land and with divine approval. Like the Bohemian story of Libusz and Przemysl, this Polish tale reaches backward to create a meaningful beginning for later rulers. Both stories move away from ordinary political explanation and toward symbolic origin. In one, a prophetic woman identifies the founder of a ruling line. In the other, strangers carrying divine favour reveal the future in the house of a ploughman. In both cases, rule is shown as chosen rather than accidental. The founder is tied to rural life, to ordinary labour, and to a moment that makes the dynasty appear natural, destined, and morally justified. Yet the role of miracle is somewhat different in the two traditions. In the Polish story, the miraculous multiplication of food and drink is central. It is the clear sign that this humble household stands under divine favour. The miracle creates public proof. It turns generosity into destiny. In the Bohemian account, the emphasis falls more on prophecy, symbolic language, and recognition of a hidden future. There too, the founder comes from the world of the plough, but the road to power is shaped more by vision and choice than by supernatural abundance. Both stories, however, serve the same larger purpose. They place dynastic authority beyond ordinary argument. A ruling house is not merely strong, it is meant to rule. For Poland, the story of Piast says something powerful about dynastic tradition. It presents the ruling family as emerging from modest origins, but those origins are not shameful. On the contrary, they are honourable because they are linked to virtue. The first ancestor is not noble by blood or famous in war. He is generous, decent, and open to strangers. This gives the later dynasty a moral foundation. It suggests that legitimate rule began not in arrogance, but in kindness, not in greed, but in sharing. The dynasty is therefore attached to both divine favour and popular rootedness. It belongs to the land because it came from the household of a man who worked that land. From a historical point of view, the story cannot be taken as a literal account of how the Polish ruling family actually began. It is much too shaped by symbolism, narrative design, and moral lesson. The miraculous food, the sudden blessing on the family, the contrast between rude rulers and virtuous peasants, and the naming of the future founder all belong to the world of literary construction. The tale tells us far more about how later writers wanted to imagine the beginnings of Polish rulership than about what truly happened in some distant early period. It is valuable not as direct evidence for actual events, but as evidence for political imagination, court ideology, and the need to provide the ruling line with a sacred and meaningful origin. The hand of the author can be seen in several places very clearly. He pauses to explain the marvel, to reflect on the goodness of God, and to stress that even pagans may be rewarded for hospitality. Such comments do not belong to a simple oral tale. They are interpretive interventions. The verses inserted into the narrative, the carefully shaped contrast between the feast of the ruler and the feast of the peasant, and the reflection that the ruler of that time was not yet so proud as later, princes all show a learned mind at work. The author is not merely repeating a story, he is arranging it to serve a purpose. He wants the audience to see a lesson about humility, power, and divine choice. His concerns become even clearer when introducing the episode. The story appears at the point where the origins of power in Poland need to be explained. That is not an innocent choice. He is writing for a courtly world that needed to understand rulership as both ancient and justified. At the same time, he seems deeply interested in showing that true greatness does not depend only on force or noble lineage. By beginning with Piast, rather than with a mighty conqueror, he offers a model of power that is morally grounded. This matters especially in a political culture where dynastic legitimacy could be contested. A miracle in a peasant's house is more useful than a dry genealogy because it teaches that the ruling line was singled out by Providence itself. Another document connected with the earliest history of Poland offers a very different kind of evidence. It is much shorter, much drier, and in some ways far more puzzling. In it, a ruler called Dagome, together with a woman named Ote and their sons, is said to have placed a certain territory under the protection of St. Peter. The account then traces the borders of this territory in a sequence of rivers, frontiers, neighbouring peoples, and important points. Unlike the story of Piast, this is not a narrative of miracle or symbolic beginnings. It is a legal and geographic description, yet it too has become important for understanding the early shape of political power in Poland. The boundaries are marked not through abstract ideas but through concrete landscape features and neighbouring lands. The route begins by the sea and moves toward the land of the Prussians. From there, it runs toward a place associated with Rus, then toward Krakow, then along the Oder, and onward through regions connected with Milce, before returning again toward the central place named in the document. Rivers, coasts, and frontier zones are the main tools used to define the space. This reflects a world in which political territory was not expressed through modern maps, but through movement across recognizable natural lines and the lands of neighbouring peoples. The confusion of the compiler, who copied or summarized the text, is itself very revealing. He did not understand who these people were, and even guessed wrongly that they might be Sardinians, because of the title attached to the ruler. This tells us that knowledge of Polish dynastic traditions outside Poland was very limited. The names, titles, and context were not familiar to him. What to people in Poland may have been obvious had already become obscure when seen from a distance. This is important because it reminds us how uneven medieval knowledge of Europe really was. Even educated men working with documents could misread foreign material if it came from a less familiar region. The groups mentioned in the document are also significant. Prussians, Ruses, and people associated with Milzer appear as reference points. This suggests that the compiler knew at least some of the broad ethnic and political geography east of the empire, though only in a rough and imperfect way. The document places Poland within a larger world of neighbouring peoples and borderlands, but the very vagueness of those identifications shows the limits of distant understanding. Europe was known through zones of contact, rumour, and political relevance, not through complete clarity. If Poland's dynastic beginnings were told through miracle and legal memory, Bohemia developed one of the most powerful stories of sacral rulership in medieval Europe through the figure of Wenceslas. In the account of his life and death, rulership is presented above all as moral and Christian kingship. Wenceslas is not praised for conquest, expansion, or military cunning. He is praised for justice, humility, mercy, discipline, and devotion to the faith. Even as a young man, he is shown seeking instruction in Christian teaching, reading sacred texts, protecting priests, and rejecting the influence of those who would keep the land in darkness. His authority is inseparable from religion. He rebukes those who resist Christian learning and separates himself from the control of his mother and her faction, and presents his rule as service to God. This is the first major aspect of rulership emphasized in the account. The ruler as defender and promoter of Christianity. Wenceslas wants not merely to govern, but to transform the moral and religious condition of the land. He opposes those who hinder priests and monks. He tries to create peace so that the teaching of Christ may flourish. His rule becomes a struggle between justice and wickedness, faith and blindness, order and rebellion. Political conflict is recast as spiritual conflict. The second aspect emphasized is mercy. Wenceslas avoids being present when condemned men are executed. He tears down prisons and gallows left from earlier times. He feeds the poor, comforts widows and orphans, welcomes strangers, honours clergy, and treats the weak with compassion. This is a ruler whose greatness lies not in fear but in charity. Even his retinue benefits not only from good weapons, but also from proper clothing, suggesting care for those under his authority. He does not enrich himself through force or deceit. In this portrait, the ideal prince is one who restrains violence rather than celebrates it. For churchmen, the message is clear and deliberate. The text teaches that true rulership supports the church, honours priests, protects monks, and submits itself to Christian morality. It also suggests that conflict within the ruling house must be judged in religious terms. Wenceslas is the righteous prince because he aligns himself with ecclesiastical order and divine teaching. Those who oppose him are not simply political enemies. They are enemies of proper Christian rule. This would have been a powerful message in a land where conversion, dynastic tension, and ecclesiastical organization were still closely linked. The story of the murder is designed for maximum emotional and moral effect. It is not merely a report of assassination. It is staged as martyrdom. Wenceslas knows the danger, yet goes forward calmly. He attends the church service, prays, and acts without fear. Even when warned that death awaits him, he does not flee. At the banquet, he raises a cup in honour of the Archangel Michael and speaks like a man already stepping beyond ordinary life. The next morning, as he approaches the church before dawn, the trap closes around him. The doors are shut against him. His brother stands nearby with armed followers, hidden, and violence erupts at the threshold of the sacred place. The narrative carefully presents Wenceslas as innocent, composed, and almost Christ-like in his response. He greets his brother kindly. Even after being struck, he does not answer with savage revenge. He is capable of overpowering his attacker, but refuses to stain his hands with a brother's blood. This is one of the most important moments in the story. It transforms him from a political victim into a saintly sufferer. He is killed not because he is weak, but because he chooses righteousness over worldly survival. The final attack by the band of killers who cut him down before the doors of the church seals that transformation. His death becomes sacrifice. The intended effect of this story was profound. It was meant to inspire grief, reverence, and moral certainty. It turns dynastic murder into sacred history. The audience is meant to pity Wenceslas, condemn Boleslav and his faction, and understand that the martyr's blood has sanctified both the land and the dynasty. Once such a story takes hold, the political consequences are enormous. The ruling house no longer descends merely from successful princes, it descends from a saint. That changes everything. For dynastic tradition in Bohemia, the murder story created an enduring model. Wenceslas became more than a dead prince. He became the holy patron of the ruling line and eventually of the land itself. Later, rulers could govern in his shadow, draw legitimacy from his memory, and claim continuity with his sanctified body and name. In that sense, the story did not weaken the dynasty by recalling fratricide. It strengthened it by transforming the victim into the dynasty's holiest source of prestige. The murder that might have looked like a stain was turned into the very foundation of sacred rule. At the turn of the first millennium, Poland was no longer a distant frontier known only through rumour. Under Bolesław Chrobry, it became a realm that demanded the attention of emperors, bishops, and chroniclers across Europe. One of the clearest signs of that change came through the cult of holy men. Bolesław understood the political power of sanctity with unusual clarity. By securing the relics of famous martyrs, especially Adalbert of Prague, and later Bruno of Querfurt, he did more than honour the dead. He turned Poland into a place of pilgrimage, memory, and spiritual prestige. The body of a martyr could draw not only the faithful, but also rulers, ambassadors, and the gaze of the wider Christian world. That is exactly what happened when Emperor Otto came to Gniezno. The emperor's journey was not treated as an ordinary diplomatic visit. It was remembered as a pilgrimage, an act shaped by devotion as much as by politics. He came to pray at the shrine of Adalbert, to honour the saint and also to see for himself whether the stories told about Bolesław were true. When he entered Poland, he did not arrive in a land that looked poor, remote, or unfinished. He encountered a ruler who had prepared every detail in order to impress him. The reception was staged with astonishing care. Warriors stood in ordered ranks across a broad plain. Princes and nobles appeared in disciplined formations. Their clothing was varied, brilliant, and of exceptional richness. Nothing was shabby, nothing careless. The message was unmistakable. Poland was not some raw borderland begging for recognition. It was a court of wealth, discipline, and grandeur. The visual effect mattered deeply. Medieval rulership was not only a matter of force or inheritance. It had to be seen, felt, and remembered. Bolesław presented himself as a prince whose court could rival the ceremonial language of empire. Rich fabrics, armed retinues, splendid colours, precious ornaments, and abundant hospitality all spoke in the same voice. They told Otto that he wasn't visiting a subordinate in the ordinary sense. He was standing before a ruler whose authority, wealth, and ambition had already risen beyond the old expectations of a mere duke. In this account, Otto is moved by what he sees. He is said to have declared openly that such a man should not remain only a duke or count, but should be raised higher and marked with royal honour. He is described as removing his own diadem and placing it on Bolesław's head as a sign of friendship. Whether every detail happened in exactly that form matters less than the meaning the narrative wants to establish. The scene transforms the relationship between the emperor and the Polish ruler. Otto does not appear as a master condescending to a loyal subordinate. He appears as a ruler recognizing greatness in another ruler and confirming it publicly. Their bond is expressed through the language of brotherhood, partnership, and shared dignity. Relics stand at the centre of this entire episode. Without Adalbert's martyrdom and Bolesław's possession of his body, the meeting at Gniezno would not carry the same force. The saint's shrine made the city spiritually charged and politically useful. Adalbert's body turned Gniezno into a place worthy of imperial pilgrimage. At the same time, Bolesław's control of that sacred presence strengthened his own standing. He could present himself not only as a strong ruler, but as guardian of holiness. That gave his court a moral and religious authority that reached beyond ordinary politics. The exchange of relics during the meeting deepened this further. Otto gave symbols connected with the Passion of Christ and with the martial holiness of Saint Maurice, while Bolesław gave him a relic of Adalbert. This was not simple gift exchange, it was a transaction in sacred prestige. Relics linked both rulers to divine favour, sanctity, and universal Christian memory. The types of gifts Otto received reveal much about Bolesław's ideal of kingship and generosity. He did not offer token presents. He gave gold and silver vessels used during the feast, robes of many colours, ornaments of great value, precious fabrics, and wonders meant to leave an unforgettable impression. Even the furnishings of the celebration, the tableware, wall coverings, carpets, cloths, and furnishings of the imperial quarters were collected and handed over. Such giving had a purpose beyond generosity. It made memory itself into an instrument of power. Otto and his entourage would carry Poland home with them not only in stories, but in objects. Every cup, robe, or rich textile would remind them of how Bolesław had received them. The gifts were not tribute. They were proof that the ruler of Poland could afford magnificence on a nearly imperial scale. This account also reveals a very particular vision of ideal rulership. A great ruler must be pious, because he honours saints and supports the church. He must be generous, because liberality creates loyalty and fame. He must be magnificent, because splendour is one of the languages through which power is communicated. He must be militarily strong, because splendid courts mean little without armed force behind them. He must also be politically wise, because Bolesław knew exactly how to use sanctity, hospitality, and ceremonial display to elevate his position without openly challenging the emperor. In this vision, the ideal ruler is not humble in the monastic sense. He is glorious, open-handed, devout, and formidable. A different but related image of kingship appears in the Hungarian work often known as the Admonitions, where a father speaks to his son about how a kingdom should be ruled. Here, the tone is more instructional, moral, and practical. The ruler is not shown at a feast dazzling foreign guests. He is being shaped from youth into a proper king. The first great lesson is obedience to divine order. A king who rejects wise instruction and despises law places himself in danger of falling like the proud and disobedient figures of sacred history. The text draws repeatedly on biblical examples to show that power cannot survive if it cuts itself off from moral discipline. The ruler must not imagine that birth alone is enough. He must listen, learn, and master himself before trying to govern others. The ideal ruler in this text is marked by a set of carefully defined qualities. He must be faithful to God and attentive to Christian teaching. He must control anger and avoid arrogance. He must respect princes, counts, bishops, and knights rather than humiliating them. He must show patience in judgment and refuse to act rashly in matters of punishment. He must prefer peace over pointless severity. He must know the difference between being king and acting like a tyrant. This is one of the central concerns of the whole work. The king is warned again and again not to confuse power with violent temper. To rule truly is to preserve dignity through restraint. In this vision, the king does not need to imitate Christ in every literal sense, but he must imitate the virtues that Christian thought associated with righteous rule. Mercy, patience, humility, and justice are not private virtues only. They have direct political value. A ruler who governs through rage, pride, and suspicion will lose the loyalty of his nobles and weaken the realm. A ruler who governs with measured judgment, peace, and honour will preserve the kingdom and strengthen royal dignity. Politics and morality are not treated as separate worlds. The king's soul and the state's health are tied together. The models proposed for the king are drawn from several traditions at once. Biblical kings and sacred history provide the strongest framework. Adam, the chosen people, and the son of Solomon are all used as warnings about disobedience, pride, and failure. At the same time, the text assumes the social realities of a Christian kingdom surrounded by dangers and built through alliances. Princes, counts, knights, bishops, and strangers all have their place. The king must know how to deal with each of them. He must protect the weak, guide the powerful, and preserve balance among the groups that sustain the kingdom. One of the most striking sections concerns guests and newcomers. The author treats them not as a burden, but as one of the ornaments of kingship itself. Foreigners, newcomers, and guests bring languages, skills, customs, teachings, and weapons. They adorn the court and increase the reputation of the realm. A kingdom with only one language and one custom is described as weak and fragile. That is a remarkable statement, and it reveals much about the demographic realities of early 11th century Hungary. The kingdom was still being formed, populated, and structured. It needed immigrants, missionaries, clerics, knights, and skilled outsiders. The text assumes that growth depends on attracting and keeping such people. This means Hungary was not imagined as a closed ethnic realm. It was a developing Christian kingdom that required an inflow of talent, knowledge, and military support. That emphasis also points to specific problems. The author seems concerned that the kingdom might still be thinly settled, insufficiently structured, or too dependent on a narrow social base. He worries that what has been built could be scattered if newcomers are neglected or driven away. He also seems aware that a young prince raised in luxury may not understand the hard labour that made the kingdom possible. That is why he warns against softness, indulgence, and the habits of a sheltered life. The future king must be toughened morally and mentally. He must learn that rule is not comfort, but burden. If the admonitions present the ideal king as moral guide and keeper of order, Thietmar of Merseburg gives a much less friendly portrait of Bolesław Chrobry from the imperial frontier. Thietmar's writing is shaped above all by concern for the empire, for hierarchy, and for the proper relation between rulers east of the German lands and the imperial centre. He never treats Bolesław as a harmless figure. On the contrary, he sees in him a dangerous mixture of magnificence, cunning, ambition, and political skill. His hostility is obvious, but it is not empty hatred. It is the reaction of a man who realizes that Bolesław is genuinely formidable. Several concerns shape this attitude. One is territorial expansion. Thietmar watched with alarm as Bolesław moved into contested marches, seized strongholds, and took advantage of moments of imperial weakness. Another is the effect Bolesław had on men who should, in Thietmar's eyes, have remained loyal to the empire. The Polish ruler appears in his narrative as someone who seduces the loyalties of others through gifts, promises, and political manipulation. This offended Thietmar deeply because it suggested the breakdown of the old order in which rulers east of the empire were expected to know their place. A tributary or dependent prince was becoming something far more independent and assertive. The aspects of Bolesław's personality that stand out most are hospitality, calculation, boldness, and ambition. Tietmar does not deny his magnificence. He admits that Otto was received with extraordinary splendour and that the journey through Poland could scarcely be described adequately. He also notes that Bolesław gave the emperor 300 armoured warriors, a gift both military and symbolic. But alongside such admiration runs distrust. Bolesław is portrayed as cunning, able to speak pleasantly while preparing harder moves underneath. He occupies territory quickly, bribes where possible, attacks where useful, and uses fair words to disguise larger designs. In Tietmar's eyes, this made him dangerous not merely because he was strong, but because he was politically intelligent. The mention of Mieszko clad in furs serves a very specific purpose. It is meant to contrast father and son. Mieszko is shown as deferential before imperial authority, so conscious of hierarchy that he would not even enter a certain house dressed in fur or remain seated in the presence of a superior. Furs here are not just clothing. They signal rank, luxury, and social posture. By mentioning them, Tietmar is showing that Mieszko knew how to behave toward men above him. Bolesław, by contrast, has forgotten that measure. He has become too grand, too bold, too unwilling to accept the older relation between his house and the empire. The fur-clad father is therefore a lesson in lost humility. Comparing Tietmar's account of the Gniezno meeting with the more celebratory Polish version is especially revealing. In the Polish telling, the event becomes almost a sacred political coronation of Bolesław's greatness. The emperor recognizes his worth, elevates him publicly, joins himself to him in friendship, and leaves astonished by generosity and magnificence. In Tietmar's version, the focus shifts. Otto is still honoured lavishly, and the foundation of an archbishopric at Gniezno remains a major event, but Tietmar's tone is more cautious, even disapproving. He questions whether the ecclesiastical decision was properly made. He notes the political consequences more sharply. He does not dwell on brotherhood and exaltation in the same glowing way. The same summit becomes, depending on the author, either the triumphant recognition of a nearly royal ruler or a troubling moment when imperial generosity elevated a man who later became too powerful. This contrast reveals how differently the same event could be remembered. For the Polish court, Gniezno was a scene of rising prestige, sacred legitimacy, and international acknowledgement. For Tietmar, it was part of a larger problem. Imperial favour had been given too freely, and a ruler who should have remained lower had been encouraged to think too highly of himself. That difference in memory is as important as the event itself. It shows that political history in this period was never just a record of what happened. It was also a struggle over meaning. At the beginning of the 11th century, Poland stood at a turning point. Under Bolesław Chrobry, the realm was no longer a distant borderland known only through rumour, missionary reports, or the ambitions of neighbouring rulers. It was becoming a court of consequence, a land where sanctity, military strength, royal ceremony, and political imagination were brought together with unusual skill. One of the clearest signs of this transformation came through the relics of holy men. Bolesław understood what many rulers of his age also understood, but perhaps not with such force. The body of a martyr could change the standing of a kingdom. When he secured the remains of Adalbert, whose missionary zeal and violent death had already spread his fame far beyond Poland, he gained much more than a sacred object. He gained a centre of gravity for his realm. The shrine at Gniezno became a place where holiness, memory, and power met. It could attract pilgrims, churchmen, and princes. Most importantly, it drew the emperor himself. When Otto came to Gniezno, the meeting was remembered not as an ordinary diplomatic encounter, but as something far greater. He was said to have come as a pilgrim to the saint, yet it was impossible to separate devotion from politics. The emperor did not travel into Poland merely to kneel before a martyr's shrine. He also came to see the ruler who had made that shrine into the heart of an emerging Christian power. Bolesław prepared for the visit in a manner meant to overwhelm every expectation. The emperor was received not with modest frontier simplicity, but with spectacle. Warriors stood in ordered ranks, nobles appeared in shining array, and the whole reception unfolded as a display of discipline, wealth, and princely command. Colours, fabrics, ornaments, and armed retinues all played their part. Poland was shown not as a raw and unfinished country, but as a land already shaped by courtly order and royal magnificence. The memory of that encounter preserved a dramatic scene in which Otto, astonished by what he saw, openly declared that Bolesław deserved more than the rank usually attached to a duke. In this telling, he treated him not as a subordinate border prince, but as a ruler whose greatness required a higher language. The emperor was said to have marked him with public honour, to have joined himself to him in a bond of friendship, and to have recognised him as a partner rather than a mere dependent. Whether every word and gesture took place exactly in the form later remembered is less important than the political truth the story wanted to express. Poland had entered a new stage. The ruler of the empire could no longer look at Bolesław as one local lord among many. He had become a man whose court, resources, and ambition forced recognition. The exchange of gifts at Gniezno carried the same message. Otto received far more than formal presents. He was loaded with precious objects, vessels of gold and silver, textiles, ornaments, robes, and symbols of sacred prestige. The gifts were so lavish that they were meant to remain unforgettable. Bolesław was not paying tribute. He was demonstrating that his wealth could sustain a generosity worthy of a ruler on the highest level. Every cup, cloth, and splendid object would remind the emperor and his followers of how they had been treated in Poland. Relics deepened this symbolism. Otto brought objects tied to the sacred memory of Christ and of warrior holiness, while Bolesław gave him a part of Adalbert. This was not just piety. It was the exchange of spiritual prestige between rulers, each understanding that the sacred could strengthen political authority. This image of rulership built on magnificence, generosity, devotion, and force can be set beside another vision of kingship preserved in Hungary in a text addressed to a royal son. There, the focus is less on ceremony and more on formation. A ruler in that teaching is not born complete. He must be shaped by discipline, by the fear of God, by wise counsel, and by attention to law. Birth may place the crown above his head, but it will not preserve him if he grows proud, impatient, or soft. The young prince is warned against luxury, against careless ease, and against the illusion that kingship exists for comfort. A kingdom, in this understanding, is held together by order, and order itself rests on a mixture of divine law, earthly custom, good advice, and the proper conduct of men placed in authority. The ideal ruler in this teaching is marked by justice, patience, humility, and peace. He must not lash out in anger or turn his dignity into tyranny. He must govern with moderation and respect those who surround him, especially princes, counts, bishops, and warriors. These men are not to be treated as slaves or humiliated, as if they were beneath him. They are the walls of the kingdom, the guardians of the weak, the destroyers of enemies, and the hands through which royal authority reaches outward. If a king tries to rule through arrogance and hatred, he weakens himself. If he rules through measured authority, humility, and peace, he binds these men more closely to him and preserves the realm. This is kingship not as theatrical glory, but is disciplined balance. Justice stands at the centre of this vision. The king is urged to love righteous judgment, but not to rush into personal vengeance or reckless oaths. he is told to leave certain cases to proper judges, so that royal dignity is not stained by low or sordid matters. A patient king is a true ruler. An impatient one is merely a tyrant. This distinction is crucial. The text insists that politics must be governed by virtues that are also moral and Christian. Mercy, patience, and restraint are not private ornaments. They are directly useful to government. The soul of the ruler and the strength of the kingdom are tied together. One of the most striking elements of this Hungarian mirror for princes is its praise of guests and newcomers. Foreigners are not described as a danger to be driven away, but as one of the adornments of a kingdom. They bring languages, customs, skills, teachings, and arms. They enrich the court and make the realm stronger. A country with only one language and one custom is described as weak and easily broken. That statement reveals much about early 11th century Hungary. The kingdom was still in the process of consolidation and expansion. It needed clerics, warriors, craftsmen, and learned men from abroad. Immigration was not a side issue. It was part of the very fabric of state building. A wise king, therefore, should protect newcomers and encourage them to remain, because a broader and more varied kingdom commands greater respect. From the imperial frontier, however, a very different voice described Bolesław Chrobry. Tvetmar of Merseburg, writing with the concerns of the empire always before him, saw in the Polish ruler not simply magnificence, but danger. He did not deny Bolesław's strength, intelligence, or generosity. In fact, those qualities troubled him all the more because they were real. What worried him most was that a ruler once expected to remain in a subordinate position had begun to act as though he belonged among the great powers. Bolesław was no longer satisfied with being a tributary or dependent prince. He seized opportunities, expanded into contested lands, captured strongholds, and attracted men who should, in Tvetmar's eyes, have remained loyal elsewhere. To such a writer, this was not admirable growth. It was disorder in the hierarchy of the world. Tvetmar's portrait of Bolesław emphasizes ambition, cunning, and calculated magnificence. He describes the emperor's reception in Poland with a kind of uneasy respect. He also records the military gift of armoured warriors and acknowledges that the journey through Bolesław's lands displayed astonishing wealth and order. Yet praise is always edged with suspicion. Bolesław speaks fair words, sends embassies, and promises moderation, but behind such words lies expansion, pressure, and a desire to bend others to his will. Tvetmar sees him as a ruler who knows how to use gifts, promises, and appearances to draw men into his orbit. He is not condemned because he is weak or chaotic. He is condemned because he is too effective. This contrast becomes especially sharp when Tvetmar compares Bolesław with his father Mieszko. The older ruler is remembered as deferential, aware of rank, careful in his manners before those above him. Even a detail such as his furs is turned into a lesson in order. Clothing here signals dignity and status, but also proper awareness of one's place. Bolesław, by contrast, has risen too high in his own mind. Imperial favour, in Tvetmar's view, has lifted him beyond what should have been granted. What one source celebrates as rightful elevation, the other presents as a dangerous loosening of restraint. While Polish and German writers argued through memory over the meaning of Bolesław's greatness, Bohemia looked back to another figure as the embodiment of a lost golden age. In the vision preserved by the chronicler of Prague, Břetislav appeared as the ideal prince of an earlier and better time. Under him, peace, order, and justice were imagined to have flourished. His reign stood as a contrast to the confusion and weakness that followed other rulers. This image was not merely nostalgia, it was a political argument. A strong prince, in the eyes of that chronicler, was necessary if Bohemia was to recover harmony and proper rule. Břetislav's campaign into Poland became one of the most dramatic episodes associated with his name. After the death of the Polish ruler and in the midst of disorder among his heirs, Bretislav saw his chance. He struck quickly, moving into a land weakened by uncertainty. His army devastated villages, plundered towns, burned settlements, and stormed strongholds. Krakow, the great city of Poland, was attacked and despoiled. Yet, in the memory shaped by the Bohemian chronicler, the most significant moment came not in simple plunder, but in Gniezno, at the shrine of Adalbert. There, the Czechs, rejoicing, entered the holy church and sought above all the relics of the martyr. In this retelling, material spoils mattered less than the sacred body. The attempt to remove Adalbert's remains is surrounded by divine warning. The men who violated the altar were struck with sudden blindness, silence, and stupefaction. Only after days of fasting and prayer did the way open again. The saint himself was said to have appeared in a vision, giving permission on strict conditions. Bretislav then stood before the people and spoke not merely as a conqueror, but as a reforming prince. In this scene, military success and sacred authority combine. The removal of the relics is tied to legislation, moral correction, and social reform. Marriage, adultery, homicide, taverns, drunkenness, Sunday markets, and burial practices are all addressed in a long program of discipline. The speech turns conquest into renewal. The prince does not merely seize what is holy. He becomes the guardian of a better Christian order. The social problems targeted in these decrees are telling. The chronicler presents Bohemian society as threatened by irregular unions, violence, drunken disorder, improper market activity, impious burial, and the general slackening of moral and ecclesiastical discipline. The remedies are harsh and clear. Wrongdoers are to be banished, fined, imprisoned, or tested through formal ordeals. Tavern keepers are to be publicly humiliated and punished. Markets on Sundays are forbidden so that sacred time is not consumed by ordinary profit. Those who bury the dead outside consecrated ground are to be fined and forced to correct the offence. The law here is moral, political, and religious at the same time. Whether such measures would actually cure the ills described is doubtful. The speech is too perfect in its structure, too useful to the chronicler's larger purpose, to be accepted simply as a literal record. The account has the shape of a programmatic memory, designed to show Bretislav as the prince who restored order with the sanction of a martyr. To contemporaries, the speech would likely have sounded both stirring and symbolic. It set out an ideal of princely rule in which strong government, moral reform, and sacred approval worked together. Even if no one believed that society could be transformed instantly by decrees alone, the story still conveyed a powerful image of what a good ruler ought to attempt. The Polish collapse that followed a few years later was remembered in a very different tone. After the death of Mieszko, Poland fell into a period of devastation that later writers described in almost apocalyptic language. Neighbouring rulers attacked from outside, but internal disorder proved even more destructive. Serfs rose against masters, freedmen against nobles, and authority seemed to unravel from below as well as from above. Offices were seized, households overturned, and violence spread through the land. Churchmen were attacked and in some cases killed. The country was stripped not only of treasure and population, but of coherence itself. Great centres such as Gniezno and Poznan were sacked and left desolate. The language used to describe these events leans heavily toward the idea of moral collapse. Yet the picture suggests something broader than a simple pagan reaction. Attacks on bishops and priests certainly appear, and the chronicler emphasises them. But the revolt also has the marks of social upheaval. The rising is directed against lords, structures of domination, and the established order more generally. Foreign invasion then compounds the damage. The state collapses under the combined pressure of outside assault and internal rebellion. The chronicler explains this as the result of faithlessness, anathema, and disobedience to natural masters. But behind that interpretation lies a society in which political and social tensions had grown severe enough to explode. Hungary, too, preserved memories of violent reaction against rulers and churchmen. In one account, after King Peter had once again begun to oppress the Hungarians harshly, a common movement arose that called home rival claimants to the throne. Messengers spread through the land at night, and soon the demand emerged that Germans and Latins should be killed and old religious forms restored. Revolt spread swiftly. Foreigners were slaughtered, clergy not spared, and the king himself was eventually captured and blinded. In such a narrative, it is hard to draw a clean line between religion and politics. Calls for pagan restoration were real enough in the story, but they came together with resistance to oppressive rule, resentment of foreign influence, and the struggle over succession. The attack on Bishop Gerard, who died during this turmoil, shows why churchmen were especially vulnerable. They represented not just faith, but also the political and cultural order associated with the king and with foreign connections. A generation later, the Muslim traveller Abu Hamid found a very different Hungary. To him, it was a large, prosperous kingdom full of cities, strongholds, villages, forests, mountains, and gardens. He describes not a broken land, but one active in trade, rich in goods, and surprisingly diverse in religion and origin. Muslims of different backgrounds lived there in large numbers. Some, descended from men of Khwarazm, served the kings and outwardly pretended to be Christians while secretly practicing Islam. Others, descended from people of the Western Islamic lands, lived more openly as Muslims and served primarily in war. Abu Hamid himself taught them matters of prayer, law, and ritual observance. He presents their communities as eager for learning and instruction, though not always fully formed in knowledge. He taught them about the Friday prayer, the sermon, pilgrimage, and the rules of religion, acting as both traveller and missionary teacher. His account suggests that Islam was tolerated in a Christian kingdom because Muslims were useful. They served in military roles, participated in trade, and formed part of a wider world of exchange connecting Hungary to distant regions. Tolerance here was practical as much as ideological. Hungary could make room for religious difference where that difference strengthened the realm, or at least did not weaken it. Abu Hamid's vivid comments about prices, markets, and slaves also reveal the economic life of the kingdom. Honey, sheep, slaves, and other goods circulated actively. Captive women and Byzantine boys could be bought for modest sums. A beautiful slave girl, skilled in household work, might be sold for more. His story about buying a young girl, admiring her ability to purify honey, and later freeing her, brings into view a harsh but normalized world of slave labor and trade inside Christian Europe. Slavery was neither hidden nor exceptional. It was part of the economic order. In Bohemia, meanwhile, another ruler used war in a very different way to secure his standing. When Vladislav gained exceptional honors from the emperor, he understood that they created obligation. He had to prove himself worthy of what he had received. That is why he promised to take the field against Milan and support the imperial cause in Italy. For him, participation in that siege was not an optional adventure. It was repayment for favour, a demonstration that Bohemian kingship rested on action as well as title. Yet this initiative was not greeted uniformly at home. The younger nobles and ambitious men welcomed it with excitement. Songs, speeches, and martial enthusiasm spread quickly. Even men from the countryside set aside their ploughs to prepare for war. But older nobles were more cautious. They resented the fact that such a major decision had been made. without full consultation. To them, the campaign looked like an unnecessary burden and perhaps a dangerous departure from established priorities. Vladislav answered this resistance directly. He framed the expedition as a response to honour received and as an act of rightful support for the emperor. He promised to equip and reward those who would follow him, and he mocked those who preferred to remain at home amid leisure and safety. This sharpened the appeal of loyalty. Young men could prove themselves. Followers could hope for favour, advancement, plunder, and the reflected glory of service to a king newly elevated in dignity. The king's popularity grew because the campaign gave visible form to honour, reward, and masculine ambition. To justify the expedition to the elders, however, one needed more than enthusiasm. It had to be presented as a matter of obligation, reputation, and the preservation of royal standing. If the king had received extraordinary grace from the emperor, then to withhold support in the emperor's struggle would make him appear weak or ungrateful. In that sense, the foreign war became part of domestic legitimacy. Elsewhere in Hungary, the relationship between king and nobles took on a more legal and confrontational form. After returning from crusade and after years of generous grants to magnates, King Andrew faced growing unrest from lesser nobles and warrior groups, whose standing had been undermined. Lands that once supported local military communities had been distributed to powerful barons, and with them went incomes, influence, and protection. Out of this tension came one of the most important political documents of medieval Hungary. In it, the king acknowledged that ancient liberties had been diminished and that bitterness had grown between crown and nobles. He therefore confirmed and redefined a set of rights meant to stabilise the kingdom. The key features of this settlement show what lesser nobles feared most. They feared arbitrary seizure, ruin for the benefit of magnates, service without protection, and the king's willingness to favour outsiders and great lords at their expense. The document promised that no royal servant should be destroyed or stripped for the advantage of a powerful man without due process. It insisted that the king's servants should retain their liberties and that the realm should not be governed through the unchecked will of magnates. Most dramatically, it granted the right of resistance. If the king or his successors acted against the terms of the settlement, bishops, barons, and nobles could oppose them without being accused of treason. This was a remarkable limit placed on monarchy. Royal dignity was still honoured, but it was no longer imagined as absolute. In the early 9th century, the Istrian peninsula stood at the point where older Roman and Byzantine traditions met the hard realities of Carolingian frontier rule. Tension had been growing there for some time, and by the year 804, the situation had become serious enough to demand a formal public hearing. Near Reggiana, not far from the northern Adriatic coast, representatives of imperial authority assembled to listen to the grievances of the local population. The men who came forward were not outsiders or rebels, but members of the local communities, leaders and landholders, who believed that their traditional rights had been steadily eroded under the rule of Duke John. What made the moment so important was not simply that complaints were voiced, but that an entire province was trying to define what had changed under the new regime and what it hoped to preserve from the old one. To make their case, the communities of Istria chose a large group of sworn representatives. These men were selected from the cities and fortified places of the peninsula, and were required to swear on the Gospels and on holy relics that they would speak truthfully. They were not only asked about taxation or property, they were questioned about churches, justice, local customs, the treatment of widows and orphans, and the wider burden of government. This already shows that the dispute was much broader than a quarrel over money. It touched every level of social life. The plaintiffs even brought with them old written records, connected to the earlier order of the province. Those documents, which they said went back to the age of imperial commanders under Constantine, were used to argue that both churches and communities had once enjoyed established rights that were now being weakened or ignored. The Patriarch, Fortunatus, was drawn into this conflict as well. He spoke carefully, reminding the assembly that his church had possessed long-standing rights in the region and that he had often acted in the interest of the local population, paying obligations and sending representatives in their service. Yet the people answered in a revealing way. They did not reject the old arrangement with the church. On the contrary, they said they wished things to remain as they had been before, so long as ancient custom was respected. This is a crucial point. Their complaint was not directed against every form of authority. It was directed against disruption, against the breaking of patterns that they believed had once balanced obligations and protections in a more bearable way. When the local representatives began to explain those older customs, a picture emerged of a province whose public life had long been shaped by a different political order. Under the earlier imperial system, cities and communities still retained an important role in their own management. Ceremonial rank, civic office, and public duties were distributed through a complex web of local institutions. The arrival of a major churchman, for example, was marked by processions, standards, clergy, judges, and public honours that reflected the old urban traditions of the peninsula. The bishop of a city would surrender the keys of his residence to the patriarch, who in turn handed them to his own official. Even this carefully staged reception reveals a world in which civic society, ecclesiastical hierarchy, and inherited forms of public honour still mattered greatly. The same representatives then turned to their complaints against the bishops. Their words suggest that friction existed even before the Frankish reforms reached full force. They argued that the church should continue to share certain public burdens, especially when imperial envoys arrived. They objected to changes in landholding arrangements, to the abuse of agricultural rights, to new pressures on vineyards, and to the arrogance of the church's own dependents. They complained that men attached to ecclesiastical estates now beat free people with sticks and harassed them with force, something they claimed had not happened under the older order. They also protested restrictions on fishing, another valuable communal resource. These details are important because they show that the economic life of Istria depended not only on grain and land, but also on vineyards, hay, acorns for animals, fisheries, olive groves, and all the rights tied to local use of the countryside. The discussion then moved to what the communities described as the rights of the emperors in earlier times. They listed the payments once made by each city or district to the imperial treasury. Those sums varied from place to place, which suggests that each centre had its own fiscal weight depending on size, importance, and productive capacity. Larger places such as Pola, Parentium, and Tergeste paid more, while smaller communities contributed less. These were not random figures. They reflect a hierarchy of settlements, and probably also differences in economic strength, population, strategic value, and access to agricultural or maritime resources. The larger payments came from stronger urban communities, with broader hinterlands and more developed commercial or agricultural bases. Smaller places paid less because they had fewer people, fewer resources, or less direct administrative importance. The representatives then accused Duke John of taking for himself what had once belonged to the public fisc. According to their testimony, he absorbed the older gold payments into his own hands instead of treating them as revenues of the state. This was one of the clearest signs that power had become more concentrated under the new order. The Duke did not simply govern, he personally appropriated revenue streams that had once gone elsewhere. He was also said to have seized estates rich in olives, vineyards, fields, mills, and houses. In one place, they described a public domain so productive that it yielded large amounts of oil, wine, grain, and chestnuts, while also generating income from fishing. Such examples reveal which sources of wealth mattered most in Istria. Olive cultivation, vineyards, fisheries, mills, grainlands, and chestnut production all stand out as major elements of the provincial economy. These were exactly the kinds of resources targeted by the new regime, because they produced stable income and could be converted into direct support for the Duke's household, military administration, and wider obligations. The complaints against Duke John become even sharper when the witnesses describe the changes introduced under Frankish rule. They said that forests and grazing rights once open to them had been taken away. The same was true of isolated farms and communal resources from which their ancestors had drawn support. Boundary markers had been removed. More importantly, the Duke had settled Slavs on lands belonging to the people and to the churches. These settlers cultivated fields, cut hay, and grazed animals on lands that the local communities considered their own. Yet the rent from that work went not to the old possessors, but to Duke John. This passage offers one of the clearest glimpses of the social transformation taking place. New populations were being introduced into the peninsula, and they were inserted into a system tied directly to the Duke's authority, rather than to the older urban communities. These settlers may have also formed part of the new military structure, which would explain why the regime protected them despite local resistance. The political order before the Frankish takeover appears, in the memory of the assembly, to have been more decentralized. Communities had tribunes, local military officials, domestics, vicars, and deputies. Local free men had recognized status. Public assemblies existed, and office was tied to rank and civic tradition. Those who wished to rise higher could seek favor from the emperor and receive honor through established channels. The point of these recollections was not to describe a world without burdens, but to stress that the burdens had once been distributed through familiar institutions in which local society retained some voice and some dignity. Under Duke John, that balance had shifted. Tribunes were removed, centaurchs were imposed, and people were divided under the authority of the Duke's sons, daughters, and son-in-law. This sounds like the replacement of civic self-management by a more personal and centralized command structure. The defense of Istria had also been reorganized. Under the earlier order, military obligations existed, but local communities seem to have had more control over how those duties were carried out. Under the new system, the Duke extended demands much more aggressively. Free men and their dependents were pushed into military service more directly. Transport duties by sea and river increased. Horses were taken by force. Sons were carried off to drag loads, and the population was made to support wider military needs, far beyond what it considered customary. Even gifts for the emperor became part of the burden. The Duke would gather them in the name of the emperor, promise that the people's interests would be represented, then keep the prestige of the journey for himself, while the communities remained oppressed at home. This is a powerful image of frontier government. Military organization, transport obligations, and fiscal pressure all concentrated in the hands of one man who converted public necessity into personal power. The new dues introduced under Frankish rule were therefore many and varied. There were increased levies in sheep, fodder obligations, forced labour on estates, work in vineyards, construction duties, brickmaking, care for hunting dogs, additional collections, sea transport, river transport, and compulsory service in connection with the Duke's obligations to the emperor. These were not small adjustments. They represented a far more intrusive form of governance. Instead of the older urban framework in which public obligations were mediated through civic institutions, the population now faced a duke who could reach directly into land, labour, livestock, and movement. The local witnesses clearly felt that what had changed was not only the amount they paid, but the entire structure of power. The social organisation of Istria emerges vividly from all this. It was a province of cities, smaller fortified places, church estates, free men, freed slaves, dependents, tenant farmers, bishops, tribunes, and local leaders. Agricultural life was mixed and regionally varied. Vineyards, olive groves, chestnut lands, meadows, fisheries, forests, and grain fields all played a role. There were old communal rights, church jurisdictions, and public lands. There were also social distinctions between free people and those attached to estates, between civic elites and rural labourers, between older inhabitants and newly settled Slavic groups. The very intensity of the complaints shows that this was not a simple rural landscape, but a highly layered society in which rights, customs, and obligations had long been negotiated. The compromise reached at Regina was therefore significant, but limited. Duke John agreed in principle to give up the most burdensome innovations, or at least to redress them. He promised relief concerning collections, labour services, grazing rights, maritime transport, and the treatment of Slavic settlers. He was prepared to move those settlers if they harmed the old communities, though not to remove them entirely from the province. That last point is important. The Franks were willing to soften the conflict, but not to abandon the military and administrative transformation already underway. The old language of custom remained, but the frontier system created under Frankish rule endured. A century later and farther to the southeast, another source reveals a very different kind of provincial reality. The account of the capture of Thessaloniki was written by a man who knew the city not as a distant observer, but as someone who had lived through its destruction. John Cominiates was a churchman connected to the city's ecclesiastical world, and the memory he preserved was born out of catastrophe. When Muslim raiders attacked Thessaloniki in 904, he was among those taken prisoner. His account was shaped by exile, grief, and the trauma of loss. Yet it also preserves an image of the city and its surroundings just before disaster struck. That image matters because Thessaloniki was one of the greatest cities of the Byzantine world. A place of military importance, religious prestige, and economic vitality. The city looked inland as well as seaward. Its hinterland connected it to routes leading northward and westward, and its life depended on these surrounding lands as much as on the harbour. In such a city, the prosperity of the countryside, relations with neighbouring powers, and the security of regional communications were inseparable from urban survival. Cominiates wrote after everything had been shattered, but the force of his description comes from how clearly he wanted the reader to feel what had been lost. His writing also reflects the education of a churchman trained in rhetorical forms. He knew how to praise a city, how to turn urban space into a moral and emotional landscape, and how to place a local disaster inside a larger historical frame. This does not make his testimony less valuable. On the contrary, it gives it depth. Through that cultivated style, one can still sense the reality of early 10th century Thessaloniki. A city living under the shadow of both maritime threat and Balkan instability, yet still confident enough in its place to be described in language usually reserved for the greatest urban centres of empire. The sack broke not only walls and households, but also the assumption that such a city would remain protected by its fame, rank, and sanctity. Thessaloniki was one of the greatest cities of the region, a place whose importance was obvious not only to its own people, but to anyone who approached it by land or sea. It spread across a broad space protected by powerful walls and strong defences that seemed to promise safety to all who lived within them. Along its southern edge, the city leaned toward the sea, facing the wide gulf that opened it to ships arriving from many directions. This maritime position was one of its greatest advantages. A carefully made harbour lay beside the city, deep enough for large vessels and protected in such a way that ships could anchor there without fear of rough water or violent winds. The harbour had been shaped by human skill, enclosed so that the sea could enter, yet restrained so that storms coming in from the open water would break their force before reaching the vessels inside. Even when the sea rose in anger, the enclosing structure forced the waters aside, and the anchored ships remained sheltered. Beyond this harbour, the gulf itself narrowed because of a long strip of land that pushed forward into the water like an extended arm. The people of the region knew this projecting land well, and because of it, the gulf seemed almost to become a second harbour. From that point all the way to the walls of the city, the shoreline curved in a grand arc, beautiful to behold and naturally suited to both commerce and defence. The city looked toward the harbour opened to the gulf, and the gulf itself stretched out toward the southern sea. The northern side of Thessaloniki was shaped by an entirely different landscape. There, the land rose sharply and became hard, rugged, and difficult to cross. Mountain ridges hung over the city, and part of the settlement itself climbed upward onto higher ground. One portion was level and suited to ordinary urban life, while another stretched toward the slopes and the rough country above. Yet this was not a weakness. The mountains did not place the city in danger by offering enemies an easy way down. Their shape, broken by ravines and steep ridges, made approach difficult and allowed careful watch over the terrain. The mountain line extended eastward in such a way that it gradually separated itself from the lower lands beneath it. To the south and north of this height, wide stretches of plain spread out. These lower lands were easily reached, rich in use, vital to the life of the city, because they supplied the necessities on which urban prosperity depended. To the east, the plain was exceptionally rich and pleasing. It was filled with tall trees casting deep shade, gardens of many kinds, and abundant water from springs and rivers flowing down from the mountain country. The mountain woods fed the plain generously, and the plain in turn seemed to welcome the sea. Vines covered the fields in close ranks and turned the countryside into a place of both beauty and wealth. Clusters of fruit hung thickly, and the eye found delight in the sight of cultivated abundance. Scattered across this eastern landscape were many monasteries, placed on flat heights, in hollows, or in especially attractive locations. Their presence changed the character of the countryside, giving it not only beauty but a sacred dimension that was visible to travellers and townspeople alike. On the other side of the mountain lay another broad plain, stretching far into the distance until it met yet another chain of heights. In the middle of this region stood two large lakes that occupied much of the lowland space. These waters were not empty or useless. They were full of life and became a major source of food for the surrounding villages and for the city itself. They produced fish in great numbers, large and small, and of many kinds, so that they seemed almost to rival the sea in their generosity. No clear victor could be named between them, because both contributed so richly. The rest of that plain was given over to farming and herding. It sustained domestic animals and also welcomed wild creatures descending from the mountains. Deer came down to drink from the lakes and moved among the herds in the open land, so that the entire landscape appeared not only fertile, but full of living motion. To the west stretched yet another plain, beginning at the great projecting wall by the shore, and running along the mountain on one side and the sea on the other. This region too was strikingly beautiful. The section nearest the city and the water was rich in irrigation, filled with vineyards, groves, gardens, houses and chapels. Many of these places were held in common by groups of monks who had withdrawn from ordinary civic life and devoted themselves entirely to spiritual discipline. Their communities added another layer to the surrounding territory, making it both productive and holy. Farther inland, the plain continued for a long distance. Though less wooded, it remained good land for farming. Beyond it rose another mountain chain, and there stood the well-known city of Beroia, famous in its own right for the quality of its people and for the other marks of urban distinction. Within this western plain lay numerous villages. Some of their inhabitants paid their taxes to Thessaloniki, while others gave tribute to the Bulgarians who lived near the frontier. Yet these communities existed side by side, close enough for regular contact. Trade between them was of great benefit to Thessaloniki, especially when relations remained peaceful. As long as neither side turned to violence, exchange flourished. Goods moved between them, daily life continued in relative harmony, and the city profited from this balance. Great rivers flowed out of the Bulgarian lands and crossed the plain before reaching the sea. These rivers were valuable in more than one way. They supplied fish, and because sea-going vessels could move along them for some distance inland, they also carried trade and profit toward the city. In this way, the land routes and the waterways together fed Thessaloniki's prosperity. The city itself was large and strongly built. On the landward sides, the walls were thick, heavily fortified, and strengthened with towers and battlements, so that the inhabitants could feel secure. But the southern side, facing the water, was weaker. It was lower and less prepared to withstand a serious attack from the sea. That weakness came from an old assumption that danger would come more easily by land than by ship. In calmer times, such confidence might have seemed reasonable. But a city so open to the sea also exposed itself to the risks that came with that openness. For a long period, peace had made those risks seem distant. After the Bulgarians entered the Christian faith, warfare in the neighbouring regions had subsided. Violence diminished, old fears retreated, and peace spread across the countryside. With peace came abundance. Agriculture flourished, trade increased, and the city enjoyed prosperity from both land and sea. The surrounding territory produced food in plenty, while the sea carried in what the land lacked. Thessaloniki became a gathering place for merchants, travellers, and strangers from many regions. A great road ran through it from west to east, drawing in all who needed supplies, shelter, or exchange. This movement of people brought enormous profit. The streets and markets were crowded beyond easy counting. Trade in gold, silver, precious stones, and fine textiles enriched private households. Silk was common there in a way that elsewhere might have seemed extraordinary. Bronze, iron, tin, lead, glass, and all the materials needed by craftsmen were available in remarkable quantity. The city lived not only from its position, but from its ability to turn movement into wealth. Far to the northwest, in another corner of the Adriatic world, a very different document reveals a different kind of society. There, the story is not about a great city facing the sea, but about a monastery built through family wealth, piety, and careful management of land and labour. A man named Peter, together with his wife Anna, decided to dedicate part of their inheritance to God. Their purpose was both spiritual and practical. They wanted to seek salvation, honour the dead, and provide lasting support for religious life. For that reason, they chose a place near an older church and began the construction of a new church dedicated to St. Peter. Once the building was finished, it was consecrated with ceremony, and many people came from nearby towns and from the surrounding Croatian lands to witness the event and take part in the religious benefits associated with it. The endowment of the church was not symbolic only, it was detailed and concrete. The founders gave the books, vessels, cloths, and objects needed for the celebration of Mass. They also transferred land surrounding the church, land that they had acquired with their own resources. This included stretches of ground reaching from the coast inland. bounded by recognizable landmarks and older properties. Such gifts ensured that the church would not simply stand as an empty building, but would possess the means to sustain a religious community. Years later, Peter fell dangerously ill and believed that he might die. In that crisis, he made a vow that, if restored to health, he would enter the monastic life in the very church he had founded. He recovered, fulfilled his promise, and became a monk according to the Benedictine rule. At the same time, a relative of his was installed as abbot, and new buildings were raised to house the monks properly. In this way, what had begun as a family church turned into a functioning monastery with a structured communal life. The surviving records connected to this foundation reveal much about the world that supported it. Peter continued to buy land, rights, and labourers for the monastery. The transactions were recorded carefully, often with witnesses named one by one. A small piece of land might be bought from a priest for money and wine. Elsewhere, Peter purchased a man named Cyprian together with his children and his vineyard for a substantial sum. In another case, he donated another man, Nicola, with his wife, children, and vineyards to the same religious house. These entries expose the social foundation of monastic wealth in that region. The monastery did not rely only on pious gifts of land. It was built on labour, on dependence, and on people treated as transferable property. Some of these individuals came with families and with working vineyards, meaning that the religious house acquired not only persons, but also productive units of labour and cultivation. This reveals a society in which devotion, property, family strategy, and coercion stood very close together. Founding a monastery was an act of piety, but also of organisation and control. Land, books, liturgical objects, monks, labourers, vineyards, and houses all had to be brought into one coherent structure. The written record preserves this process with unusual precision. It shows how wealth moved from the hands of one family into the service of a monastic community, and how that transfer was built not only on prayer and generosity, but also on the ownership of land and people. In the middle of the 12th century, Isaac Komnenos, a son of the great imperial house and brother of an emperor, turned his attention away from struggle at court and toward the shaping of a sacred foundation that would preserve both his memory and his authority. Near Bera, in the Thracian lands where his family held extensive property, he established a monastery dedicated to the Mother of God, whom he honoured as the protector and saviour of the world. In his own telling, the place had once been wild and empty, a harsh landscape of tangled growth, snakes, and desolation. Yet that image of wilderness was part of a larger purpose. By presenting the site as forsaken before his intervention, he could show more clearly what he had achieved. He was not merely endowing an existing institution. He was creating order, permanence, and beauty where before there had been only neglect. He composed the rule for this monastery at a time when illness weighed heavily on him, and the approach of death had become real. That condition shaped the entire document. It was not simply an administrative handbook, nor merely a spiritual rule for monks. It was also a final arrangement of property, authority, memory, and salvation. He wanted his decisions to remain fixed long after his own life had ended. The monastery was to stand as a monument of piety, but also as the legal and material heir to a vast concentration of landed resources. In that sense, Isaac had much to gain from drafting this rule. He could direct his wealth toward a sacred purpose, secure prayers for his soul, ensure his burial in an institution of his own making, and preserve his name within a lasting religious framework. He could also prevent his possessions from being scattered, challenged, or mismanaged after his death by binding them to a monastery whose existence and rights were carefully defined in writing. The monks, for their part, gained enormously. They did not receive only a church building and a set of spiritual instructions. They acquired an economic world. Isaac listed estate after estate, village after village, lands inherited through his family and lands acquired by other means, all of which were transferred into the permanent possession of the monastery. These holdings included settlements with peasant populations, houses, fisheries, fairs, military villages, forts, markets, ships, tax rights, warehouses and fertile fields. Some of these properties were already productive. Others had fallen into neglect and were meant to be restored. Taken together, they formed the material basis that would allow the monastery not only to survive, but to exercise lasting influence in the surrounding region. The landscape itself was central to Isaac's vision. Whatever rhetoric he used about snakes and emptiness, he also described the region as rich, open, and deeply attractive. He admired the river, the sea, the meadows fit for grazing, the plain shining with grain, the cool water, the stands of trees, and the vines growing nearby. The monastery was not placed in some lifeless desert. It stood in a cultivated and beautiful part of Thrace, where agriculture, transport, fishing, and pastoral life could all sustain the institution. Isaac seems to have understood that a monastery needed both spiritual dignity and economic foundations. A church without income would decay. A pious community without land and labour would become dependent on others. So he used his rule to make sure that sacred life would be rooted in property, privilege, and careful management. The governance of the monastery was also arranged with great precision. Isaac wanted it protected from interference and directed by his own intentions. The abbot was to hold major authority in daily administration, and the monastery's rights were to be guarded against secular encroachment. At the same time, Isaac's arrangements show that the institution remained connected to both church and state. The monks were not to live in complete isolation from secular structures. The monastery's wealth, villages, and personnel required organized oversight, and some of that oversight rested on privileges granted by imperial authority. Church authority also mattered, especially in matters of worship, discipline, and sacred order. Yet Isaac clearly tried to give the monastery a strong degree of internal coherence, making it a protected body with its own enduring rights. One particularly revealing part of his arrangement concerns the men he had taken from one of his districts and used in his own service and in the building of the monastery itself. These men had worked for him in various capacities, and after his death he wanted them exempted from many outside burdens. They were to be relocated close to the monastery, protected from certain compulsory services and kept available for its defense and practical needs. In return for these immunities, they were expected to remain obedient to the monastery and to serve it when called upon. If any of them chose another master, they would lose their privileges and be removed. This arrangement shows how Isaac thought about monastic security. The monastery was not to depend only on prayers and walls. It was to have people bound to it by privilege, obligation, and service. Even in a sacred institution, practical force and human labour remained essential. A few decades later, in the Czech lands, another document reveals a different but related process: the growing power of hereditary rights and the reshaping of social order through written law. The privileges linked to Conrad Otto and later confirmed under royal authority were meant to stabilise relations between ruler, nobility, and those lower-ranking men who served in military and administrative capacities. At the centre of this settlement stood the question of inherited landed property. Full rights to hereditary estates were confirmed because possession of land had become one of the chief markers of social standing and political continuity. Families who had long held such properties wanted their claims acknowledged and protected. If their lands could easily be challenged, seized, or reclassified, then the social order itself would remain unstable. By confirming these rights, the document strengthened the landed nobility as a hereditary class. This had everything to do with inheritance customs. The point was not only that a nobleman held land today, but that his heirs should continue to hold it tomorrow. The text even makes room for daughters to inherit, when no sons exist, which shows that the preservation of property within family lines had become a crucial concern. The legal system was moving away from a looser world in which service and office alone defined status, toward one in which landed inheritance increasingly secured rank across generations. In this sense, the document reflects the emergence of a hereditary nobility whose claims could no longer be left entirely to memory, custom, or princely favour. The relation between these laws and the old customs was complex. The text repeatedly invokes ancient usage, local practice, and long-established norms, but it also fixes them in written form and modifies them in key ways. The older customs were not simply erased, they were absorbed, selected, and reshaped into a more formal legal order. Some people would certainly have had an interest in preserving those older customs in their looser, unwritten state. Local lords, regional officials, and communities accustomed to flexible arrangements may have preferred the uncertainty of custom when it worked to their advantage. Others, especially rising noble families, who wanted their claims secured against arbitrary interference, had every reason to support the new written definitions. The statutes, therefore, stand at a point of transition, where customary law is still visible, but written law begins to dominate and redefine it. Several passages show how deeply the document is concerned with limiting arbitrary power. Chamberlains are not to summon people recklessly. Judges are not to act alone. Court procedures require witnesses, proper sequence, and public oversight. Even ordeals and accusations are regulated. Punishments are tied to specific offences, and fines flow repeatedly into the princely treasury. The payment of 200 deniers appears in multiple circumstances, especially when major wrongdoing, such as theft, homicide, or other serious offences required not only compensation to the injured party, but also recognition of princely authority. That payment was demanded because wrongdoing was seen as an offence not only against an individual, but against public order itself. The prince's treasury stood for the legal and political structure that had been disturbed. To pay it was to acknowledge that justice belonged not solely to private revenge, but to the wider framework of rulership. A very different legal world appears in the great trading agreement that linked Smolensk, Riga, Gotland, and the German towns. This treaty was built around commerce, but it also created a remarkably broad legal structure governing relations between merchants, from different lands, different languages, and different legal traditions. The goal was peace, safe trade, and predictable justice. The merchants and envoys who shaped it understood that commerce on such a scale could not survive if violence, arbitrary imprisonment, local custom duties, or conflicting courts made every journey dangerous. The treaty, therefore, worked out rules for homicide, injury, debt, theft, transport, tolls, legal testimony, sexual offences, and market procedure. One of the striking features of the agreement is how it avoids allowing one side to dominate the other simply because a case arises on its own soil. A Rus's man cannot easily force a Latin merchant into ordeals or duels, and the same limit applies in reverse. Witnesses are to come from both communities. Debtors cannot simply be thrown into prison or stocks without proper procedure. Merchants should be able to leave with their goods freely. A case settled in one place should not be reopened endlessly elsewhere. These rules were not abstract ideals. They were practical tools meant to reduce distrust in a trading world that stretched from Inner Rus to the Baltic and beyond. The treaty also reveals the importance of transport. Rivers, portages, Wagons, toll stations, carriers, and ships all appear in the regulations. Trade depended not just on buying and selling, but on moving wax, silver, cloth, and other goods across difficult routes. The carriers at the portages were so important that the treaty had to spell out what happened if goods were lost under their care. If merchandise disappeared while under the responsibility of such transport workers, they were collectively liable. This tells us how central these people were to the commercial network. The legal protections of the treaty were therefore closely connected to geography. Safe routes, safe transit, and predictable tolls were as important as prices or market access. The economic world suggested by the treaty is extensive and highly developed. Merchants from German cities, from Gotland, from Riga, and from Russes moved goods over long distances. Wax, silver, cloth, and perhaps furs stood among the major commodities. Rights of access were carefully guarded. Merchants were to move without unnecessary obstruction, and both sides were expected to permit each other's commerce. Even in moments of shipwreck, the goods were to be recovered lawfully and without seizure by opportunists. In this way, the treaty went beyond a narrow trade pact. It was a charter for coexistence in a world where legal certainty had become essential to economic growth. A Bulgarian charter to Dubrovnik shows another side of commercial policy. There, the ruler speaks directly in the language of safe passage and free exchange. The merchants of Dubrovnik are declared welcome throughout the lands of the Tsardom. They may travel, buy, sell, export, and import goods in many different provinces and cities, from the Danube regions to the Black Sea, from the interior to the great Macedonian and Thracian centres, and even toward Thessaloniki. This is more than hospitality. It is state-backed commercial privilege. The ruler presents the Ragusan merchants as beloved and loyal guests, people whose movement should be protected and whose business should proceed without hindrance. Anyone who attacks them, obstructs them in passes or markets, or violates the law of trade is declared not merely a criminal, but an enemy of the ruler himself. That language shows the value of long-distance merchants to a medieval state. Commerce brought goods, revenue, and connections. To protect merchants was to increase the prosperity of the realm and also its prestige. The Charter imagines a kingdom woven together by routes, cities, and markets. It offers legal security as a way of drawing commercial energy inward. In that sense, it belongs to the same wider world as the Baltic Treaty, even though the settings are different. Both texts assume that trade across regions, peoples, and frontiers must be protected by written promise if it is to flourish. Farther north and later in time, the account from Henrikov offers a much smaller, but still revealing glimpse into the relation between lordship, inheritance, and service. The issue there was not broad commercial law, but the fate of one estate, Racic. That land had once been associated with the princely table, and when political control shifted, the prince wanted to clear away competing hereditary claims. Yet the matter was not resolved by simple confiscation. Several knights intervened on behalf of those who regarded themselves as heirs. The compromise that followed transformed the estate into a fief. In return for receiving it back from the prince, the holders pledged military service with one warhorse. This short episode says a great deal. It shows how old claims of inheritance could be bent into a feudal relationship. The prince did not destroy the local claimants completely. Instead, he turned them into his men by attaching possession of the estate to service. The warhorse is the key symbol here. It stands for mounted military obligation, for status, and for a new form of dependence that was neither simple ownership nor simple dispossession. The land remained in the hands of the local heirs, but only because it was redefined as held from the prince. This is a clear glimpse of the way lordship was changing. Political authority increasingly drew local property into structured relationships of service and dependence. Across all these texts, from Isaac's monastery in Thrace to Moravian legal statutes, from Baltic trade agreements to Bulgarian commercial privileges and the feudalization of a Silesian estate, one broad pattern becomes clear. Medieval Eastern and East Central Europe was being organized more and more through written definition. Land, inheritance, service, immunity, tolls, transport, markets, villages, and monastic rites were all being fixed in texts. Old custom did not disappear, but it was no longer enough on its own. Lords, merchants, monks, rulers, and nobles all needed written instruments to defend what they possessed, to define what they owed, and to make their claims endure. In that world, law was no longer only memory and practice. It was increasingly parchment, seal, witness, and formula. And that change altered power itself. Saint Luke the Younger spent his life pursuing solitude, discipline, and spiritual purity. He moved through the harsh landscapes of central Greece, not in search of comfort, but in search of a life stripped of distraction. His reputation slowly spread beyond the mountains until even senior churchmen had heard of the hermit who had chosen poverty over all earthly gain. One day, word reached him that the Metropolitan of Corinth was passing nearby on his way to Constantinople. Luke did not go to meet him in hope of reward or patronage. He came carrying the best produce he had grown with his own hands, simple offerings from his garden, given with sincerity. These were modest gifts, yet they revealed something important about him. Even in poverty, he wished to give rather than receive. When the Metropolitan learned who Luke was, where he lived, and what kind of discipline guided his life, he chose to visit the hermit's dwelling himself. This was no grand residence, only a poor shelter shaped by hardship and prayer. Yet what he found there impressed him far more than wealth or ceremony ever could. He saw a man who had embraced deprivation willingly, not as punishment, but as a path towards spiritual freedom. Moved by what he witnessed, the Metropolitan decided to offer him money, believing it might ease the burdens of such a life. Luke refused at once. He explained that he had not come looking for gold, but for guidance. Money meant little to someone who had already abandoned the world's usual ambitions. What he truly desired was instruction on salvation. At first, the bishop took this rejection personally. He feared the refusal was not directed at the gift itself, but at the giver. In his eyes, the acceptance of charity was bound up with humility, fellowship, and the Christian duty of allowing others to perform good works. He argued that if Luke had no use for the gift, he could still pass it on to someone else in need. To dismiss it entirely seemed, from his perspective, to dismiss an opportunity for mercy. Luke understood the distress this caused and decided not to deepen it. He accepted only a single coin, enough to honour the bishop's intention without betraying his own principles. Then, having settled that matter, he turned to the question that truly concerned him. He asked how a solitary living far from churches and priests might take part in the sacred mysteries. This was the real issue weighing on him. A life of isolation brought him closer to silence and prayer, but it also placed him at a distance from the ordinary rhythm of communal worship. The Metropolitan answered carefully. Ideally, a priest should be present, but if no priest could be found, then Luke was to place sanctified bread, already consecrated elsewhere, on a clean surface. If he was in a chapel, he should use the holy table. If he was in a simple cell, then a carefully prepared bench would suffice. He was to cover the holy gifts with a cloth, light incense, recite the proper prayers, bow repeatedly in reverence, and then receive the body of Christ. In place of consecrated wine, he was instructed to drink ordinary wine separately and with solemn restraint. Any remaining portions were to be handled with great care, protected from dishonour or accident. These instructions reveal what mattered most in that spiritual world. Purity of place, ordered gestures, prayer, bodily reverence, and the careful handling of holy things were all treated as essential. The rite was not casual, even in isolation. It required preparation, humility, and disciplined attention. Luke's purpose was not to invent his own form of worship, but to preserve communion with the sacred life of the Church even while living apart from society. He was seeking more than comfort for his soul. He was trying to unite the solitary life with liturgical devotion, to make sure that withdrawal from the world did not become separation from grace. In that effort, his austerity was balanced by obedience, and his longing for the divine remained tied to ritual order. Another holy figure, very different in setting and temperament, appeared farther north in the lands of Central Europe. Adalbert of Prague came from a powerful family in Bohemia and received an education that tied him to the intellectual and religious life of the empire. Though he became a bishop, his life was marked by movement, struggle, and a constant tension between office and personal calling. In time, he turned away from the burdens of political conflict and chose missionary work among the pagan peoples living near the Baltic. His final journey led him toward Prussia, where he hoped to preach Christianity in a region still governed by its own customs, beliefs, and sacred traditions. Before entering that dangerous territory, Adalbert passed through a border city, where his arrival brought visible success. Crowds gathered, baptisms took place, and he celebrated the Mass. Yet even in that moment of achievement, the narrative casts a shadow of coming death. The bread remaining from the liturgy was carefully wrapped and kept for the journey ahead, as though what had just been celebrated among converts would soon sustain a man walking toward martyrdom. From there he continued on with only a priest and his brother at his side. The armed escort that had accompanied him on part of the route withdrew, leaving the small group exposed in a hostile land. Their first encounters with the local population revealed the limits of missionary confidence. The newcomers were driven off, with blows and insults. Adalbert himself was struck so hard that he fell to the ground, his book scattered from his hands. Yet he did not answer with anger. Instead, he received the violence as a sign that he had been allowed to suffer, even in a small way, for Christ. This reaction defines his entire final mission. He interpreted opposition not as failure, but as participation in something sacred. When questioned, he introduced himself plainly. He said he was a Slav by birth, a monk by vocation, once a bishop in rank, and now an apostle to them. His purpose, he declared, was their salvation. He wanted them to abandon idols, recognize the one God, and gain eternal life. The people he addressed did not hear this as a message of hope. To them, he was a foreign religious intruder who threatened the foundations of their world. Their law was not his law. Their customs were not his customs. They warned him clearly that he could not remain. The text presents them as fierce, united, and protective of a shared order. This was not random violence. It was a collective defense of territory, belief, and way of life. The account also suggests a recognizable social structure among them. There were local leaders, guardians of boundaries, and priests attached to the old religion. The community spoke as one body, bound by common rules, suspicious of strangers, and prepared to use force against those who challenged its customs. Even after being expelled once, Adalbert did not abandon the mission. Days later, he and his companions continued on foot, praying as they travelled. At midday, they stopped. Mass was celebrated. He received communion, ate only enough to sustain the journey, and rested briefly. It was then that armed men rushed upon them, seized them, and put them in chains. Adalbert urged his companions not to lose heart. Suffering, he reminded them, was being endured for the name of the Lord. In his final moments, he spoke not of fear, revenge, or disappointment, but of love. Nothing, in his view, was greater than offering a worthy life for Christ. The man who dealt the fatal blow is described as a priest of the local idols, the leader of the attacking group. That detail is important. According to the story, Adalbert was not killed by random bandits or an undisciplined mob, but by men acting in defense of their religious order. The first spear pierced him deeply, and others followed, adding wound after wound. Even then, the saint is shown praying for both himself and those killing him. His attitude toward his assassins remained one of pity and forgiveness. He saw them as persecutors, but not as enemies beyond redemption. His biographer, however, speaks of them in much harsher language, describing them as savage, godless, and consumed by fury. Here the difference is striking. Adalbert's own posture is compassionate and imitative of Christ. The narrator's tone is condemning, shaped by the desire to exalt martyrdom through the brutality of those who caused it. The story of St. Stephen of Hungary moves into yet another world, one where sanctity is tied not to the desert or the mission field, but to kingship itself. Stephen was born into the ruling house of a land in transformation. Christianity was still fragile there, not yet firmly rooted, and the task before him was not only to govern, but to build an entire Christian order. From an early age, his life was framed as chosen and guided by divine purpose. He was baptized by Adalbert of Prague, given a name associated with kingship and heavenly reward, and raised with the expectation that he would rule. When power passed to him, Stephen faced opposition almost at once. In one telling of his life, his enemies are the pagan forces within his own realm, nobles and communities unwilling to accept the spread of Christianity. He is portrayed as a ruler who combines political authority with holy purpose. He secures peace abroad so that he can strengthen the new faith at home. He defeats those who resist him and presses them toward baptism. In this image, he is not remembered primarily as a conqueror for personal glory, but as a Christian ruler fighting for the spiritual transformation of his people. He founds bishoprics, supports monasteries, builds churches, and organizes the kingdom into dioceses. His rule appears as structured, deliberate, and inseparable from ecclesiastical order. This portrayal also places special emphasis on holy protection. Stephen's victories are linked to the cross, to revered saints, and most clearly to the Virgin Mary. She is not a secondary detail in this version of his story. She stands near the centre of his kingship. The kingdom, the ruler, and the Christian future of the land are all connected to her protection. That bond gives his reign a sacred dimension that goes beyond ordinary politics. He is not merely a king who supports Christianity. He is a ruler whose authority is framed as sheltered and strengthened by heavenly intercession. A different portrait emerges in another account of his life. Here, Stephen appears sterner, more severe, and more concerned with justice in its harshest form. In this version, his enemies are not pagan rebels, but criminals within the realm, especially violent robbers who attack foreign merchants. When the victims come before him and describe what has happened, he does not respond with theatrical rage. Instead, he acts with measured determination. He orders the guilty to be found, questioned, and punished. Their sentence is public and brutal. They are hanged in pairs along the roads, so that all may see what becomes of those who violate law and mercy. The intention is unmistakable. Fear is used to establish order. This harsher image does not weaken the argument for Stephen's sanctity in that account. Instead, holiness is demonstrated in another way. He is shown as a ruler whose justice protects the innocent, restrains evil, and imposes moral order on society. After his death, this sanctity is confirmed not by gentle description alone, but by miracles. His body, buried in the church he had built, becomes a source of healing. The sick gather, the blind recover sight, the lame walk, and those suffering from many forms of illness are restored. When the time comes to recognize him officially as a saint, fasting, prayer, and solemn ritual surround the opening of his tomb. A powerful fragrance rises and miraculous cures follow. In this way, the case for his holiness is made visible and public. His sanctity is not only asserted through memory, it is revealed through wonders associated with his remains. The two portraits of Stephen preserve two different ideals of rulership. One wants him remembered as the founder of Christian Hungary, the ruler who subdued resistance, established the church, and placed his kingdom beneath divine care. The other presents him as the stern guardian of justice whose sanctity was confirmed after death through unmistakable miracles. Both agree that he was a holy king, but each shapes that holiness differently. One emphasizes mission, institution, and sacred kingship. The other stresses judgment, discipline, and signs from heaven. The role of the Virgin Mary also differs between the two. In the fuller and more expansive portrayal, her presence is strong and unmistakable. Stephen's reign is closely tied to her protection, and the connection between the king, his kingdom, and the Mother of God is made with real force. In the shorter and harsher account, that connection is much less central. The church in which he is buried is dedicated to her, but she does not dominate the narrative in the same way. The stronger Marian vision belongs clearly to the account that presents Stephen as the architect of a Christian realm under heavenly guardianship. The memory of St. Clement stretches across generations, shaped by faith, storytelling, and rediscovery. He was remembered as one of the early leaders of the Christian community in Rome, closely associated with St. Peter. His story became more powerful after his exile under Emperor Trajan, when he was sent far from the centre of the empire to the distant shores of the Black Sea. Even there, far from Rome, he continued to preach, drawing people toward Christianity and inspiring the formation of new communities. His death was dramatic and symbolic. He was thrown into the sea with an anchor tied to his body, an image that would define how later generations remembered him. For a time, his presence remained alive in the region of Cherson, but over the years his burial place was forgotten and only fragments of tradition survived. Centuries later, the figure of Constantine Cyril entered this story. Travelling through the region with his brother Methodius, he turned his attention to the lost memory of Clement. What began as a diplomatic journey quickly became a mission of recovery. Constantine did not act passively. He gathered local clergy, officials, and believers, turning the search into a collective effort shaped by prayer and determination. The process was slow. Days passed without clear results, yet the effort itself took on a sacred meaning. It was no longer just a search for bones, but a test of faith and endurance. One winter day, the search moved forward with renewed purpose. A group set out by boat, chanting as they crossed the water toward an island believed to hold the remains. The journey itself seemed filled with signs. Sudden rain clouds gathered and then disappeared. Darkness gave way to clear moonlight. Those present interpreted these moments as indications that their task had divine support. When they reached the site, the discovery did not come all at once. It unfolded piece by piece. A fragment appeared, then another, until the full remains of the saint began to emerge. The moment when the skull was revealed left a deep impression on those present. It was described as radiant, almost overwhelming, filling the group with a mixture of awe and emotion. Constantine played a decisive role in shaping how this event was understood. He was not simply part of the search. He directed it, gave it meaning, and later recorded it in a way that emphasized its spiritual significance. By doing so, he ensured that the discovery would not remain a local event. Instead, it became something larger, a moment that connected different Christian communities across regions. By carrying parts of the relics from place to place, he extended their importance far beyond Cherson. creating a network of shared devotion. When the relics were brought back to the city, the reaction was immediate and intense. People gathered from all walks of life. The remains were received with processions, prayers, and songs that continued late into the night. Candles lit the streets, and the entire city seemed to move together in a single act of celebration. Social divisions disappeared in the moment. Wealth and status no longer mattered. Everyone took part in the same expression of reverence. The relics were carried through the streets and into the main church, where the sense of unity reached its height. For the people of Cherson, this was not just a religious event. It was a moment of renewal, a way of reconnecting with a past that had nearly been lost. This enthusiasm was rooted in a strong belief that relics held real power. They were seen as sources of healing and protection, capable of influencing both individuals and the wider community. In a world shaped by uncertainty, such a discovery offered reassurance. It created a direct connection between the visible world and the divine. This explains why the event was remembered with such intensity. It was not only about recovering physical remains, but about restoring a living bond with the sacred. At the same time, not everyone accepted this way of thinking. A movement known as the Bogomils emerged in the region, offering a very different understanding of the world. They believed that the material world was not created by God, but by a rebellious spiritual force. In their view, everything physical was part of a flawed and deceptive system. Because of this, they rejected many elements of traditional Christian practice, including churches, icons, and relics. What others saw as sacred, they saw as misleading. Their ideas also challenged social structures. They criticized wealth and authority, arguing that those who held power were tied to corruption. They encouraged their followers to distance themselves from established systems and to reject obedience to rulers. This made them appear threatening to both religious and political authorities. Yet their outward behavior often seemed humble and disciplined, which made their beliefs less immediately obvious. Church leaders responded strongly against them, describing them as dangerous and deceptive. They accused them of denying essential elements of Christian belief and undermining the unity of the community. The contrast between these two perspectives reveals a deeper tension. On one side stood traditions built on shared rituals and sacred objects. On the other side were ideas that rejected those foundations and offered an entirely different vision of reality. While these debates unfolded, another powerful figure moved through the Byzantine world, shaping communities in a different way. Saint Nikon, known for his constant call to repentance, lived a life that combined strict discipline with active engagement in society. Born into a wealthy background in Asia Minor, he chose a path of religious dedication that led him across Crete and later into mainland Greece. He was not a distant hermit. He moved among people, preaching, correcting, and guiding them with remarkable energy. His physical endurance became part of his reputation. He travelled long distances on foot, often under harsh conditions, without appearing to weaken. His voice carried over crowds, even overpowering the noise of public gatherings. He did not hesitate to confront wrongdoing, whether it came from criminals or from those he believed were influenced by darker forces. At the same time, he acted as a mediator within communities, taking on responsibilities that required both authority and compassion. During the construction of a church in Sparta, stories of his actions began to circulate widely. At one point, workers encountered a massive stone that could not be moved, despite the efforts of many. When Nikon approached and touched it, the stone was lifted with ease. The event was seen as a sign of divine support. As construction continued, those involved claimed that harmful forces were driven away, and that injuries were healed through prayer alone. Another story described a shortage of wine among the workers. What remained had spoiled and was nearly undrinkable. Nikon prayed over it, and the liquid was said to have changed, becoming fresh and pleasant. For those present, this was not just a practical solution, but a confirmation of divine intervention. The building process itself was seen as guided by something beyond human effort. Materials seemed to appear when needed, and progress advanced more quickly than expected. One of the most striking episodes involved Nikon testing the loyalty of the community. With no money to pay the workers, he proposed allowing himself to be treated as a slave, to be led through the city in chains. The people understood his intention and responded by covering the cost themselves. The chain used in this act later became an object of reverence. It was believed to carry healing power, capable of curing illness and driving away harmful spirits. Preserved in a sacred space, it became a symbol of both humility and divine grace. These stories reveal much about the beliefs of the people who told them. Miracles were not seen as distant or abstract. They were expected to appear in everyday life, especially in connection with holy individuals. Objects associated with such figures were believed to carry lasting power. The success of Nikon's work can be understood in this context. He combined personal discipline, visible action, and strong communication, creating a presence that people could both see and feel. In another part of Europe, a very different kind of spiritual life was taking shape. Athanasios, who founded a major monastic community on Mount Athos, focused not on miracles, but on structure and discipline. His vision was of a community where monks lived together under clear rules, sharing work, prayer, and daily routines. This was a shift away from complete solitude toward a more organized form of religious life. The daily schedule was carefully arranged. Prayer was frequent and physically demanding, involving repeated acts of prostration. Meals followed strict patterns, with readings taking place as the monks ate. Silence, order, and obedience were emphasized at every stage. Roles were assigned within the community to maintain discipline. Some ensured that others attended services on time, while others monitored behavior throughout the day and night. Personal property was not allowed. Everything belonged to the community, and even the smallest possessions required approval. This rule reinforced the idea that monastic life required complete detachment from individual ownership. At the same time, practical needs were not ignored. Diet was described in detail, with adjustments made for workers and those who were ill. Physical labor was an important part of the system, and those engaged in demanding tasks were given additional support. Sound played a key role in this environment. Bells and wooden instruments signaled when to gather, when to eat, and when to pray. These sounds structured the day, creating a rhythm that guided every action. The system was designed to remove uncertainty and replace it with order, ensuring that each member of the community remained focused on spiritual goals. In the later 11th century, a powerful figure emerged in the Byzantine world, whose life combined military authority, political influence, and religious ambition. Gregory Pakurianos rose through the ranks during a time of instability and external threat, serving emperors and commanding armies in the Balkans. His success on the battlefield brought him wealth, land, and status. Yet rather than simply consolidating power, he turned his attention towards something more enduring. In the mountainous region near Philippopolis, he established a monastery dedicated to the Mother of God, shaping it not only as a spiritual center but also as a carefully structured institution designed to survive beyond his lifetime. The foundation was not an isolated act of piety. It was supported by extensive estates spread across different regions. These lands included villages, fortifications, pastures, vineyards, and agricultural fields. They were not symbolic donations, but functioning economic units meant to sustain the monastery's daily life. The inclusion of forts is particularly revealing. These were not given for military expansion, but for protection and administration. In a region exposed to raids and instability, control over fortified sites ensured both security and continuity. The monastery thus became part of a wider landscape of defense, economy, and settlement, linking spiritual life with practical realities. Pakurianos also insisted on strict independence for his foundation. He did not want it to fall under the authority of imperial officials, local bishops, or other external powers. This decision reflects both caution and experience. Having spent much of his life navigating political rivalries and shifting alliances, he understood how easily institutions could be influenced or controlled. By securing autonomy, he aimed to protect the monastery from corruption, interference, or doctrinal pressure. At the same time, he placed limits on who could join the community. The monks were to share a common linguistic and cultural background, reinforcing internal cohesion and identity. The monastery was also designed as a place of learning. Provision was made for the education of young boys, who would be trained until they were ready for religious service. This emphasis on instruction shows that the foundation was not only meant to preserve faith, but also to reproduce it. Knowledge, language, and ritual practice were to be passed on within a controlled environment. To support this system, Pakurianos established an annual gathering near the monastery where goods could be exchanged. This ensured that the community remained economically viable without becoming isolated from the surrounding world. The inventory of what he donated reveals another important aspect of medieval religious culture. Alongside land and buildings, he listed objects of great value: icons, liturgical books, vessels, garments, and relics. These were not simply decorative. They were central to the functioning of the church. Icons served as visual expressions of faith. Books preserved sacred texts and guided worship. Precious vessels were used in rituals that connected the community to the divine. Their value was both material and symbolic, reflecting the belief that beauty, craftsmanship, and devotion were inseparable. References to conflicts with steppe peoples such as the Pechenegs and the Cumans appear within this context as well. These mentions are not random. They underline the instability of the region and the challenges faced by those living there. At the same time, they highlight the role of divine protection in victory. Military success is presented not only as a result of strategy, but as a sign of favour. By including these details, Pakurianos linked his personal achievements to a larger narrative in which faith and power were intertwined. While such institutional developments were taking place, other sources from the same broad region offer a different perspective on everyday life. Within Jewish communities in East Central Europe, legal disputes and practical concerns reveal a world shaped by trade, mobility, and negotiation. Merchants travel between regions, forming partnerships and agreements that could easily lead to conflict. Questions of profit, trust, and obligation were brought before religious authorities, who acted as judges and interpreters of the law. These cases show how economic life depended not only on opportunity, but also on systems of accountability. The presence of slavery and captivity also appears in these accounts. In times of conflict, individuals could be taken, sold, or separated from their families. Stories of children lost and later rediscovered reflect the instability of the period. At the same time, they reveal the role of networks that extended across regions, linking communities through shared language, religion, and legal practice. Even in difficult circumstances, there were efforts to maintain identity and continuity. Religious life within these communities was closely regulated. Questions about proper conduct, ritual practice, and conversion show a concern with maintaining boundaries. When individuals from different traditions sought to join the community, specific procedures were followed to ensure that the transition was complete and meaningful. Observance was not casual. It required preparation, discipline, and adherence to established forms. A different kind of religious instruction can be seen in texts designed for teaching basic beliefs. These works present knowledge in the form of short questions and answers, making them easy to remember and repeat. Their explanations often differ from formal doctrine, blending accepted ideas with imaginative interpretations. Creation, the nature of the world, and the origins of language are described in ways that reflect both curiosity and a desire to make complex ideas accessible. The presence of such material suggests that education was not limited to formal settings, but could also take place through memorization and discussion. At the same time, official religious authorities continue to address practical concerns in everyday life. In one collection of questions posed to a bishop, topics range from ritual practice to moral behaviour. Instructions are given for how to receive converts, how to deal with lingering pagan customs, and how to regulate relationships within the community. The answers reveal a balance between strictness and flexibility. Some practices are strongly condemned, especially those linked to older beliefs. Others are treated with a degree of tolerance, reflecting the realities of social life. These different strands, monastic foundations, legal disputes, instructional texts, and pastoral guidance, together create a detailed picture of medieval society. Religion was not confined to isolated spaces. It shaped institutions, influenced economic activity, guided education, and regulated personal behaviour. Leaders like Gregory Pakurianos sought to build lasting structures that would preserve faith and order. At the same time, ordinary people navigated a world of trade, conflict, and cultural exchange, relying on religious frameworks to make sense of their experiences. In the second half of the 11th century, the political and religious life of Poland became deeply entangled in a conflict that later generations would remember not simply as a personal clash, but as a defining struggle over power, conscience, and the place of the Church within the kingdom. Bolesław the Bold continued the policies of his father, supporting monasteries and strengthening ecclesiastical institutions. And in that atmosphere, he elevated Stanisław, a young cleric from a noble military family, to the bishopric of Kraków. At first, this rise must have seemed like a sign of harmony between ruler and bishop. Yet the relationship gradually hardened into hostility. As later tradition tells it, Stanisław did not remain silent before royal misconduct. He confronted the king over injustice, violence, and the burden placed on ordinary people. He condemned the abuse of authority, the oppression of the weak, and the habit of treating the property and labour of subjects as though they existed only for the pleasure of the court. This moral resistance did not remain abstract. The bishop increasingly avoided the king's circle, distancing himself from royal councils and refusing to appear as if he approved of policies he judged corrupt. Instead, he devoted himself more fully to worship, prayer, and the care of his flock, turning the church into both a spiritual refuge and a silent rebuke to secular power. One episode became central to his later legend. Seeking to increase the resources of the church in Kraków, Stanisław had purchased a village on the Vistula from a nobleman named Peter, paying the proper sum in silver. For years the church held the village without open dispute, but after Peter's death, his relatives saw an opportunity. Knowing that the king already bore resentment toward the bishop, they challenged the transaction and demanded the property back. The case was brought before the royal court. There, in a setting already poisoned by political malice, the bishop was told that unless he could produce the seller himself, a written contract or reliable witnesses, he would lose the land. He read out the names of witnesses, but fear of the king kept them from appearing. With human support collapsing around him, the bishop asked for 3 more days and made an astonishing promise. He would bring back the man who had sold the estate. To many, the request sounded absurd. Yet after the delay was granted, he celebrated Mass in the village church, went in full vestments to Peter's grave, and prayed for God to restore the dead man long enough to speak the truth. In the story that followed, the tomb was opened, Peter rose, and the bishop led him into the assembly, where the dead man confirmed the sale before king and nobles. This miracle was meant to show not only the sanctity of Stanisław, but also the bankruptcy of earthly justice when it becomes dependent on fear. The conflict did not end there. The bishop continued to oppose the king, and when correction failed, he moved from rebuke to formal condemnation. He is said to have placed the king under anathema and forbidden him to enter the church. That act transformed a moral quarrel into an open breach. The king, already enraged, now appears in the narrative as a ruler overcome by fury, no longer restrained by dignity, ritual, or fear of divine judgment. While Stanisław was celebrating the liturgy in the Church of St. Michael on the Skałka, the king ordered his men to seize him from the altar. But the story insists that those sent to arrest the bishop were unable to complete the act. Again and again they fell back, as though struck down by the weight of what they were trying to do. Their fear only intensified the king's rage. Unable to tolerate their hesitation, he himself rushed forward and killed the bishop in the middle of the sacred rite. The murder is described not as an execution, but as a profanation, a violent tearing apart of the bond between shepherd and flock, father and children, church and kingdom. The bishop's death is then made even more terrible by the mutilation that followed. His body was cut into pieces and scattered, as if the king wished not only to kill the man, but to erase his memory. That dismemberment became one of the most powerful elements in the later cult of Stanisław. It was not preserved in memory only for shock or pathos. By the 13th century, when Poland had long been divided and politically fragmented, the image of the saint's severed body, miraculously restored, carried a meaning that went far beyond the murder itself. The bishop's body became a symbol of the kingdom, broken apart by violence, yet not beyond healing. For this reason, the later hagiographer insists so strongly on the cutting and scattering of the remains. In his hands, Stanisław is no longer merely a murdered bishop. He becomes a martyr, a defender of justice, and a living emblem of the hope that what has been divided may one day be made whole again. The writer's own feelings are unmistakable. He does not tell the story with detachment. His language is charged with grief, outrage, and reverence. The king is not simply harsh, he is cast as a tyrant corrupted by pride and bloodshed. The bishop is not simply a victim, he is a righteous pastor whose death reveals the holiness of the church and the guilt of unjust rule. Farther south, in the Serbian lands, another great figure was shaping a very different legacy. Stephen Nemanja, who had ruled as Grand Župan and built his power through military success, political skill, and territorial expansion, ended his life by turning away from the throne. After giving up power in favour of his son, he entered the monastic life and took the name Simeon. This change did not erase his past. On the contrary, when he established the monastery of Hilandar on Mount Athos, together with his son Sava, he narrated his own life in a way that linked rule, conquest, inheritance, and renunciation into a single sacred story. He begins by presenting political order itself as part of divine design. God, in his view, did not create rulers to destroy people, but to guide and protect them. Nations had been given their own laws and customs, and rulers had been appointed over them by divine wisdom. In that framework, Nemanja's own rise was not an accident of ambition. It was a providential calling. He recounts the lands he inherited, the territories he restored, and the regions he conquered, presenting his career not as naked acquisition, but as the strengthening of what had fallen into weakness. His victories, his rebuilding of patrimony, and the peace that later reigned over his realm all appear as signs of divine favour joined to personal effort. Yet the Charter for Hilandar is not simply a political memoir. It is also an act of withdrawal. Nemanja makes clear that he has left his throne to his son Stephen, whom he blesses in language that deliberately echoes the blessing of the patriarchs. He passes on power, but he also passes on moral responsibility. The new ruler is instructed to protect Christians, churches, and all those who serve within them. In this way, Nemanja presents his family not merely as a dynasty holding land, but as a line entrusted with a sacred duty. Even so, his attitude toward family is marked by a certain distance. Blood matters, inheritance matters, blessing matters, but all of these are ultimately subordinated to the spiritual destiny of the monastery. The endowment of Hilandar is protected against claims even from his own descendants. Children, grandchildren, cousins, or any other relatives are forbidden to seize what has been given. Once offered to God, these possessions are removed from the ordinary cycle of dynastic ambition. His description of Mount Athos reveals deep reverence. He does not present it as an ordinary monastic region, but as a holy landscape already sanctified by prayer, ascetic life, and the presence of the Mother of God. When he found Hilandar ruined, he did not see abandonment as a reason to pass by. He saw in the ruin a call to restore. The monastery, dedicated to the presentation of the Virgin, became for him both a work of devotion and a statement of identity. Through imperial permission, he secured villages, market rights, vineyards, beehives, pasture land, and labour obligations for the new foundation. He also transferred Vlach households under its jurisdiction, counting them carefully. Their mention is practical and revealing. They appear not as an abstract ethnic category, but as a mobile labouring population whose obligations mattered in sustaining the economic life of the monastery. This resembles other medieval texts, in which Vlachs are treated less as a cultural curiosity than as a social group tied to pastoral and service functions. Nemanja's concern is administrative. Who belongs to the monastery? Who may flee? And who must be returned? The monastery is not imagined as a place floating above the world. It is a land-holding institution that must be protected, provisioned, and guaranteed against encroachment. This same blending of sanctity and worldly authority appears in the memory of St. Sava, Nemanja's son, though in a different register. By the time later, writers described Sava's final journey to the Holy Land, he had already become far more than an archbishop or monastic founder. He had become a saintly architect of the Serbian church, and the account of his second pilgrimage is shaped to confirm that status. Domentian does not describe him as a simple traveller driven by curiosity or personal devotion alone. He appears instead as a holy leader who, after securing good order in his homeland, deliberately chooses to leave it once more in order to complete his life in a foreign land. Before departing, he arranges succession carefully, entrusting the church and the people to his chosen disciple Arsenie. He gives blessings, speaks words of peace, and sets out not empty-handed but carrying gold and silver, both for the expenses of the journey and for alms to churches and the poor. From the beginning, then, the pilgrimage is framed not as private piety, but as the final act of a man whose holiness is inseparable from responsibility, generosity, and foresight. The sea voyage itself is narrated in a miraculous mode. Pirates prepare to ambush him, yet fog conceals his ship until danger has passed. When the would-be attackers later come to him, confessing what they had planned, Sava answers, not with fear or punishment, but with food, gifts, blessing, and instruction. In this moment, he appears as a holy man who transforms violence through mercy. Soon after, a storm threatens the ship, and once again the saint is shown as master over danger. At the cries of the frightened travellers, he he stretches out his hand, makes the sign of the cross, and commands the wind and the sea to be still. The calm returns at once. Such scenes are not included to make him look like an adventurous pilgrim. They are meant to place him in the company of biblical holy men, to show that nature itself responds to his authority, because that authority comes from God. Once in the Holy Land and beyond, Sava moves through sacred geography with extraordinary prestige. In Jerusalem, he venerates the Holy Sepulchre and other holy places with intense devotion. In Alexandria, he is welcomed with honor by the Patriarch, and from there he visits monasteries and desert communities associated with the great ascetics of Christian memory. He travels through places heavy with biblical and monastic resonance, and the selection of sites is meaningful. He is taken to places tied to the life of the Virgin, to Moses, to the great fathers of the desert, to the relics of martyrs, and to ancient scenes of divine revelation. These are not random stops. Each one deepens the image of Sava as a saint moving through the most charged landscapes of Christian memory. The point is not to record every possible shrine, but to lead the audience through a chain of places where holiness, antiquity, and scriptural memory converge around him. At the same time, the scope of the journey stretches beyond ordinary pilgrimage. The narrative sends him not only through Jerusalem and Egypt, but also to Babylon, to powerful rulers, and to centers of non-orthodox authority. Whether historically exact or not, this literary geography matters. The saint is welcomed by patriarchs, bishops, and sultans. Muslim rulers receive him with honor and provide escorts and provisions. He gives gifts, distributes alms, venerates relics, climbs Sinai repeatedly for prayer, and searches for holy objects to bring back to his homeland. All of this turns him into more than a penitent visitor. He appears as an international holy figure, recognized across confessional and political boundaries. Domitian is clearly trying to accomplish something larger than the narration of a journey. He's constructing a saint whose authority reaches from Serbia to the centers of the Christian East, and even into the courts of Islamic rulers. The pilgrimage thus serves to magnify the prestige of the Serbian Church itself. If Sava can move with such sanctity and honor through the Holy Land, Egypt, Sinai, Antioch, and beyond, then the church he founded at home is also elevated in stature. The insistence on this pilgrimage has several purposes. It completes Sava's image as a holy man detached from worldly attachment, even after he had ruled and organized so much. It links Serbia to the geography of salvation history. It reinforces the legitimacy of the archbishop as both monk and statesman. And it presents his final years not as decline, but as fulfillment. His road outward becomes a path inward towards sanctity. In this vision, leaving the homeland is not abandonment. It is the final proof that he belongs not only to one people, but to the universal Christian world. Against such figures and institutions, medieval, Orthodox authors often define themselves by opposition to heresy, and one of the strongest examples appears in the condemnation of the Bogomils under the Bulgarian Emperor Boril. The synod held in Tarnovo in 1211 was presented as a great act of defending orthodoxy, and the document that preserves its judgments speaks in the language of curse, purification, and public identification of error. The Bogomils are associated with older dualist currents, especially Manichaean and Massalian ideas, and are described as people who deny the true incarnation of Christ, reject baptism with water, despise the liturgy, refuse the veneration of the cross and icons, and scorn the authority of the Church. In broad outline, this agrees with earlier descriptions of Bogomil beliefs. Like the account of Cosmas the Presbyter, the Synodicon emphasizes their rejection of the material dimension of Christian worship, and their teaching that the visible world is the work of Satan rather than of God. But by the early 13th century, the list of accusations has become more expanded and more systematic. shaped by the needs of formal condemnation. What emerges from this text is not only a picture of heresy, but also a picture of society. The very acts that are singled out tell us what Orthodox authorities considered essential. To reject the liturgy, icons, baptism, the saints, sacred song, and the holy building itself was to reject the visible bonds that held Christian society together. The repeated condemnation of nocturnal gatherings, secret rites, and alternative forms of prayer shows anxiety about hidden communities operating inside the larger social body. References to midsummer rituals, spells, and fruit gathering on the feast of St. John reveal how closely religious concern intersected with the survival of popular practices that authorities regarded as dangerously close to paganism. The text makes clear that orthodoxy was defined not only by belief, but by participation in public and visible forms of worship. A bogomil, according to this evidence, might be recognized by what he refused: the church, the liturgy, icons, the cross, baptism with water, the Old Testament, and fellowship with the Orthodox. He might also be known by private gatherings, suspicious teachings about creation and childbirth, and contempt for sacred objects that others revered. The mention of the heresy in Constantinople is significant for the same reason. It shows that the issue was not treated as a local Bulgarian curiosity. By recalling Basil, the physician, condemned in the imperial capital, the Synodicon places the Bulgarian struggle within a wider Orthodox battle against error. This gives weight to Borel's assembly. It suggests that by attacking bogomelism, he was defending not merely his own realm, but the order of Christendom itself. At the same time, the appeal to Constantinople strengthens the prestige of the condemnation by linking it to earlier imperial action. The Bulgarian court and church appear as heirs to a larger Orthodox mission, guardians of true belief in continuity with the capital of the Byzantine world. In the years around the First Crusade, Hungary stood in a difficult and dangerous position. Armies of armed pilgrims were moving eastward toward Jerusalem, but before reaching the lands of Byzantium and the eastern Mediterranean, they first had to cross the kingdoms of Central Europe. For the rulers of those regions, this was not a simple matter of hospitality. It raised questions of order, supply, safety, and trust. Among the most important of these encounters was the passage of Duke Godfrey and his followers through the Kingdom of Hungary under King Koloman. Later writers remembered this episode not as a smooth march of holy warriors, but as a tense and carefully managed crossing shaped by suspicion on both sides. By the time Godfrey and the leading nobles of his army approached Hungary, the memory of earlier crusading groups had already darkened the road. Previous bands had entered the kingdom in disorder, and some had ended in catastrophe. Others had plundered settlements, seized livestock, stolen valuables, attacked local people, and laid siege to strongpoints when discipline collapsed. In the Hungarian view, these were not peaceful pilgrims, but armed multitudes capable of devastation. In the Crusaders' view, however, news had spread that Christians heading for Jerusalem had suffered harsh treatment in Hungary, even slaughter. As a result, when Godfrey and his companions reached the frontier, they did not simply march forward with confidence. They hesitated, discussed what had happened before them, and wondered how they could discover the truth without exposing their own army to the same danger. A decision was made to proceed through diplomacy first. Since one among them already had prior contact with the Hungarian court, he was sent ahead with a small delegation to speak directly with King Koloman. The message brought before the king was sharp and openly suspicious. It asked why Christians had been treated so cruelly, and why previous companies had been denied safe passage. The crusading leaders wanted an explanation, and until one was given, they preferred to delay rather than walk blindly into disaster. This was the atmosphere in which the negotiations began. One side fearful of betrayal, the other offended by accusations and determined to justify its conduct. Koloman's answer was firm and political. He denied that he had acted out of hatred toward Christians. In his version of events, Hungary had first received crusading groups peacefully, allowed them to buy provisions, and granted them safe passage. The violence came later, after some of those groups repaid generosity with robbery, destruction, and bloodshed. From that point onward, the Hungarian response was presented as an act of defense, not persecution. When later crusading bands appeared armed, proud, and aggressive, the king and his nobles believed they were facing an invading host rather than a company of penitents. This explanation was meant to reverse the moral accusation. If there had been bloodshed in Hungary, it had come from necessity, not malice. Even while giving this justification, Koloman acted with calculated courtesy. The envoys were treated honourably and entertained well. He did not answer suspicion with insult. Instead, he invited a direct meeting with Godfrey himself, offering a conference under carefully controlled conditions. The encounter that followed was not staged as a royal humiliation of the Crusaders, nor as a triumph of crusading pressure over a fearful king. It was a negotiation between two rulers, each aware that one misstep could trigger a war. When they finally met, the exchange appears to have been respectful and deliberate. Greetings were exchanged, peace was discussed, and the basis for trust began to take shape. But trust was not enough by itself. Koloman had every reason to be cautious. Godfrey was not arriving with a small embassy or a modest pilgrimage train. He was leading an enormous armed force. No sensible ruler could simply throw open his roads, markets, and fortifications to such a mass without guarantees. For that reason, the king demanded hostages from among the most important members of the crusading leadership. This was the clearest sign of how little room there was for illusion. The passage through Hungary would not be granted on pious promises alone. It would be secured through a political mechanism strong enough to restrain even powerful men. The most striking of these hostages was Godfrey's own brother, Baldwin, together with Baldwin's wife and household. This demand was not made casually. By asking for people so close to the Duke, Koloman ensured that any disorder, theft, or violence committed by the crusading army could not be dismissed or excused. Godfrey would have to control his followers because the lives and safety of his own family were now tied to their behaviour. That was the king's purpose. He needed leverage powerful enough to prevent the repetition of earlier chaos. If previous crusading groups had been dangerous because no one could restrain them, then this company would be different only if its leaders were forced to accept direct responsibility. Once the agreement was sealed, the passage itself was managed with unusual strictness. Godfrey imposed discipline on his own army and publicly forbade looting, seizure of goods, and any disturbance of the peace. Everything was to be bought at a fair price. At the same time, Koloman issued matching instructions throughout his realm. Supplies were to be offered for sale, and the Hungarians were forbidden to exploit the army through extortion or provocation. This double system of command reveals the real achievement of the negotiations. The crossing of Hungary was made possible not by religious enthusiasm, but by law, surveillance, and reciprocal restraint. The Crusaders did not simply pass because they were pilgrims. They passed because both sides agreed on a framework that prevented open conflict. That is also why Koloman continued to monitor their movement with cavalry throughout much of the crossing. This was not an honour guard in the romantic sense. It was protection, supervision, and pressure all at once. The king wanted to make sure the Crusaders kept to the agreed terms, purchased rather than plundered, and moved steadily forward without spreading into the countryside in search of easy gain. His mounted force on the flank of the army served as a constant reminder that the Hungarians were watching, prepared, and ready to respond if the agreement broke down. The goal was not to provoke battle, but to prevent it by making Hungarian power visible every step of the way. The The same logic explains another detail that might otherwise seem surprising. The king did not simply furnish the Crusaders with all the means required to cross every great river on their route. At the Drava and later near the Sava, the army had to improvise crossing methods using available vessels, rafts, timber, and reeds. This was not negligence. It was policy. A ruler who had already been forced to deal with unruly crusading bands had no reason to supply a massive foreign host with easy mobility beyond what was necessary. To have done so would have increased their independence and reduced his own control over their progress. By limiting direct logistical support, Koloman avoided strengthening an armed force whose final intentions he could never know with certainty. He helped create the conditions for passage, but he did not turn himself into the quartermaster of a potentially hostile army. Seen from this angle, the mistrust between the crusade leaders and the Hungarian king becomes entirely understandable. The Crusaders feared that Hungary might again become a place of massacre and betrayal. The king feared that another wave of armed pilgrims might devastate his kingdom in the name of religion while behaving like conquerors. Albert's account gives both sides a voice, but it also frames the whole episode as a lesson in discipline, humility, and the consequences of earlier sins. The crossing succeeds only when force is restrained, pride is lowered, and both sides submit to negotiated order. Several decades later, the route through Hungary again became central to crusading movement, this time in the context of the Second Crusade. By then, the passage to the east was no longer an improvised experiment. It had become one of the recognized roads by which Western armies might travel toward the Holy Land. Yet enthusiasm for the new expedition still had to be created, justified, and organized. One of the voices that tried to do this was Bernard of Clairvaux, whose appeal to the Duke of Bohemia and the leading men of that land shows how crusading ideology was presented to Central European audiences. Bernard did not speak in the language of strategy first. He spoke in the language of salvation. For him, the crusade was a moment of extraordinary divine mercy, a rare opening in history through which sinners could receive pardon. He presented the campaign not simply as a military expedition, but as a unique opportunity offered by God to a sinful generation. This was one of his strongest arguments. The men of Bohemia were told that a special grace had descended from heaven, one greater than what earlier generations had known. To accept the cross was to step into a sacred season of remission and forgiveness. In this way, Bernard transformed what could look like danger and hardship into a privileged spiritual offer. He also appealed to loyalty and honor. The land of Christ, sanctified by his life, miracles, blood, and tomb, was described as being under threat from enemies. That threat was not cast only as a territorial problem. It was treated as an insult to Christ himself. Bernard says, in effect, that the enemies of the faith accused the Christian Lord of weakness, as though he were a false king unable to defend his own inheritance. This turns the crusade into a matter of fealty. If Christ's honour is being challenged, then his servants must rise and defend him. That is why Bernard calls the crusade the business of Christ. It is Christ's cause, Christ's land, Christ's honour, and therefore the responsibility of those who claim to belong to him. Another important element in Bernard's appeal is urgency. He insists that this opportunity will not return in the same form. Earthly concerns can wait. Ordinary business can be managed later. The cause of Christ must come first. By structuring the call in this way, Bernard pressures his audience morally. Delay becomes not mere hesitation but failure. To put anything above the crusade is to misunderstand the scale of the moment. He is careful to combine this urgency with reward. Pardon for confessed sins, glory in battle, and spiritual gain even in death. The campaign is therefore presented as uniquely safe in a spiritual sense, even if it is dangerous in a bodily one. One detail in Bernard's message is especially revealing. He forbids luxury in ordinary dress and equipment during the march, yet allows gold and silver in battle. This is not a contradiction so much as a rhetorical compromise. On the one hand, he wants crusaders to adopt austerity, to reject vanity, softness, and worldly display during the holy enterprise. On the other hand, he understands the mentality of aristocratic warfare. In battle, splendid arms and shining equipment could have both symbolic and practical value. They could inspire courage, project rank, and strike fear into opponents. Bernard therefore makes room for martial display at the very moment of combat, while condemning excess as a lifestyle. He is trying to keep the expedition spiritually serious, without ignoring the culture of the knightly class. He needs to mobilize. His mention that a copy of the letter has been sent to the Pope also serves a purpose. It reinforces authority. Bernard is not presenting himself as a private enthusiast or wandering preacher whose words can be politely admired and then set aside. He is connecting his message directly to the highest institutional voice in Western Christendom. By reminding the Bohemian audience that the Pope is also involved, he strengthens obedience, reduces room for hesitation, and signals that this crusade is not merely one holy man's enthusiasm, but a sanctioned undertaking of the Church itself. If Bernard's appeal shows how crusading was preached, Otto of Freising shows how it was remembered and interpreted in relation to Hungary during the same broad era. His account, however, is very different in tone. Where Bernard calls men eastward with promise and conviction, Otto inserts Hungary into a broader narrative coloured by aristocratic prejudice, political rivalry, and cultural disdain. His description is one of the clearest examples of how an educated churchman from the German world could present Hungary as both rich in land and deeply inferior in civilization. Before offering that portrait, Otto recounts a conflict involving the capture of Pressburg and the response of King Geza. The episode is tied to the ambitions of Boris, a claimant to the Hungarian throne and to the intervention of German knights acting not openly for emperor or duke, but for that claimant. When the Hungarians recover the fortress after negotiation, Geza becomes suspicious that the larger German political world stands behind the attack. Otto uses this incident as an entry point into a broader explanation of Hungary itself. But the explanation is anything but neutral. His Hungary is a land of natural abundance inhabited by a people he describes in degrading terms. He admits the beauty and fertility of the country, comparing it to paradise or Egypt. Yet he uses that very richness to sharpen his contempt. How strange, he suggests, that such a land should belong to such people. Their appearance, language, customs, settlements, and political habits are all presented as crude, barbarous, or barely human. The contrast is deliberate. The more beautiful the land, the harsher the insult directed at those who rule it. This is not ethnography in any objective sense. It is stereotype sharpened into literary weapon. From Otto's description, several common Western stereotypes become clear. Hungary is portrayed as a frontier land only half civilized, still marked by memories of Huns, Avars, and nomadic invaders. Urban life is treated as weak, architecture as poor, and social customs as rough. The king's authority is described as overwhelming and arbitrary, with nobles rendered silent and submissive. Even military organization is framed in a way that implies mass obedience rather than honorable freedom. Otto's account is less interested in understanding Hungary than in placing it lower on a moral and cultural ladder whose standard is German aristocratic society. At the same time, the description contains details that unintentionally reveal something real. Hungary appears as a kingdom with extensive royal authority, strong fiscal claims, centralized military obligations, and a population capable of rapid mobilization. It is rich in fields, rivers, forests, and pasture. It contains foreigners serving at court and in war. It relies on counties, officials, and a disciplined response to royal command. Even through Otto's contempt, one can see a functioning kingdom with its own political logic and military depth. His scorn is revealing not only of Hungary, but of himself and his world. This becomes even clearer when his portrait is compared with more favourable descriptions from other traditions. Where Otto emphasises barbarism, other observers stress prosperity, scale, and the vitality of markets and settlement. Where he sneers at the built environment, others notice wealth and movement. The contrast shows that descriptions of Hungary were often shaped less by the land itself than by the political and cultural needs of the writer. Otto wanted to elevate German aristocratic order, and one way to do that was to depict Hungary as materially rich, but socially inferior. His comparison of the Hungarians to the Greeks is especially telling. It does not mean he saw them as refined or admirable in a Byzantine sense. Rather, he associates them with caution, calculation, prolonged deliberation, and what many Western writers regarded as a less straightforward political style. To compare them to the Greeks was to suggest that they lacked the open, immediate, martial frankness that writers like Otto preferred to attribute to the German aristocracy. It was another way of marking them as clever, perhaps, but not noble in the way he wished to define nobility. In the early 13th century, the Baltic world was being reshaped by war, conversion, and conquest. One of the most revealing voices for this period came from Henry of Livonia, a priest who lived among the people whose world was being transformed. He was not a distant compiler, writing from safety far away. He had travelled with bishops, seen revolt and siege, worked among newly converted communities, and watched military force become one of the chief instruments by which Latin Christianity spread across Livonia and Estonia. His account is vivid because it comes from a man who knew the terrain, knew the people, and understood that what was happening in those northern lands was not a simple mission, but a long and violent struggle over faith, loyalty, and power. Henry's attitude toward the local peoples, especially the Letgalians and other groups drawn into the conflict, is complex but never fully detached. He writes from the side of the Church of Riga and clearly sees Christianity as the rightful order toward which these peoples must be brought. Yet he does not describe them as faceless enemies. He often records their speeches, their customs, their fears, and their calculations in ways that suggest familiarity rather than total contempt. Even when he condemns apostasy, rebellion, or sacrifice to pagan gods, he still presents many local leaders as political actors making choices under pressure. His view does not become truly warmer when they accept Christianity by force, but it does become more orderly. Once they submit, receive baptism again, or renew their obedience, they move in his narrative from the category of rebels and pagans into that of wayward children returned to the church. In that sense, conversion does not make them equal partners in his eyes, but it does make them governable and redeemable. One dramatic example appears in the siege at Trident. The Bishop of Riga gathered crusaders, members of the military brotherhood, loyal townsmen, and those Livonians who had remained faithful. Their target was a fort held by men who had abandoned the Christian side and returned to resistance. From the beginning, the fighting was fierce and personal. The defenders slipped out from the rear, wounded men in the besieging force, seized horses and loot, and rushed back into the fort, shouting to their fellows to fight bravely, rather than become slaves to the Germans. That cry matters. It reveals how the defenders understood the conflict. For them, this was not merely a theological dispute. It was a struggle over freedom, subordination, and the fear of being dominated by foreign masters. The siege itself was brutal. The attackers battered the fort with stones from engines, broke down defences and pressed the walls with towers and sapping operations. The defenders answered with arrows, resistance, and ritual defiance. When one siege tower collapsed in the night, joy broke out inside the fort. Sacrifices were made to the old gods according to ancestral custom. Dogs and goats were killed, and in a direct act of mockery, their bodies were thrown out before the bishop and the entire Christian host. That moment is especially revealing. The defenders were not merely clinging to older beliefs in private. They were using those beliefs publicly as a weapon of morale and insult, setting their own ritual world against the sacred claims of the invaders. Yet Henry's story also shows that resistance had limits. The siege engines were rebuilt, the earthworks were undermined again, and the fortifications slowly began to fail. The episode involving Rusin shows how close the writer stood to the events. Henry records him leaning over the wall, removing his helmet, speaking words of peace, and trying to recall an earlier bond of friendship with the Christian commander below. In the middle of that exchange, a shot struck his head and killed him. This kind of detail does not read like distant legend. It has the sharpness of eyewitness memory or of testimony gathered from those who stood close enough to see the gesture, hear the appeal, and witness the sudden death. Rusin is not reduced to a name in a list. He appears for a moment as a living figure, recognizable in action and voice. As the siege tightened and the fort's strongest point began to crumble, fear spread among the defenders. They asked for mercy. The bishop tried to use the moment to pull them back into the sacraments and into obedience. His banner was sent into the fort as a sign of submission, but even then division broke out among the defenders. Some accepted it, while others cast it down. Violence resumed, and only when further resistance became hopeless did they finally raise the bishop's standard and ask to be spared. Henry presents this ending as a victory not only of arms, but of faith. The rebels promised to return to baptism, to observe Christian rites, and to abandon pagan practices. The bishop accepts their surrender and leads their elders back toward reconciliation. In Henry's eyes, this is what proper order looks like. Military conquest ending in sacramental restoration. That same mixture of mission and force shaped the rise of the military order, later known as the Sword Brothers. Their creation came at a time when the Church of Riga still stood on uncertain foundations. Conversion was spreading, but so was revolt. The bishop and his allies knew that preaching alone could not hold territory in a land where newly baptized groups might return to old loyalties, the moment armed pressure weakened. It was in this atmosphere that a new institution was formed, one meant to combine religious dedication with permanent military defense. The city of Riga had become the center of this effort. The episcopal seat had been moved there, churches and monasteries were being built, and the whole land was being placed under the protection of the Virgin Mary. But beneath this sacred language lay an unmistakable reality. If the Christian foothold in Livonia was to survive, it needed armed men bound not by temporary crusading vows alone, but by an enduring corporate discipline. The Sword Brothers were created precisely to meet that need. Their purpose was to defend the church, support the bishop, and maintain the Christian position among peoples who were still only partially conquered and often only superficially converted. They were given a religious rule, outward symbols of their calling, and a place within the larger structure of the Livonian church. Yet in practice they were not simply monks who happened to bear arms. They were a military elite planted into a volatile frontier, expected to hold forts, conduct raids, suppress rebellion, and carve out security through continual campaigning. Their world was made of district strongholds, mounted warfare, sudden marches, and repeated confrontation with peoples who did not willingly accept either their faith or their rule. As their campaigns expanded, the Sword Brothers struck again and again into the lands around them. One example comes from their operations in Estonia. They attacked the Gerwanians especially hard, killing many, taking prisoners, and carrying off spoils. After such punishment, the local people came to terms, promising perpetual loyalty to the Germans and to all Christians. That phrase captures the logic of frontier conquest. Loyalty to the new religion was inseparable from submission to the foreign, military power enforcing it. Christianity here was not being introduced into a peaceful landscape of free persuasion. It was arriving with castles, raids, hostages, and pledges extracted after devastation. Another episode reveals even more clearly the nature of the conflict. In the town of Dorpat, rebels and apostates had gathered around a prince supported by Rus. This stronghold became a centre of resistance against the Church of Livonia. The men inside had, in Henry's account, abandoned baptism, driven out or killed members of the Christian military order, plundered neighbouring converts, and turned the fort into a base of anti-Christian action. Their leader refused compromise because he trusted in outside support and in the strength of the fort itself. The picture Henry paints is not only one of pagan resistance, but of a complex political world in which local rulers, Rus's princes, Estonian factions, and German church power all collided. The attack on Dorpat was therefore presented as a rescue as much as a conquest. Henry describes the Church of Livonia as coming to free its daughter, the Church of Estonia, from present troubles. This maternal language is important. It disguises violence under the language of protection and restoration. A major force was assembled under bishops, knights, crusaders, merchants, townsmen, livs, and lets. They moved with planning and religious ceremony, consulting and praying before the campaign began. Then they advanced quickly, hoping to surprise the fort and cut through resistance before reinforcements could arrive. Once again, siege warfare became central. Tents covered the field, engines were raised, and a massive wooden tower was built from tall trees and pushed toward the walls over the moat. At the same time, men dug underneath the defences day and night until large sections of the battlements began to collapse. Offers were made to the prince inside. He was promised safe departure with his men, horses and goods, if he would surrender the town and abandon the apostates. He refused, trusting instead in aid from Novgorod. That decision sealed the fate of the defenders. When the breach came, attackers rushed upward in competition with one another, eager not only for victory but for glory, reward, and the honour of being first over the wall. The struggle on the ramparts was close and savage. The Estonians were forced back. The Ruses resisted longest, retreating only into the citadel before they too were overwhelmed. Henry's narrative of the end is stark. The prince and roughly 200 others were killed. Only one man was deliberately spared, a servant of the Grand Prince of Suzdal, and even that act had a message behind it. He was clothed, mounted on a good horse, and sent away to carry the news back to Novgorod and Suzdal. Mercy here served politics. It was not simply an act of compassion, but a carefully staged announcement of victory. The message was clear. Dorpat had fallen, its defenders had been destroyed, and the balance of power had shifted. The way Henry tells these stories reveals why his chronicle has such force. He writes like a man who believes that this conquest has divine approval. Yet he also fills his pages with practical military detail, local names, changing alliances, tactical setbacks, and the stubbornness of people who refuse to disappear quietly. He clearly admires the endurance and organisation of the Christian side, but he also preserves enough of the resistance to show how contested the whole process was. Pagan rites, old loyalties, regional rivalries, and appeals to freedom did not vanish when baptism arrived. They resurfaced again and again, often in arms. This is also why the Sword Brothers matter so much in the larger history of the Baltic Crusades. They embodied the permanent militarization of conversion. Temporary crusading armies could win battles, but they could not remain year after year in forests, marshes, and newly seized strongholds. The Sword Brothers were created to solve that problem. They turned the frontier into an armed religious order's domain. Their existence meant that conquest would no longer depend only on seasonal influxes of pilgrims from Germany, but on a standing body of warriors committed to expansion, defense, and discipline in the region itself. At the same time, their rise intensified the nature of the conflict. Because they were rooted in forts and local administration, resistance to them also became more focused and more desperate. To oppose them was no longer merely to reject a passing expedition. It was to fight against an institution that intended to stay, rule, tax, defend, punish, and define the new religious order of the land. This helps explain both the bitterness of local resistance and Henry's insistence on framing rebellion as apostasy and treachery. Once the Christian conquest became territorial and organized, neutrality became almost impossible. What emerges from these accounts is not a simple tale of missionaries bringing faith to waiting peoples. It is a story of frontier colonization, sanctified by religious language, fought through siegecraft, cavalry movement, negotiated submission, and repeated violence. Henry sees the conquest as just, necessary, and providential. He believes the rebels should be subdued and the apostates returned to the faith. Yet his own descriptions also preserve another reality. The Livonians, Latgalians, Estonians, and others were not passive recipients of a new order. They argued, resisted, made alliances, mocked the enemy's religion, shifted loyalties, and fought hard for control of their forts, their customs, and their future. In that sense, Henry's chronicle is powerful not only because it tells the story the victors wanted remembered, but because it accidentally preserves the intensity of the world they were trying to conquer. Through his pages, the Baltic Crusades appear not as a clean line of religious triumph, but as a long collision between two systems of life. One was backed by bishops, military orders, papal approval, and settlers from the German world. The other rested on local traditions, old gods, regional leadership, and the fierce desire not to become subjects of foreign power. The conquest of Livonia and Estonia emerged from that collision, and Henry, even while defending it, allows its full violence and tension to remain visible. In the northern frontier of medieval Europe, the spread of Christianity did not unfold as a quiet process of persuasion. It advanced through pressure, resistance, negotiation, and repeated violence. In this environment, the militia of Christ, later known as the Sword Brothers, emerged out of necessity rather than design alone. The church in Livonia faced a fragile reality. Conversion had begun, but it remained unstable. Newly baptized communities could return to older beliefs, local leaders could shift allegiance, and entire regions could rise against the authority of the bishop and his allies. Preaching alone was not enough to hold ground in a landscape where political control and religious loyalty were inseparable. The creation of a permanent armed force became the solution to that instability. This new brotherhood was formed to defend the Christian presence and to ensure that earlier gains would not collapse. Its members were not ordinary monks, nor were they simple warriors. They were something in between. They lived under a religious discipline, bore sacred symbols, and were tied to the church's mission. At the same time, their daily life was defined by fortification, patrol, siege, and retaliation. Their duty was clear: protect the territory controlled by the church, suppress rebellion, expand influence, and maintain order in lands that were only partially subdued. They stood as a permanent military structure in a region where temporary crusading armies could not remain year after year. Because of this dual nature, they can be understood as a monastic military order. Their identity combined spiritual purpose with organized violence. Their authority came from religion, but their power was enforced through arms. This combination made them effective, but it also intensified the conflicts around them. To resist them was not simply to oppose a passing army. It meant confronting a system that intended to remain, rule, and reshape society. The contrast between different local reactions to this expanding power becomes clear when comparing two key moments. At Trident, the defenders fought fiercely, but their resistance carried a strong emotional and symbolic dimension. They called on one another to resist domination, framed the struggle as one for freedom, and openly defied their attackers through ritual acts. They sacrificed animals according to older traditions and mocked the Christian forces in full view. Even in the middle of the siege, attempts at negotiation appeared. Familiar faces recognized each other across the walls, and there were moments where memory of past alliances briefly surfaced. When the fort began to fail, fear replaced defiance. The defenders eventually sought mercy, accepted submission, and agreed to return to Christian practices. Their resistance, though intense, was not absolute. It shifted under pressure and ultimately gave way to survival. The situation at Dorpat presents a sharper and more uncompromising form of resistance. There, opposition was organised, deliberate, and rooted in broader alliances. The defenders were not isolated rebels reacting to immediate danger. They were part of a larger network that included external support and political backing. Their leader refused negotiation even when offered safe passage. Confidence in reinforcements and in the strength of their fort made surrender unthinkable. The town became a centre of active opposition, gathering those who rejected the authority of the church and those who had already broken with it. The conflict here was not just about submission or survival. It was about control, allegiance, and the refusal to accept the new order entirely. This difference can be explained by circumstance. At Trident, resistance was local and reactive. It emerged from immediate pressure and collapsed when defeat became unavoidable. At Dorpat, resistance was structured and strategic. It was supported by wider political connections and sustained by the belief that help would arrive. Geography also mattered. Stronger fortifications, better preparation, and access to allies gave the defenders of Dorpat the confidence to continue fighting long after others might have yielded. In one case, resistance weakened under siege and fear. In the other, it hardened into a determined stand that ended only with destruction. While these struggles unfolded in the Baltic, another dramatic episode was taking shape further south during the campaign that would eventually lead to the capture of Zara. This event reveals how crusading ideals could become entangled with political and economic realities. The army that gathered for the expedition had entered into an agreement with the maritime power that provided transport. When the Crusaders failed to meet the financial terms of that agreement, the situation became critical. The fleet had been built, the forces were assembled, but the payment was incomplete. Without a solution, the entire expedition risked collapse. At this moment, the leadership of Venice introduced a proposal that would change the course of the campaign. Instead of dissolving the army or abandoning the effort, they suggested redirecting its strength toward a nearby target. The city of Zara, once under their control but now held by another ruler, became the focus. By capturing it, they could recover their losses and allow the Crusaders to delay their debt. The plan was controversial from the beginning. Many within the army opposed it, seeing it as a betrayal of the original purpose. Others feared the consequences of attacking a Christian city while claiming to be on a sacred mission. Despite opposition, the agreement moved forward. The army approached Zara and saw a city strong, wealthy, and heavily defended. Its walls were imposing, its position secure. The site itself raised doubts. Many wondered whether such a place could be taken at all without divine intervention. Yet preparations began immediately. Ships gathered, the harbour was forced open, and the army established its camp before the walls. Horses were unloaded, equipment arranged, and siege operations set in motion. Inside the city, the inhabitants watched closely. Their initial reaction was cautious but pragmatic. They attempted negotiation, offering surrender in exchange for the safety of their lives and property. At that moment, division within the crusading camp had a direct impact. Those who opposed the attack intervened, advising the defenders not to surrender. They argued that the crusaders would not harm them, and that resistance against Venice alone might succeed. This interference disrupted the agreement and prolonged the conflict. Leadership then faced a difficult choice. Accepting the surrender would resolve the situation quickly, but internal division had already undermined trust. Refusing it meant continuing the siege against a Christian city. In the end, authority prevailed over hesitation. The argument that carried the most weight was not purely religious, but practical and political. Honour, obligation, and the need to maintain unity within the army were emphasised. Breaking the agreement with Venice was seen as a greater danger than the moral dilemma of attacking Zara. The siege began in full force. Engines were assembled, walls were battered, and sappers worked beneath the fortifications. The attack continued for several days. Eventually, the defenders returned to their earlier position and offered the same terms they had once proposed. This time, the city was accepted on those conditions. It was taken, its people spared, and its resources divided between the allies. What had begun as a crusading expedition toward the east had already shifted into a campaign shaped by debt, negotiation, and political necessity. The aftermath revealed how fragile unity within the army truly was. Once inside the city, conflict broke out between the very groups that had fought together. A violent clash erupted between different factions, spreading through the streets and turning into widespread fighting. Weapons were drawn, men were wounded, and lives were lost. Efforts to restore order were slow and difficult. Leaders had to intervene repeatedly to separate combatants and prevent further destruction. For a moment, the entire expedition stood on the edge of collapse, not because of an external enemy, but because of internal division. This episode highlights a deeper truth about the crusading movement. Ideals of faith and unity often clashed with the realities of politics, economics, and human rivalry. The campaign against Zara was not driven by religious necessity alone. It was shaped by agreements, obligations, and the struggle to hold an army together under difficult conditions. The inhabitants of the city, for their part, saw the approaching force not simply as pilgrims, but as a powerful and unpredictable army capable of negotiation or destruction. Their willingness to surrender shows that they understood the balance of power clearly, even if events within the crusading camp delayed the outcome. In both the Baltic and the Adriatic, the same pattern emerges. Military force, religious purpose, and political calculation were deeply intertwined. Orders like the Sword Brothers turned faith into a permanent structure of control in frontier regions. Campaigns like the Siege of Zara showed how quickly the original aims of a crusade could shift under pressure. Resistance, whether in Livonia or in a fortified coastal city, was shaped by local conditions, alliances, and the choices of leaders on both sides. In the political and religious world of medieval Eastern Europe, law, war, and faith were deeply entangled. Rulers and churchmen did not treat military campaigns as separate from theology, and they did not see law as merely a way to settle practical disputes. Law was expected to defend the social order, protect Christian life, reinforce hierarchy, and define who belonged inside the community and who stood outside it. By the 13th century, this way of thinking shaped both crusading policy and legal culture across Hungary, Bulgaria, Rus, Moravia, and the Croatian lands. One striking example came in the late 1230s, when the papacy tried to direct the language and machinery of crusade not only against non-Christians, but also against rulers judged to be dangerous to Latin Christendom. Earlier popes had already supported campaigns in Bosnia against those described as unbelievers and heretics. These efforts created a pattern that could later be extended beyond Bosnia itself. After the Bosnian fighting, the Pope turned his attention toward Bulgaria and its ruler, John II Asen. He was portrayed not simply as a political rival, but as a man who had betrayed the Catholic cause. His offence, in the eyes of Rome, was not only his break with Catholic alignment, but also his willingness to associate with forces hostile to the Latin Empire and to shelter those suspected of heresy. That combination made him useful as an enemy in crusading rhetoric. He could be described as treacherous because he had abandoned an earlier religious and political orientation and had instead joined powers opposed to papal interests. For the Pope, Hungary was the natural place from which such a campaign might be launched. The Hungarian crown stood close to the region, had already taken part in anti-heretical warfare, and had both military reach and political ambitions in the Balkans. The papal appeal offered the same spiritual rewards granted to those who fought for the Holy Land. Anyone who took the cross and personally laboured in the campaign could receive full remission of sins. The offer did not end there. The papacy also signalled that lands associated with heresy could be lawfully occupied and possessed by Catholic rulers. In effect, the crusade was justified on two levels at once. Spiritually, it was framed as a defence of Christendom against corruption and false belief. Politically, it opened the door for territorial expansion. The campaign never came into being, but its proclamation reveals how flexible crusading ideology had become. A Christian realm could be treated as a legitimate target if its ruler was presented as schismatic, disloyal, or contaminated by heresy. The aim was not only punishment, it was also to redraw the balance of power in the Balkans, strengthen Catholic influence, and potentially bring Bulgaria into a more direct orbit of papal and Hungarian control. A very different kind of text from the Slavic world shows how Christian rulers also tried to reshape society from within. In the legal tradition associated with Methodius and the early Slavic Church, translated and adapted law became an instrument for moral discipline as well as civil order. The legal collection, often called the court law for the people, reflects this effort. Drawing from Byzantine models but altering them to suit local conditions, it does not simply copy imperial legislation. Instead, it modifies punishments, expands concern over pagan customs, and reveals a society in which warfare, slavery, sanctuary, and sexual conduct were all treated as matters requiring both public regulation and religious oversight. At the very beginning, the law places divine justice above every other form of justice. That opening is important because it sets the tone for everything that follows. Pagan sacrifice and oath-taking are treated as grave offences against the Christian order. If such practices are found in a village, the village and its possessions are to be handed over to the church. If powerful men in that village are the ones preserving those rights, they are to be sold along with their property, and the proceeds are to be distributed to the poor. This is an exceptionally severe response, and it shows that the law was written for a society where older religious habits had not fully disappeared. The purpose was not only to condemn paganism, but to strip it of social protection and economic support. The law also offers a revealing vision of war. A man going into battle is told to avoid evil speech and wicked conduct, to keep his mind fixed on God, and to seek divine aid rather than trust only in force. Victory is described as something granted by God rather than won by numbers alone. The distribution of spoils is also regulated with care. The prince receives a sixth part, while the rest belongs to the people. Great and small are to share alike, and noblemen are expected to accept what comes through the prince's portion, rather than seize more for themselves. Those who performed bravely may receive extra rewards, but these too are to come through lawful distribution. This provision is especially important because it shows an attempt to control tensions inside the warband. Spoils were not left entirely to raw power, they were placed within a moral and political framework that aimed to preserve cohesion and acknowledge merit, without allowing elite greed to break the order of the army. Other articles show how strongly the law regulates sexual behaviour and kinship. A man who marries his godmother or has sexual relations with his goddaughter is subject to separation and a long period of penance. The text lays out that penance in careful stages, beginning with exclusion from the church and ending only after many years of discipline. The same principle extends to relations with married women. This is clearly an area where church law shapes the response, because the concern is not only social damage, but spiritual pollution. Some Byzantine penalties are softened or replaced, yet the moral gravity remains. The law is restrictive, but not in a random way. It tries to restore order through punishment, repentance, and re-entry into the Christian community. Violence against women is also addressed directly. A man who assaults a virgin in an isolated place where she cannot be defended is to be sold, and his property is to be given to the victim. Sanctuary is protected with similar seriousness. Anyone who flees into a church must not be dragged out by force. Priests are to hear the case, shelter the fugitive, and hold him until a lawful inquiry can be made. Anyone who tries to seize that person violently from the church is to be whipped until blood is drawn. This provision shows both the prestige of sacred space and the role of the clergy as guardians of due process. Even when guilt is suspected, the church remains a place where raw retaliation must pause. Slavery appears repeatedly in this legal world, not as a marginal institution, but as a familiar social reality. Prisoners of war could be bought and sold. If a captive could repay his purchase price, he might regain freedom. If not, he remained in servitude until he could ransom himself. A soldier who had abandoned the Christian faith, while in captivity and later returned, was to be handed over to the church. A runaway slave hidden by another person created liability for the one who concealed him. These rules suggest a society in which bondage, war capture, and conditional freedom were built into everyday legal thinking. Slavery functioned as punishment, as labour, as a commercial asset, and as a consequence of warfare. The law does not question its legitimacy. It assumes it. The legal culture of Ruses developed in a related but distinct direction. The text associated with Grand Prince Yaroslav gave the church broad powers over matters of marriage, sexuality, and moral discipline. It begins by declaring that such disputes should not be judged by the prince, his officials, or secular courts, but by the metropolitan and bishops. That transfer of jurisdiction is extremely significant. It means the church was not limited to narrow, ritual concerns. It was being entrusted with some of the most sensitive areas of social life, including abduction, rape, adultery, divorce, and forbidden unions. The penalties reveal both hierarchy and moral priorities. In cases of abduction or rape, the amount paid depends heavily on the social rank of the woman involved. A boyar's daughter receives far higher compensation than a woman of lower standing. Payment is divided between the victim and the metropolitan, which makes clear that the offence is seen in two ways at once: as an injury to a person and family, and as a violation of Christian order that concerns the church. Additional punishment from the prince may follow, so ecclesiastical and princely justice work side by side, rather than cancelling each other out. The statute also pays close attention to marriage and sexual misconduct. A man who enters a second marriage without ending the first must return to his first wife, while the second woman is sent to a monastery. A wife who takes another husband or commits adultery faces monastic confinement as well, and the second husband is fined. Illness is explicitly rejected as grounds for divorce, whether the sick spouse is the husband or the wife. That rule is revealing. Divorce is made extremely difficult because marriage is treated as a binding and enduring union, not as an arrangement that can be dissolved for convenience or hardship. The statute does not spend much time explaining this in abstract terms, but its logic is clear. Marriage is to be preserved, and private dissatisfaction does not outweigh its sacramental and social importance. Some of the most severe moral boundaries appear in the rules governing relations between Christians and non-Christians. If a Jewish man or a Muslim enters into a relationship with a Rus's woman, a heavy fine is imposed on him, and the woman is sent to a monastery. If a Christian man has sexual relations with a Muslim or Jewish woman and refuses to break the connection, he is to be excommunicated and fined. The Metropolitan is given authority in these matters because they are not treated merely as private sexual offences. They touch baptism, religious belonging, communal purity, and the boundary between the Christian population and those outside it. The Church claims these cases because they concern the integrity of the faith itself. The statute also punishes acts that might seem surprising to a modern reader. Cutting off another man's hair or beard brings a heavy fine. That penalty makes sense only when one understands the symbolic value of male hair and beard in medieval Rus. Such an act was not a trivial insult. It was a public humiliation, an attack on honour, masculinity, and social standing. The same can be said of various provisions dealing with magic, amulets, potions, forbidden foods, or dining with the unbaptized. These rules belong to a society still defining its Christian identity with unusual intensity. Religious conformity was not assumed. It had to be enforced, repeated, and protected in daily life. The Hungarian laws associated with King Koloman show another frontier society still consolidating Christianity. The text preserves concern for monasteries, church endowments, local assemblies, and property grants, but it also reveals anxiety about groups living within the kingdom who did not fully share the dominant religion. Villages of Muslims were required to build churches, and their inhabitants were to be dispersed, so that they would no longer live entirely among themselves. The policy is clearly assimilationist. It seeks to break communal separation and draw Muslims into the practices and rhythms of Christian life. The same impulse appears in the order that Muslim hosts and their guests eat pork when dining. This was not simply about food. It was a forced public violation of Islamic law, a means of testing conformity and dissolving difference. Jews were also heavily restricted. They were forbidden to buy or sell Christian slaves, and could not keep Christians in their service. If they owned agricultural land, they were expected to work it with pagan slaves rather than Christian labourers. They were allowed to possess property if wealthy enough, but their residence was limited to episcopal centres. Both Jews and Muslims were tolerated in some practical sense, but tightly controlled. Neither group was treated as equal to Christians. Both were subject to laws designed either to contain them or to pressure them into closer conformity with the Christian majority. Compared with the statute from Rus's, the Hungarian material places strong emphasis on public integration and visible control. In Rus's, mixed sexual relations are handled as sins that threaten the religious body and therefore fall under metropolitan jurisdiction. In Hungary, Muslims and Jews are regulated more directly through settlement, diet, labour, and residence. The Church also appears as a judicial authority in specific matters. Cases of abduction of women are assigned to bishops or archdeacons. Clerical marriage violations are handled through ecclesiastical discipline. Burials of Christians must take place in churchyards. These are all signs of a kingdom still shaping Christian society at ground level. where canon law and royal authority cooperate to transform everyday practice. The legal tradition known as Ruskaya Pravda reveals a somewhat different balance between old custom and formalized compensation. It focuses less on spiritual purity and more on violence, injury, theft, threats, and property disputes. Yet it too belongs to a society in transition. Blood vengeance is still present in principle. A brother may avenge a brother, a son a father a son, a nephew an uncle. But vengeance is increasingly channeled into financial compensation. If no avenger steps forward, the killer pays a set amount for the dead man. This marks an important shift. Personal revenge has not disappeared, but it is being restrained and gradually replaced by a legal system based on payment, rank, and recognized procedure. The same pattern appears in the treatment of assault. Bruising and bleeding may be enough to establish injury without witnesses, while lesser cases require testimony. Striking with a fist, a rod, a cup, or even the back of the hand carries a fixed fine. Threatening with an unsheathed sword also incurs a penalty. More serious mutilation brings much higher compensation. The law seeks to control escalation. Instead of allowing every quarrel to become a feud, it translates bodily harm into measured liability. The basis of conflict resolution is not abstract equality, but compensation calibrated according to injury, status, and proof. The articles on moustaches and beards stand out for the same reason they do in other East Slavic material. Cutting them is punished heavily because facial hair carried enormous, symbolic weight. It was bound up with dignity, adulthood, and public honor. To damage it was to disgrace a man in a visible and lasting way. The law, therefore, treats such an act as a serious offense, not a minor insult. Property violations are handled with similar care. A stolen horse, weapon, or piece of clothing cannot simply be seized back by force once recognized. The claimant must bring the matter to a legal meeting so that possession and transfer can be examined. This insistence on process suggests that the code was not only defending property, but also trying to prevent cycles of retaliatory violence arising from disputed ownership. Slavery also appears here as a normal part of legal life. A hidden slave must be returned, and the owner receives compensation. This again shows a society where human beings were recognized as property under law, and where the legal system took seriously the recovery of such property. The code is not interested in abolishing private vengeance all at once. Instead, it surrounds vengeance with procedures, witnesses, and fines, slowly drawing conflict into a more regulated framework. Further west, in the Croatian region of Vinodol, the legal world looks different again, but it is shaped by many of the same concerns: authority, social control, testimony, and the rights of rulers over communities. The law code issued there in the late 13th century emerged in a tense political setting, after local people had come under the stronger rule of the Counts of Crick. The text claims to preserve old and tested customs, but in reality, it also helps define a new balance between local society and princely power. The interests most clearly protected are those of the ruling princes, their officers, and the institutions through which they governed. The code regulates what bishops may take during church consecrations, how much local people must provide to visiting rulers, and under what conditions princely agents may seize livestock or supplies. Even when such seizure is allowed, the prince is expected to pay, which suggests an effort to distinguish lawful authority from arbitrary plunder. Yet the social hierarchy is unmistakable. The prince, his servants, his vice-counts, and his retainers occupy a privileged place in the legal order. That becomes even clearer in homicide cases. If someone kills one of the prince's men and escapes, the prince may impose whatever compensation he sees fit, though, only half may be collected from the criminal's family. If the killer is caught, the prince or his representative may take revenge directly upon him. The family then escapes punishment. This provision shows a legal system in which vengeance still exists, but under the control of princely authority. The ruler absorbs and directs retaliation. The code is also deeply concerned with credibility, oaths, and witnesses. A bailiff cannot simply make large claims about goods given, borrowed, or distributed unless credible witnesses support him. An innkeeper's word is limited without testimony. Trade books are not automatically trusted unless backed by witnesses and confirmed by oath. This does not necessarily mean that bailiffs were assumed to be especially dishonest as individuals. Rather, their position gave them access to goods, accounts, and transactions that could be disputed, and the law therefore demanded safeguards against abuse. Oaths on the Gospels and the testimony of reputable witnesses functioned as the means by which truth could be stabilized in court. Witnesses in this system are central. They validate claims, limit false accusation, and protect the court from endless counter-challenges. If someone tries to discredit a witness or official, he must be ready to prove the charge through other witnesses. Unsupported accusation is not enough. The law tries to prevent the collapse of legal trust by placing strict conditions on who may contest testimony and how. It also restricts political assembly. No meeting concerning communal affairs may take place without the prince's agent present. Anyone acting otherwise risks losing property to the prince. This is a very strong statement of control. It shows that public organisation itself had become a matter watched by lordship. By the later Middle Ages, the legal culture of the Eastern Adriatic had become highly developed, layered, and deeply shaped by the political realities of the region. Zadar offers one of the clearest examples of this process. Although the surviving form of its statute is usually associated with the early 14th century, the legal core of the text appears to reach back several decades earlier. Over time, new regulations were added. Older provisions were reorganized, and outside influence became increasingly visible, especially as Venice tightened its hold over the city. What emerged was not a simple collection of rules, but a carefully ordered urban legal system, arranged into separate sections dealing with office holding, court procedure, property, trade, inheritance, maritime matters, public order, and threats to civic stability. The statute reflects a world in which a coastal commune needed rules not only for commerce and administration, but also for trust, succession, and the management of written authority itself. Among the most revealing parts of this legal world are the rules concerning wills. The statute recognized the right of a person to write a testament by hand, seal it, and place it in an approved location. That principle suggests a society in which written intention carried strong legal weight, provided that certain safeguards were met. A will had to include a clear date, and it also had to be protected from tampering, either through a recognizable seal or through deposit in one of several trusted religious or communal institutions. The chosen places were not random. They were centers of moral credibility, stability, and institutional memory. By entrusting wills to those locations, the city created a framework in which private desire could be transformed into publicly respected law. The last will was treated as something almost sacred, not merely because it concerned death, but because it represented the final, deliberate judgment of an individual whose property, family obligations, and memory would remain active after death. The countryside posed its own legal problems, and the statute dealt with those in a practical way. If a person from Zadar found himself outside the city, on an island or in a village within the district, and wished to make a will there, the law allowed it to be done before 4 witnesses. In that situation, testimony became the bridge between private speech and public record. After the testator's death, those witnesses were required to appear and truthfully report what had been said and ordered. If the court judged them reliable, an official document could then be drawn up and given the same force as a formally written testament. This was a legal culture that understood how fragile final intentions could become once a person died far from home. It responded by building a chain of validation around witnesses, court approval, and written confirmation. At the same time, the statute also drew a distinction between someone only temporarily away from Zadar and someone who permanently resided in the countryside. A temporary will made outside the city could lose force if the person survived and left that place. A permanent resident, however, could make a valid testament in the district, and that will remain effective even if death later came elsewhere. The rule is subtle, but it reveals a sophisticated concern with residence, continuity, and legal belonging. While urban law in Zadar was becoming more elaborate along the Adriatic coast, another transformation of great historical importance had taken place farther east in the Slavic world: the emergence of a new alphabet. During the 10th century, most likely in the Bulgarian cultural sphere, the script now known as Cyrillic began to replace the earlier Glagolitic writing system. This was not simply a technical change in handwriting. It marked a major stage in the shaping of Slavic literary culture. The new script adapted Greek letter forms to the sounds of the Slavic language and gradually became the dominant vehicle for writing across much of the Orthodox Slavic world. For a time, both systems coexisted. In some manuscripts, they even appeared side by side, a rare moment when two writing systems served the same language at once. Yet that balance did not last. The older alphabet slowly retreated, and the newer one spread more widely. This shift was not without debate. A learned monk known as a hrabber composed a defense of the Slavic letters at a time when their legitimacy still had to be argued. His concern was not merely which alphabet looked better on the page. The deeper issue was whether the Slavic language itself deserved full dignity as a sacred and literary medium. There were voices claiming that only a few ancient languages possessed true holiness, and that Slavic writing therefore lacked divine authority. Against that view, Kraber insisted that the Slavic script had been created for a real spiritual purpose, and that it belonged within the history of Christian civilization. He tied its origin directly to Constantine, later known as Cyril, and to Methodius, presenting them as the true creators and translators who gave the Slavs written access to sacred teaching. His argument was powerful because it joined language, memory, and salvation into a single story. The point was not only that the Slavs had letters, it was that their letters came into being as part of God's unfolding order in human history. Kraber's defense also reveals a confident awareness of cultural identity. He argues that while many Greeks could no longer clearly say who first created their letters or translated their books, Slavic learners knew exactly who had given them their script and in what historical moment. This certainty mattered. It transformed the Slavic written tradition from something borrowed into something remembered as a founding act. In that telling, the creation of the alphabet was no accident of scholarship. It was a decisive event tied to rulers, missionaries, and the opening of a people to Christian knowledge. Even more striking is the irony that the work defending the older tradition survived only in manuscripts written in the newer script. That fact alone captures the speed and force of cultural change. A text composed to defend one writing system came down through history in another. The missionary vision behind this literary world can be seen even more vividly in the works of Clement, one of the disciples associated with the circle of Cyril and Methodius. After leaving Moravia and entering Bulgaria, Clement was sent to a frontier region where Christian teaching still needed to be rooted among ordinary people. His mission was not aimed only at elites or courts. It was directed at common believers, at communities recently absorbed into a larger political and religious order, and at populations who needed instruction in a language they could understand. That setting helps explain the character of his writings. Much of what survives from him belongs to the world of preaching, texts designed not for silent reading by scholars, but for oral delivery before congregations. His style combined clarity with elevated praise. He knew how to speak simply enough to be understood and yet powerfully enough to leave a lasting impression. This becomes especially clear in his eulogy for Cyril. In that work, Cyril is not presented merely as a learned translator or a historical figure of the recent past. He appears as a radiant spiritual guide, a new apostle whose work brought light into lands described as lying in ignorance and darkness. The imagery is deliberate and intense. Cyril shines like a heavenly light. He speaks with grace. He brings divine knowledge to a people previously cut off from it. He travels, teaches, translates, and leads others towards spiritual completeness. In this portrayal, the making of the alphabet and the translation of sacred texts become part of a much larger drama, the rescue of an entire people from blindness into understanding. The praise then becomes even more personal and devotional. One part of the sermon unfolds as a long blessing directed toward the body of the saint himself. His lips, tongue, face, eyes, hands, fingers, feet, soul, and resting place are all celebrated in turn. Each feature is linked to a spiritual gift bestowed upon the Slavic people. His tongue becomes the vehicle through which divine truth is spoken. His eyes overcome blindness. His hands bring down knowledge like rain on scorched hearts. His feet carry teaching across the world. The repetition creates rhythm, but it also does something more important. It turns memory into veneration. Cyril is no longer only a teacher from the past. He is a holy presence whose life is still active in the salvation of the people who hear his name. The sermon is carefully built to make that impression unforgettable. If sermons and legal statutes show the formal and intellectual life of medieval Eastern Europe, the birch bark letters reveal something even rarer: the texture of ordinary communication. Found in towns across the lands of Rus, these short, scratched messages preserve the voices of people handling everyday problems, obligations, quarrels, transactions, and appeals for help. They are usually brief, but their simplicity is precisely what makes them so valuable. These are not grand narratives, official proclamations, or solemn church texts. They are messages sent because someone had been arrested, a slave had been sold, a marriage had broken down, tribute had been seized, an artisan had been commissioned, or a profitable trade opportunity had appeared. One short note reports a killing and the possession of inheritance by others. Another records the trouble caused by the purchase of a slave woman in Pskov. The writer explains that he has been detained because of the affair and that companions have stood surety for him. He now needs information quickly so that he can defend himself at a hearing. Behind the few lines lies a larger world of trade, mobility, risk, and legal responsibility. People moved between towns. Slaves were bought and sold. A transaction in one place could lead to arrest in another. Court procedure depended on messages carried across distance, and the success of a defence might rest on whether another man answered in time. Another letter is much more personal. A son urges his parents to sell the farm and come to him, either to Smolensk or to Kiev, adding that grain is cheap there. In only a few lines, it opens a window onto family migration, economic calculation, and the movement of households across great distances. This is not the voice of a chronicler describing policy. It is the voice of someone rearranging life. Another message, written by a woman, carries the bitterness of abandonment. She says that what her father and relatives gave her is still in the hands of her former husband, He has now made an agreement with another woman, driven her away, and kept her property. She asks for help. The letter is painfully direct. It shows how marriage, dowry, kinship, support, and personal vulnerability all intersected in everyday life. Other letters turn to taxation, craftwork, and commerce. One writer complains that people failed to deliver tribute, and that outside forces have intervened to seize what had been collected. There is frustration, anxiety, and a warning to proceed carefully. Another message comes from a priest to an icon painter, asking him to paint 2 6-winged angels on small icons and assuring him that payment can be settled. In another, 2 men write about squirrel skins, noting that they are selling well where they are and urging immediate action if the furs have not yet been traded. They also mention that someone has wronged them and ask the recipient to come if he is free. These letters move effortlessly between trade and grievance, between business and personal networks. Nothing in them is ornamental. Every line exists because something practical is at stake. What makes these letters especially remarkable is how different they are from formal literary and religious works. A sermon seeks to persuade, elevate, and shape belief through careful rhetoric. A statute seeks to regulate, define, and stabilize public life through legal precision. The birch bark messages do neither. They are immediate, compressed, and often urgent. Their language belongs to action. They assume shared knowledge, familiar names, and existing relationships. Because of that, they expose aspects of life that formal texts often hide. Women trying to recover property, merchants managing risk, officials dealing with tribute, artisans receiving commissions, and families negotiating movement across wide territories. They show a society in motion, connected by trade routes, legal hearings, local power struggles, and household concerns. They also reveal problems that were especially characteristic of Rus's. One is the close link between long-distance trade and legal vulnerability. Another is the importance of tribute collection in frontier or peripheral regions. Another is the presence of slavery within ordinary transactions. These letters show that law in Rus's was not only something proclaimed by princes. It was something constantly activated by debt, sale, surety, inheritance, and obligation. They also show how wide the social geography of Rus's could be. A message scratched on bark might connect Pskov, Novgorod, Smolensk, Kiev, and the northern tribute zones in a single web of consequence. The distances were vast, but the communication was practical and direct. The spiritual self-understanding of Rus's appears in a far grander register in the work of Ilarion, a highly educated churchman of Kiev who composed a celebrated homily contrasting law and grace. His writing stands at an entirely different level from the birchbark letters, yet it belongs to the same broad world of Kievan Rus. In his vision, the conversion of the Rus was not an isolated political decision. It was part of sacred history itself. The movement from the old covenant to the new, from shadow to fulfillment, from law to grace, provided the framework within which the baptism of Rus's could be understood. That conversion was not, in his eyes, a local event on the edge of the Christian world. It was one stage in the universal spread of divine truth. At the center of this vision stood Vladimir, the ruler credited with bringing Christianity to Rus. Ilarion presents him not merely as a prince who made a wise political choice, but as a figure of world historical significance. He is compared to great rulers of the Christian past and placed in a line of providential action. In this telling, Rus's does not stand outside the Christian story, waiting to be included by others. It has already entered the heart of that story. The adoption of Christianity becomes evidence that divine grace has reached new peoples and new lands exactly as history, was meant to unfold. By framing it this way, Ilarion gives Rus a sacred place in the order of nations. This is also why his treatment of Vladimir carries such force. The prince is praised in language that moves beyond ordinary political memory. He appears as an instrument chosen for a higher work, almost in the manner of a saintly ruler. The comparison with Constantine is especially important, because it links the baptism of Rus to the great turning point of the Roman Christian Empire. Just as the older empire had once embraced the cross, so now Rus had received it and carried it farther into the world. The message is not only that Rus is converted. The message is that Rus inherited and extended the Christian mission. The earlier work of Byzantine emperors and holy rulers had not ended in Constantinople. It had continued northward. Across the medieval world, every land told its own story of faith through the memory of its teachers. Rome honoured Peter and Paul, Asia remembered John, India looked to Thomas, and Egypt to Mark. In this shared pattern, each region claimed its place in the spread of belief by celebrating the figure who first brought light to its people. Within this wider tradition, the land of Rus also found its voice, raising praise for its own ruler, a man remembered not only for power and conquest, but for transformation. Vladimir, descended from a line of strong and renowned princes, was presented as the one who led his people out of darkness and into a new spiritual age. His ancestry was not forgotten. He stood in a line of rulers known for strength and courage, men whose reputations extended beyond their own borders. Yet his importance did not rest only on inherited glory. As he matured, he proved himself in action, establishing authority, subduing neighbouring lands and ruling with both force and calculation. Some territories were brought under control through negotiation, others through the sword. In this way, he secured his position and expanded his realm, becoming a figure both feared and respected. His rule was marked by order and discipline, but also by a growing awareness that something deeper lay beyond power alone. At a certain point, a shift took place that redefined his legacy entirely. The change was described not as a political maneuver, but as an awakening. He began to recognize the emptiness of idol worship and turned instead toward the search for a single, universal God. This was not presented as a gradual drift, but as a decisive moment of understanding. Reports of the Christian world to the south played a crucial role in this transformation. The Byzantine lands were described as places where faith shaped every aspect of life, where churches were filled, where prayer was constant, and where divine power was visible through signs and wonders. These accounts stirred something in him, creating a strong desire that could not be ignored. The decision that followed was both personal and political. He chose to embrace Christianity, and with that choice came the expectation that his entire land would follow. His baptism was described in symbolic language, as a rebirth, rather than a simple ritual. He cast aside his former identity, leaving behind the weight of past beliefs, and emerged renewed, clothed in a new spiritual identity. Even his name changed, linking him to a broader Christian world and marking his place within it. This moment was presented as a turning point not only for the ruler himself, but for the entire history of his people. From that point forward, his actions reflected a new mission. He ordered the mass baptism of his population, extending the new faith across every level of society. The command reached all groups without distinction, from the powerful to the humble, from the wealthy to the poor. Some accepted the change willingly, others out of fear of authority. But the result was the same. The land began to change, pagan practices were abandoned, sacred buildings were replaced, and a new religious structure took shape. Churches rose where idols once stood, and the symbols of the old belief system were dismantled. The transformation was presented as both physical and spiritual. a visible shift in the landscape as well as in the minds of the people. The language used to describe this moment is filled with contrast. Darkness gives way to light, confusion to clarity, silence to proclamation. The teachings of the gospel spread across cities, carried by clergy who now stood at the center of public life. Religious ritual became a shared experience, drawing together communities in a common act of worship. Monasteries appeared in remote places, creating centers of devotion and learning. The sound of prayer, chant, and sacred words replaced the earlier noise of ritual tied to older beliefs. In this narrative, the entire land seems to awaken at once, moving from one state of existence into another. The ruler himself was praised not only as a political leader, but as a figure worthy of comparison with the great figures of Christian history. His role was set alongside that of an earlier emperor who had transformed his own empire through faith. Just as that emperor had established a new religious order in his realm, Vladimir was described as doing the same in Rus. The comparison extended beyond simple admiration. It placed Rus's within a larger historical pattern, linking its transformation to earlier moments of conversion and renewal. Even his grandmother was drawn into this parallel, her earlier acceptance of Christianity seen as a foundation upon which his own actions were built. Through this lens, the conversion of Rusas was no longer an isolated event. It became part of a continuous chain, a movement of faith spreading across lands and generations. The ruler was no longer just a king. He became a central figure in a sacred story, one whose actions reshaped not only his kingdom, but its place in the wider world. Alongside these grand narratives, other texts approach the nature of human life and morality in a very different way. One story presents a simple yet powerful image: a blind man and a lame man placed together to guard a vineyard. Neither is complete on his own. One cannot see, the other cannot walk. Yet together they find a way to overcome their limitations. The blind man carries the lame man, who in turn provides direction. What begins as cooperation quickly turns into temptation. The two realize that the vineyard holds valuable fruit, and instead of guarding it, they decide to steal from it. Their plan is shaped by calculation rather than fear. They assume that they will not be discovered, and even if they are, they believe they can escape responsibility. Each one prepares an excuse, blaming his own weakness. The blind man will claim he could not see, the lame man that he could not move. In their minds, their limitations become tools for deception rather than barriers to wrongdoing. With this logic, they enter the vineyard and take what does not belong to them. The story then shifts from narrative to interpretation. The two figures are no longer just characters, but representations of deeper elements within human existence. The blind man becomes the body, driven by desire but lacking direction. The lame man represents the soul, capable of understanding but unable to act alone. Together, they form a complete human being, capable of both good and evil. Their cooperation mirrors the way in which thought and action combine in real life. When they act in harmony for the wrong purpose, the result is sin. The vineyard itself represents a space of trust, a place given into human care with clear boundaries. The theft of its fruit reflects the act of overstepping those boundaries, of taking what has not been granted. The story draws a parallel with earlier examples of disobedience, suggesting that the desire to reach beyond what is allowed has always been part of human nature. The fall is not caused by ignorance alone, but by a conscious decision to act, despite knowing the limits. The interpretation becomes more direct as it continues. The story is used to criticize those who seek power or authority without rightful claim. Just as the two men justify their actions through excuses, individuals in positions of responsibility may hide behind appearances, while acting against the order they are meant to protect. The warning is clear. No position, no title, no outward sign of authority can protect someone from the consequences of wrongdoing. The same pattern repeats throughout history, where ambition and desire lead individuals to misuse power, believing they can avoid accountability. The conclusion reinforces this idea through judgment. The lord of the vineyard eventually discovers what has happened and responds by removing both men from their positions. Their excuses fail, and their actions are exposed. The message is not subtle. Responsibility cannot be divided or avoided. The body and the soul act together, and together they bear the consequences. The story serves as a reflection on human nature, reminding the listener that weakness is not an excuse for wrongdoing, and that awareness without discipline leads to failure. While such allegorical stories explored moral questions, other texts turned their attention to the origins of entire peoples. One account traces the beginnings of the Slavs, back to a moment of division among nations, placing them within a broader story of human dispersal. According to this narrative, the Slavs emerged from a lineage that spread across northern and western lands, eventually settling near the Danube. From there, groups began to move outward, forming new communities and taking names based on the regions they inhabited. As these groups spread, they adapted to different environments and developed distinct identities. Some settled along major rivers, others in forests or near lakes. Their names reflected these landscapes, tying identity directly to geography. Over time, these communities became known as separate tribes, each with its own customs and traditions. The story emphasizes both unity and division. All belong to a common origin, yet each develops in its own direction. External pressures played a role in this movement. Attacks from neighboring peoples forced some groups to migrate further, seeking safety in new territories. These movements reshaped the distribution of populations, creating new centers of settlement. The narrative presents this process as both reactive and natural, a response to conflict as well as an expression of expansion. The description of customs reveals a sharp contrast between different groups. Some are portrayed as orderly and respectful, maintaining structured family relations and established traditions. Others are depicted as living in a more chaotic manner, lacking formal marriage practices and engaging in behavior described as uncivilized. These contrasting images serve a purpose. They create a moral hierarchy, distinguishing between those who follow a recognized order and those who exist outside it. Ritual practices also differ widely. Some groups follow structured ceremonies and maintain clear social roles, while others rely on gatherings and informal unions. Funeral customs vary as well, with some communities practicing cremation and others observing different rites. These details highlight the diversity within the broader Slavic world, showing that shared origin does not lead to uniform culture. The story also introduces powerful external groups that influence the region. Some imposed control, others passed through, leaving behind traces of conflict and change. These encounters shaped the development of the Slavic communities, forcing adaptation and sometimes leading to the disappearance of entire groups. The narrative preserves these moments as part of a collective memory, linking identity to both internal tradition and external challenge. In another tradition, the focus shifts from origins to leadership, presenting a legendary ruler whose story blends history and imagination. After the death of a powerful leader, a city rises in his memory, becoming a symbol of continuity. His daughter is chosen to rule, not because of inheritance alone, but because of her exceptional qualities. She is described as surpassing others in wisdom, presence, and the ability to command respect. The story emphasizes qualities beyond physical strength. Authority is linked to wisdom, restraint, and a kind of presence that commands obedience without force. The ruler is not only a defender of the land, but a figure who embodies its identity. Her choice to remain unmarried and without heirs adds another layer to the narrative. It suggests a dedication to rule that places the stability of the land above personal legacy. Yet, it also introduces a consequence. Without succession, the continuity of power becomes uncertain, and the strength of the realm begins to fade after her death. Finally, another account presents a moment of diplomatic encounter between rulers, offering a glimpse into the ceremonial side of medieval politics. A king, newly established in his authority, seeks to strengthen ties with a neighbouring ruler. Messengers are sent and arrangements are made for a meeting at the border. The gathering is not merely political. It is carefully staged, combining religious ritual, public display, and symbolic gestures. When the two leaders meet, they exchange signs of peace and enter a sacred space together. The setting reinforces the idea that political agreements are bound to religious authority. The ceremony that follows blends governance and faith with prayer, procession, and public affirmation. The king appears in full regalia, distinguished among those present, while clergy conduct the ritual with precision and formality. The agreement is sealed through shared participation in sacred rites, followed by a period of celebration. Feasting, music, and exchange of gifts reinforce the bond between the two sides. The event lasts for days, turning diplomacy into a public spectacle that involves not only rulers but their followers as well. By the time the gathering ends, the agreement has been strengthened through both ritual and social connection. In the medieval world, travel was not only a physical journey, but also a way of collecting stories, impressions, and fragments of distant lives. One such account describes a long route stretching from the western edge of Europe deep into the heart of the eastern lands and back again. The narrative unfolds as a sequence of stops, each measured in days of travel, each marked by a place and its people. It follows a steady rhythm, moving from one location to another, offering glimpses into communities along the way. These entries often focus on Jewish life, noting the number of inhabitants, their leaders, and the structure of their society. Yet the account does not rely entirely on first-hand observation. It reflects layers of retelling, additions, and reshaping over time, blending travel memory with second-hand knowledge and imagination. During a passage through central Greece, the narrative pauses at a settlement near the foot of rugged mountains. A small Jewish community is noted there, its size modest, its leadership briefly mentioned. The focus quickly shifts away from them to a different group altogether, the people living high in the surrounding mountains. These inhabitants are portrayed as elusive and swift, moving with remarkable speed across difficult terrain. Their lifestyle is described as one shaped by the landscape itself. From their elevated strongholds, they descend suddenly into the valleys, carrying out raids before retreating back into the heights where few can follow. Their independence stands out. No ruler is said to control them, no authority to command their obedience. Their mountain environment acts as a natural defense, making any direct confrontation nearly impossible. Attempts to subdue them are described as futile, not because of their numbers, but because of the terrain they inhabit, and their ability to move through it with ease. They appear almost untouchable, beyond the reach of conventional power. What makes their portrayal even more striking is the ambiguity surrounding their identity. They are said to adopt names associated with Jewish tradition and to refer to Jewish communities as their kin. Yet their behaviour contradicts any simple classification. They are depicted as raiders who attack and plunder, showing restraint only in limited circumstances. While they are described as sparing certain groups from death, they do not hesitate to steal from them. Their relationship with religion is equally uncertain. They are not seen as followers of the dominant Christian faith, but neither are they fully integrated into any established religious system. Instead, they exist on the margins, adopting elements of identity without fully belonging to any one tradition. The tone of this account suggests that much of this description may have been shaped by hearsay. The image of mountain raiders descending like wild animals appears in multiple contexts across different regions, often used to describe groups living beyond settled society. It reflects a pattern of storytelling in which unfamiliar communities are framed through comparison and repetition. Rather than a precise record, the description becomes a constructed image, shaped by the expectations and assumptions of those who recorded it. A different perspective on similar groups appears in accounts of rebellion further north, where mountainous terrain once again plays a crucial role. Here, the focus shifts to a large-scale uprising against imperial authority. The origins of this revolt are tied to a mixture of political tension and personal grievance. A ruler's actions, perceived as unjust or dismissive, spark resentment among local leaders. What begins as a request for recognition and reward turns into open defiance when that request is denied. The leaders of the rebellion emerge as determined and forceful figures, capable of rallying support despite initial hesitation among their followers. They understand that fear must be replaced with conviction. To achieve this, they turn to powerful symbols and shared belief. A place of worship is established, not merely as a religious centre, but as a focal point for unity and purpose. Through dramatic displays and intense emotional expression, they convince others that their cause is justified, and even supported by divine will. Once the rebellion takes hold, its momentum builds quickly. The landscape once again becomes a decisive factor. Fortresses perched on steep heights provide secure bases, while narrow passes and hidden routes offer strategic advantages. The rebels use these features to their full potential, avoiding direct confrontation when it does not suit them, and striking when conditions are favourable. Their tactics rely on mobility, surprise, and deep knowledge of the terrain. They do not seek to hold ground in the conventional sense, but to control movement and disrupt their opponents. Their success is reinforced by alliances. Forces from beyond the region join them, adding strength and unpredictability to their campaigns. With this support, they expand their reach, moving beyond defense into active offensives. Towns are attacked, resources seized, and populations displaced. The conflict spreads, drawing in larger powers and reshaping the political landscape. From the perspective of those opposing them, these rebels are often described in harsh terms, their actions framed as destructive and unlawful. Their leaders are portrayed as impulsive, driven by ambition and defiance. Yet beneath this portrayal lies an acknowledgement of their effectiveness. Their ability to challenge a powerful empire and maintain control over difficult terrain speaks to a level of organisation and resilience that cannot be ignored. Elsewhere, another kind of encounter unfolds, one not defined by open conflict, but by submission and negotiation. A regional ruler, facing the overwhelming force of a larger power, chooses a different path. Instead of continuing resistance, he seeks forgiveness, and presents himself in a manner designed to demonstrate humility. His appearance is carefully constructed to convey submission. Barefoot, unarmed, and marked by symbols of surrender, he approaches the opposing ruler not as an equal, but as someone seeking mercy. This act is both personal and political. It signals the end of one phase of conflict and the beginning of another kind of relationship. The response from the dominant ruler reflects an understanding of this shift. Mercy is granted, not only as an act of compassion, but as a strategic decision. By accepting submission, authority is reinforced, without the need for further destruction. The defeated ruler is not removed, but incorporated, becoming part of a new order under the control of the victor. Such moments reveal the complexity of power in this period. Victory is not always measured by destruction alone. The ability to transform an enemy into an ally, or at least into a subordinate, can be equally valuable. The ritual of submission becomes a language through which political realities are communicated and redefined. At the same time, spiritual transformation plays a role in shaping leadership. One account describes a ruler who, after years of governing and expanding his realm, turns away from worldly power. His decision is presented not as a retreat, but as a fulfillment of a deeper purpose. Having secured his lands and established order, he begins to see the limits of earthly achievement. Wealth, authority, and glory are described as temporary, unable to endure beyond death. In a gathering of his followers and family, he speaks openly about this realization. He reminds them of the struggles that shaped the land, the efforts made to bring stability, and the importance of maintaining both faith and unity. His words are not only a farewell, but a set of instructions for the future. He emphasizes the need for justice, for adherence to belief, and for care toward both the powerful and the humble. The transfer of power is handled with careful attention. A successor is chosen and presented not simply as an heir, but as someone entrusted with responsibility. Guidance is given on how to rule, how to protect the community, and how to maintain balance. Authority is passed on with both blessing and expectation, ensuring continuity while marking a clear transition. The ruler's departure from power is accompanied by a personal transformation. He abandons his former status and enters a life defined by spiritual discipline. This change is not portrayed as a loss, but as a gain, a movement towards something more lasting than temporal authority. His example reinforces the idea that leadership is not only about governing others, but also about understanding one's place within a larger order. Meanwhile, in the wider political landscape, communication between distant powers continues through letters and envoys. One ruler seeks recognition from a spiritual authority far beyond his own borders. In doing so, he aims to strengthen his position, gaining legitimacy that extends beyond military success. The exchange is formal and respectful, filled with expressions of loyalty and gratitude. Titles and honours are carefully acknowledged, reinforcing a sense of shared purpose. At the same time, the letter reveals underlying tensions. The ruler speaks of conflicts with neighbouring powers, presenting himself as unjustly attacked, while emphasising his own restraint. He asks for intervention, hoping that authority from afar can influence events closer to home. This appeal highlights the interconnected nature of power, where religious and political authority overlap and reinforce one another. Gifts accompany the message, symbols of goodwill and recognition. They serve both as tokens of respect and as reminders of the relationship being established. The exchange is not purely symbolic. It reflects a strategic effort to position oneself within a broader network of influence, balancing local power with external validation. In the aftermath of conquest and shifting alliances, new conflicts arise. Armies move across territories, sieges are laid, and battles fought. In one such confrontation, overconfidence proves costly. Forces that underestimate their opponents are caught off guard and defeated. The outcome is swift and decisive, leading to the capture or loss of key leaders. The defeat is interpreted not only in military terms, but as a consequence of moral failure. Pride and internal division are seen as contributing factors, weakening the cohesion needed for success. Following such a loss, leadership must be re-established. New figures rise to fill the gap, and strategies shift in response to changing conditions. Alliances are reconsidered, sometimes leading to unexpected partnerships. Marriage becomes one such tool used to secure peace and strengthen ties between former enemies. These unions are not merely personal, but carry significant political weight, linking families, territories, and interests. The ceremonies surrounding such arrangements are elaborate, emphasizing wealth, status, and mutual respect. The exchange of gifts and the display of resources serve to reinforce the legitimacy of the agreement. Through these acts, conflict is transformed into cooperation, at least temporarily, as both sides seek stability in a volatile environment. In another case, diplomacy takes on a more personal form. A regional leader seeks the support of a powerful ruler by offering loyalty and requesting a marriage alliance. His approach combines humility with confidence, acknowledging the authority of the other while emphasizing his own resources and status. The request is carefully framed, presenting the alliance as beneficial to both sides. The response is shaped by counsel from advisors who recognize the strategic value of the proposal. By accepting, the ruler gains a loyal supporter and extends influence into new territories. The alliance is sealed through marriage, accompanied by ceremonies and mutual recognition. The relationship that follows is one of cooperation, with the new ally integrated into a broader political framework. Yet even within this partnership, differences remain. Cultural and linguistic barriers are acknowledged, requiring adaptation and understanding. Advice is given on how to navigate these differences, emphasizing patience, respect, and the importance of maintaining one's identity while adapting to new circumstances. The success of the alliance depends not only on formal agreements, but on the ability to manage these human elements. In the first half of the 13th century, the balance of power in the Balkans shifted dramatically, and one battle stood above all others in marking that change. John II, Asen's victory near Klokotnitsa, did far more than defeat a rival army. It broke the power of Thessaloniki, shattered Epirote ambitions, and placed Bulgaria at the centre of Balkan politics. From that moment on, John Asen no longer appeared as a regional ruler, defending his borders. He emerged as a sovereign, with claims stretching across nearly the entire peninsula, ruling from one sea to another, and presenting himself as the dominant force between Constantinople, Serbia, Epirus, and the Latin states. The image he chose to project after that victory was no accident. In the monumental inscription connected with his church foundation at Tarnovo, he speaks with the confidence of a ruler who believes his success has been granted by divine favour. He presents himself not merely as a conqueror, but as a pious emperor whose achievements were made possible through heavenly support. The church itself becomes part of the message. It is both a religious offering and a political statement, a sacred monument built to turn military triumph into permanent memory. The victory is framed as an act of faith as much as one of war. By linking conquest to devotion, he shapes the ideal image of rulership: strong in battle, protected by God, generous toward the church, and fully entitled to command. His description of the lands brought under his authority is especially revealing. He does not speak only of one enemy or one captured city. He lists a broad zone stretching from Adrianople to the western coast, including Greek, Serbian, and Albanian territories. In doing so, he is not just naming places. He is defining a world over which he claims supremacy. Adrianople matters in this vision because it stood as one of the key gateways of Thrace, a city with enormous strategic and symbolic value. To mention it is to show that his influence had moved deep into lands once firmly tied to the Byzantine orbit, and later contested by the Latins. It signals control not at the margins, but near the heart of the struggle for the peninsula. Even more striking is the way he speaks of the lands around Constantinople itself. He suggests that the Frankish rulers there survived only because he allowed it, and that they had no emperor above him. This is more than boastful language. It shows how he understood his position after the battle. He was not content with describing himself as victorious over Theodore alone. He wanted to present himself as the one figure before whom all others in the region had to reckon. In that sense, his inscription offers a vision of rulership built on three pillars at once: divine approval, military domination, and political centrality. This new prestige had consequences far beyond propaganda. The victory opened the way for Bulgarian expansion into lands previously controlled by Epirus and Thessaloniki. It also transformed Bulgaria into a direct threat to the Latin Empire. Cities in Thrace began to turn toward John Aeson, opening their gates to him and accepting his authority. Religious policy followed political conquest. Clergy associated with the Latin Church were replaced, and Bulgarian influence spread not only through soldiers and governors, but through bishops and priests. Control over territory was matched by control over worship, ecclesiastical order, and religious allegiance. In this way, conquest was turned into a program of integration. At the same time, John Aeson's position gave him leverage in the larger struggle between Latin Constantinople and Nicaea. His contacts with the Patriarch and Emperor in Nicaea were not simply acts of piety or diplomacy in isolation. They were part of a broader strategy. By moving back toward orthodoxy and seeking recognition for the Church of Tarnovo at the highest level, he strengthened the legitimacy of his state while also placing himself within the contest over who would inherit the Byzantine world. Bulgaria was no longer an outsider pressing from the margins. It had become a decisive player in the fate of the Eastern Empire's former lands. Yet while Bulgaria under John Aeson was rising toward the height of its power, the world around it remained unstable, violent, and deeply fragmented. Further south and west, the Byzantine successor states were struggling to contain rebellions, defend shrinking possessions, and respond to enemies on multiple fronts. One account of the campaigns of the 1250s reveals how fragile that situation had become. Imperial commanders moved through Macedonia with forces that were too small and too weak for the tasks before them. Raiding replaced real conquest. Instead of launching bold offensives, they plundered the countryside, seized animals, and tried to sustain authority through movement and intimidation, rather than secure military control. It was in this setting that the Serbs struck with great effect. Their advance was not presented as an isolated raid, but as part of a larger unravelling of Byzantine power in the west. Once imperial weakness became visible, neighbouring rulers moved quickly to exploit it. The Serbian forces crossed into contested lands, plundered widely, and encountered little organised resistance. The local Byzantine commander proved disastrously unprepared. He lacked intelligence, failed to scout the enemy properly, and did not know how to arrange his men in a disciplined battle line. Instead of directing a coordinated defence, he allowed his soldiers to rush forward without order. The result was exactly what might be expected in such circumstances. A scattered force was overwhelmed by a more numerous enemy. Many were killed or captured, and those who survived fled in panic. In this telling, the Byzantine defeat was not blamed on fate alone or even on Serbian strength by itself. It was caused by incompetence, disorder, and poor leadership. The enemy succeeded because the defenders failed at the most basic level of command. This is crucial to the tone of the narrative. The disaster is not described as an honourable defeat against impossible odds. It is presented as a humiliation made worse by the inadequacy of those entrusted with defence. Once the field army collapsed, places like Prilep were left isolated, cut off, and trapped, their garrisons reduced to passive survival. The Serbian role in this moment reflects a wider pattern in Balkan politics. As Byzantine authority weakened, Serbia was no longer merely a frontier principality reacting to larger empires. It was becoming an assertive regional force, ready to raid, conquer, and intervene whenever opportunities appeared. Military power in the Balkans was no longer concentrated in one imperial centre. It was distributed among ambitious rulers, who watched one another closely and moved fast when the balance shifted. Bulgaria, too, soon entered a period of uncertainty despite the great prestige won under John Asen. After the death of one ruler, the country was pulled into a chain of murders, shifting loyalties, and hurried attempts to secure legitimacy. One king was struck down through intrigue. His killer hoped to take control, even marrying the widow in order to strengthen his claim, but he himself was soon hunted down and killed. In the middle of this disorder, outside forces entered the scene. A powerful relative from the north arrived with an army and took away his daughter, who had been connected by marriage to the dead ruler. The picture that emerges is one of a throne exposed to violence, faction, and sudden reversals. What mattered in that moment was not only strength, but the appearance of lawful right. The Bulgarian leading men, faced with the lack of a clear heir, chose a new ruler not simply because he was available, but because he could be fitted into a dynastic framework. That is why marriage became so important. By arranging for him to marry a woman descended from the earlier royal line, they sought to wrap political necessity in the language of inheritance and continuity. It was not enough for a man to rule, he had to seem meant to rule. Blood, marriage, and association with an earlier dynasty were used to make a fresh claim look old, rightful, and stable. This reveals a great deal about the political culture of the period. Rule in the Balkans was rarely secure on force alone. Armies could win battles and seize capitals, but legitimacy required something more durable. It had to be performed, displayed, and attached to lineage, church approval, and marriage alliances. A new ruler needed not only soldiers behind him, but symbols around him that made obedience seem natural. In Bulgaria's case, that meant turning to a bride whose ancestry could bridge the gap between political convenience and dynastic memory. The Byzantine observer looking at this situation saw it as evidence of Bulgaria's instability, but also of its continuing importance. Even amid internal chaos, Bulgaria remained too significant to ignore. Peace with it mattered. Marriage into its ruling circle mattered. Every succession crisis there affected the wider balance between Nicaea, Serbia, Epirus, and the Latin world. The throne of Tarnovo was not a local affair, it was a pivot in Balkan politics. In the Eastern Islamic world, one of the most important voices on the Mongol expansion came from a man born into privilege, administration, and scholarship. He belonged to a powerful family from Khorasan, a family long connected to high office under earlier Muslim dynasties. By the time the Mongols had destroyed Baghdad and ended the Abbasid Caliphate, his own relatives had risen within the new order. His brother became one of the most important officials of the Ilkhanid state, while he himself was later appointed governor of Baghdad. But before holding power in that shattered city, he had already begun shaping one of the major historical narratives of the Mongol age. His account was not written from the position of an outsider trying to guess the meaning of events. He had travelled to the Mongol capital in the early 1250s and spent significant time there, close enough to gather information about the great assemblies, the inner workings of power, and the thinking of the ruling elite. His writing often praised Mongol strength and success, yet it was not simple admiration. There is distance in his tone and at times even irony. Still, his broader interpretation was guided by a religious vision. He saw the Mongols not merely as conquerors, but as instruments of divine punishment, riders unleashed upon a corrupt world. In that view, their destruction of Muslim lands could be understood as chastisement for rebellion and failure, while their victories over non-Muslim peoples became part of a larger sacred design. When he turns to the great gathering held under Ögedei, the picture is one of ceremony, family hierarchy, military planning, and imperial confidence. The ruler appears as a sovereign at ease after earlier victories, seated in triumph, with commanders returning from distant campaigns and princes summoned from across the empire. The assembly is presented not as a hurried war council, but as an event of enormous scale and prestige, combining celebration with administration. First came the honours, the feasting, the public display of imperial generosity, and the reaffirmation of rank within the ruling house. For an entire month, the imperial family and commanders are described as living in abundance, surrounded by luxury, cupbearers, and courtly pleasure. The scene is carefully staged to show that power in the Mongol world rested not only on conquest, but also on order, ritual, distribution, and the visible abundance of the ruling centre. Only after this long period of ceremony did the gathering turn towards state business. That transition is important. It shows that the Mongol Empire was not simply a machine of war driven by instinct or chaos. Decisions were made through consultation among princes, commanders, and close relatives of the ruling house. Campaigns were not improvised at the edge of battle, but planned through assemblies in which old rules and new decrees were confirmed, resources distributed, and responsibilities assigned. The empire appears here as highly organized, structured around kinship, obligation, and the careful direction of armies toward specific frontiers. The Western campaign emerged from this process as one of the major priorities of the empire. In the account, the reason given is clear. Several peoples to the west had not yet been fully subdued. The lands of the steppe, the Volga region, the Caucasian fringe, and the Slavic territories beyond them still contained communities that had resisted or escaped full incorporation into Mongol authority. This was not presented as a distant curiosity. It was described as unfinished work, a problem requiring decisive action. The peoples mentioned were not merely neighbours. They were rebels, survivors, and obstacles to the completion of empire. Particular emphasis fell on the peoples of the western steppe and beyond it. The Cumans and the Hungarians were singled out as targets, not yet completely broken. The Western campaign, therefore, had a double purpose. It aimed, first at conquest and destruction, at the crushing of resistance and the extension of imperial power across lands that had so far remained outside full control. But it also aimed at finishing what previous campaigns had begun, clearing the frontier and bringing all remaining hostile regions into submission. The princes assigned to this task were among the most important men of the dynasty. Batu took the lead, joined by other grandsons and sons of the ruling line, as well as major commanders of proven reputation. This alone reveals the weight the Mongol leadership placed on the expedition. It was not a side campaign. It was one of the empire's great enterprises. The armies gathered for this push westward were not drawn from a single people. The account makes clear that the forces included Turks, Iranian-speaking groups, and the many military elements already folded into Mongol command. This again points to the empire's remarkable organizational capacity. The Mongols did not conquer only through their own original tribal base. They drew manpower from across their domains, directing a vast multinational military system through the leadership of princes and elite commanders. Orders moved outward from the centre. Armies gathered in separate encampments, then advanced according to a shared timetable. By spring, the plan set at the assembly was already in motion. The first great blow fell on the Volga Bulgars. Their land stood at a crucial point between the steppe, the forest zone, and the river trade routes of the north. The city of Bulgar was famed for strength, wealth, and commercial importance, especially in the long-distance exchange of furs and other goods. To strike there first was both practical and symbolic. It secured the approach to the western and northwestern lands, while also sending a warning to every other people in the region. The description of the Mongol armies assembling there emphasizes scale above all else. The earth is said to tremble beneath them, the noise alone enough to astonish animals. The point is unmistakable. These armies were meant to appear overwhelming, unstoppable, and terrifying before battle had even begun. Once they attacked, the pattern was ruthless and efficient. The city was stormed, its population killed or enslaved, and the conquest deliberately turned into an example for others. The Western campaign, then, was not merely about occupying land. It was about demonstrating what resistance would bring. Slaughter, captivity, and destruction became part of imperial strategy. Terror was not a side effect of conquest. It was one of its instruments. A very different perspective appears in the Rus account of the invasion that soon followed. There, the Mongols are not described from the inner circles of empire, but from the viewpoint of those who faced them as a catastrophe descending without mercy. The chronicler presents their arrival as sudden and overwhelming, like a plague of locusts. They enter the land of Ryazan in immense numbers, take one place after another, and send demands that reveal both their confidence and their method. They ask for a tenth of everything: people, princes, horses, wealth. The demand itself is striking. It combines tribute, submission, and humiliation. The rulers of Ryazan refuse, answering that only when they are all dead will everything belong to the invaders. This response is defiant, but the narrative quickly reveals a deeper weakness among the Rus' princes. Help is requested from Vladimir, but no effective unity follows. One prince refuses to join the others properly, preferring separate action. That failure of coordination stands at the heart of the tragedy. The Mongols win quickly not only because of their numbers and mobility, but because the Rus lands are divided, their rulers unable or unwilling to act together in time. The invaders exploit this weakness mercilessly. The siege of Ryazan is brutal and total. Once the city falls, the chronicler dwells not on military detail alone, but on massacre, fire, rape, and the destruction of the whole urban community. Prince, princess, clergy, women, children, monks, and nuns all perish in horror. The bishop survives only because he had left just before the siege tightened. The emotional force of the account is intense. It is not simply a record of conquest. It is a lament over the collapse of a Christian world under violent pagan assault. From there, the Mongols move with astonishing speed. Vladimir is threatened, its ruler flees, and the people shut themselves inside, taking refuge in the cathedral as the city burns around them. Again, the fall is described through fire, enclosure, and sacred death. The church becomes a tomb. Those inside take monastic vows as destruction closes in, turning their final moments into an act of spiritual preparation. Yet holiness does not save the city from burning, nor does prayer stop the invaders. The chronicler does not hide this. Instead, he turns to explanation through sin. The Mongols are terrible, but their victories are possible because God has allowed punishment to fall upon Ruses. This religious interpretation runs throughout the account. The Mongols obtain so many victories so quickly because the land is divided, the princes quarrel, and the people have sinned. Internecine hatred, greed, and failure to repent have invited divine wrath. Foreign conquest becomes a scourge sent to humble a corrupt people. In that sense, the chronicler's interpretation is not entirely unlike the Muslim historians. Both see the Mongols as instruments of judgment. The difference lies in perspective. One writes from within the empire that uses them. The other writes from among the ruined. At the same time, the Rus account reveals much about Mongol tactics. They move fast, besiege cities efficiently, and coordinate attacks across wide distances. They send emissaries first, demanding submission and tribute. They strike where resistance is divided. They rely on mobility and relentless advance, taking one city and then immediately pressing on to the next. They overwhelm patrols, pursue fleeing princes, and combine encirclement with terror. In the narrative, they are everywhere at once. At Ryazan, Kolomna, Vladimir, Moscow, Suzdal, Tver, and finally Torjok. Their campaign is not a slow crawl. It is a sweeping chain of destruction. The account of Torjok brings the Mongols frighteningly close to Novgorod. The city expects the worst. Help does not arrive in time, and Torjok too falls after a determined defence. The road ahead seems open. The chronicler says the invaders advanced to within roughly 100 versts of Novgorod, cutting down all before them. Yet then, they turned away. The text explains Novgorod's escape not by strategy or geography, but by divine protection. The prayers of saints, clergy, rulers, monks, and the great Church of Holy Wisdom are said to have preserved it. The chronicler sees the city's survival as an act of grace. Historians may point to terrain, weather, supply, distance, and the practical limits of campaigning in the north. But within the narrative itself, the answer is spiritual. Novgorod was spared because heaven intervened. The Hungarian experience of the Mongol invasion reveals the same enemy in yet another light. There, too, the first reaction is disbelief. Rumours of the Tatars had circulated for years, but many dismissed them as exaggeration or fantasy. Confidence in the strength of the kingdom, combined with delay and indecision, prevented a timely response. Even when the danger became undeniable, argument and hesitation paralysed the leadership. Some wanted caution and avoidance. Others believed sheer numbers would scatter the enemy at first sight. No common plan emerged soon enough. This failure, in the eyes of the chronicler, was one of the main reasons disaster followed. King Bela did make preparations. He inspected the eastern frontier, ordered forests cut down, and had barricades built across the easier entry routes through the mountains. On paper, this was sensible defence. In practice, it proved almost useless. The Mongols sent specialised advance units equipped for just such work. Tens of thousands moved ahead with axes, clearing roads, cutting through barriers, and opening the passes. The defences that had seemed solid to the Hungarians were torn apart like straw. This is one of the most revealing moments in the whole description. The Mongols were an unusual enemy because they could turn engineering, speed, discipline, and preparation into offensive advantages at a scale their opponents had not imagined. They were not simply raiders from afar. They were a military machine that could adapt the landscape itself to invasion. The battle that followed near Muhi shows Mongol method at its most devastating. Instead of rushing directly into hand-to-hand combat, they began with cavalry probes, teasing the enemy and drawing them forward. Their riders appeared, challenged, and then withdrew while firing arrows, exactly as they had been trained to do. The Hungarians mistook this movement for weakness and believed the enemy was retreating. In reality, they were being led toward a carefully chosen position near the river, where the main Mongol force waited concealed. The Hungarian camp, once established, became a trap. Tents were packed too tightly, movement inside became nearly impossible, and the wagons and shields around the perimeter created the illusion of defence while also obstructing escape. The Mongols attacked in stages. They contested the bridge, absorbed an initial setback, then returned with siege engines to drive off the guards and secure the crossing. Others forded the river elsewhere. By dawn, they had spread across the plain and surrounded the camp. This was not a simple frontal battle. It was a coordinated operation combining deception, engineering, archery, encirclement, and psychological pressure. At first light, a few Hungarian leaders fought with great courage. Koloman, Agrinus, and the Templar commander charged repeatedly and inflicted real damage. But bravery could not overcome the scale and structure of the Mongol attack. More and more enemy forces appeared, like locusts rising from the earth, until the camp was ringed on all sides. Then came the decisive phase. Arrows, fire, confusion, and panic. The Mongols did not need to storm every position directly. They compressed the Hungarians, exhausted them, and then opened what seemed like a path of escape. This too was deliberate. As the Hungarians fled through the gap, Mongol units shadowed them on both sides, waiting until fatigue broke all order. Only then did they begin the slaughter in earnest, raining missiles and cutting down the fugitives until marshland and river finished what the blades began. Thomas the Archdeacon's explanation for the defeat, therefore, has several layers. He blames delay, pride, argument, and lack of discipline among the Hungarians. He is especially critical of the inability of the kingdom's leaders to agree on a strategy before the enemy arrived. But he also recognizes Mongol superiority in method. They won through preparation, mobility, deception, archery, engineering, discipline, and the ability to turn every stage of battle into an advantage. The Mongols were unusual because they did not fight as the Hungarians expected a Christian or Western enemy to fight. They did not seek honourable close combat at the outset. They tested, lured, surrounded, harassed, and broke their enemies from a distance before moving in for destruction. He also suggests that divine judgment lay behind the disaster. The comparison of the Mongols to locusts and the citation of sacred language point in that direction. In his eyes, the invasion was not merely a military failure, it was a calamity permitted by God. That helps explain another question that haunted contemporaries. Why no Christian prince came to rescue Hungary? The answer lies partly in politics, distance, and the sheer speed of the invasion. No neighbouring ruler could gather forces quickly enough to stop what had already broken through the passes and smashed the royal army. But within the moral logic of the narrative, isolation itself becomes part of the punishment. Hungary faced the storm largely alone because the judgment had already fallen. Another witness to this catastrophe, Roger of Torre Maggiore, saw the invasion at much closer range and later described it in deeply personal terms. An Italian churchman who had come to Hungary with a papal legate, he had entered the ecclesiastical world of the kingdom and was there when the Mongols struck in full force. He watched cities fall, fled through ruined regions, and found refuge only briefly before falling into Mongol hands himself. He escaped only during the withdrawal and later wrote his account as a lament for the destruction of Hungary. That perspective is essential. His narrative did not emerge from distant rumour or court memory alone, but from movement through devastation, from direct fear, and from survival among ruins. For Roger, the Mongols were both monstrous and brilliant. He saw them as savage destroyers. Yet, he could not deny their skill. Like Thomas, he was struck by their resilience, cunning, and strange methods of war. He described their weapons and armour in detail, not as curiosities, but as part of understanding how this enemy had overcome a kingdom. He had seen enough to know that traditional expectations of battle no longer held. These were not enemies who fought by the rules Western clerics or nobles were used to imagining. Their advance combined terror with order, brutality with precision. Taken together, these accounts from Persia, Rus, and Hungary reveal the Mongol world campaign from radically different angles, yet with striking points of overlap. The Persian historian shows an empire capable of summoning princes from across Eurasia, holding great assemblies, confirming laws, assigning armies by region, and launching vast, coordinated invasions. The Rus's chronicler shows the speed and horror of those invasions as they fell on divided principalities unable to unite. The Hungarian writer shows how even a large and wealthy kingdom could be broken when its leaders hesitated, and its armies faced an enemy unlike any they had known before. And the witness from within ruined Hungary confirms the depth of that shock from the level of lived experience. In all of them, the Mongols appear as more than a single army on the march. They appear as a system. They could plan at the highest level, gather forces from many peoples, clear mountain barriers, test enemy reactions, conceal large formations, cross rivers under pressure, encircle camps, manipulate retreat, and turn flight into massacre. Their victories came fast not because they relied on chaos, but because they mastered organization, timing, and fear. That is why these writers, despite their differences, keep reaching for larger explanations. Some call the Mongols rebels destroyers, others instruments of God's wrath, others a plague loosed upon sinful lands. None of them sees the invasion as ordinary war. It felt too sudden, too vast, too destructive, and too complete. Cities famous for strength fell in days. Princes died fleeing through rivers and forests. Armies vanished in marshes and flames. Great kingdoms found themselves fighting an enemy that could cut roads through mountains, cross borders like wind, and turn whole regions into silence. In the wake of the Mongol invasion, entire regions of Eastern and Central Europe were left exposed, shattered, and deeply uncertain. Some cities were erased in fire, others survived only as frightened shells, and even those who escaped the first wave often found that safety was only an illusion. Among the most vivid descriptions of that devastation is the account of the fall of Oradea, where panic, false hope, and relentless violence combined into one of the most horrifying episodes of the campaign. After taking the mining town of Rodna and capturing its leading count, Kaadan pushed onward with speed and precision. He selected several hundred armed Germans from among the local settlers and forced them to guide his army through forests, ravines, rock passages, and mountain routes until they reached Oradea. That city was one of the best-known places in the Hungarian kingdom, and news of the invasion had driven many people there in search of protection. Nobles, clergy, women of high rank, servants, peasants, and refugees had all crowded into the city, believing its reputation and defences might save them. Yet fear was already spreading before the enemy even appeared. Repairs had been made to the fortifications, especially around the damaged section of the castle, because everyone understood that if the town itself could not be held, the citadel would have to become the last place of refuge. But when the Mongols came suddenly, there was no orderly defence of the outer city. The sense of danger was too immediate, the pressure too intense. Some fled at once. Others hid. The invaders entered quickly, burned much of the city, and stripped it of anything worth taking. Then came the killing. Men and women, the wealthy and the poor, townspeople and nobles alike were cut down wherever they were found. Streets, houses, fields, and alleys became places of slaughter. No distinction was made between age, rank, or sex. Once the looting and killing were done, the attackers withdrew a short distance and encamped out of sight, leaving behind the impression that they might have abandoned the siege. That pause proved fatal. The defenders in the castle convinced themselves that the depth of the moat, the towers on the walls, and the number of armed men inside had discouraged the enemy. Scouts sometimes saw Mongol riders near the fortress, but Hungarian horsemen chased them off and took that as further proof that the attackers were hesitant. As the days passed without a full assault, confidence returned. People began leaving the safety of the citadel and moving back into houses that still stood outside the castle walls. It was exactly what the Mongols wanted. At dawn one day, they came back without warning. They struck the people outside before they could organize or retreat, killing most of them on the spot. Then they moved immediately against the fortification itself. 7 siege engines were set up opposite the newly repaired wall, and a steady bombardment of stones began. Day and night, the attacks continued. The wall that had seemed so necessary and reassuring collapsed under the pressure. Once the defences were broken, the castle was stormed. The remaining soldiers, clergy, and civilians were seized if they were not killed in the assault itself. Inside the sacred buildings, terror reached another level. Women of noble birth, young girls, and others sought refuge in the cathedral, hoping that holy ground might shield them. It did not. The soldiers were forced to hand over their weapons, while churchmen were tortured until they gave up everything they owned. The attackers could not easily force entry into the cathedral at first, so they set it on fire, burning the building together with the women and everything inside. In other churches, the crimes were so appalling that even later witnesses struggled to describe them. Afterward, nobles, townsmen, soldiers, and clergy were led out and beheaded in the open. Tombs were desecrated. Holy objects were smashed, trampled, or stolen. Altars were violated. Churches became places not of sanctuary, but of humiliation, violence, and death. Even after the city had been emptied and the corpses began to rot in the streets, the horror did not end. People who had hidden in nearby woods returned cautiously, hoping to search for food among the ruins. Again, the Mongols appeared without warning and killed whoever they found. This cycle repeated itself again and again. It was not enough to destroy the city once. The destruction had to be prolonged until not a single living soul remained to reclaim it. Only then did the invaders finally leave. A different window into the Mongol world appears in the account of a Western friar who travelled east and reached the camp of Batu. His journey did not begin as a grand diplomatic mission in his own eyes. He saw himself as a religious envoy, a preacher moving among unbelievers, carrying a message rather than negotiating a treaty. Yet the Mongol rulers saw matters differently. From the moment he entered their sphere, he was treated not simply as a wandering holy man, but as a figure connected to kings, courts, and international politics. Batu in particular wanted to know who had sent him, why he had come, and whether his words concealed a larger political purpose. The friar's route brought him to the Volga, where a new settlement had grown around, the traffic moving to and from Batu's court. The place was populated by a mixture of peoples and functioned almost like a gateway, handling travellers, envoys, and communication. Already this reveals something essential about Mongol power. Their authority was not only military, it created routes, administrative nodes, and organised spaces where different peoples were drawn together under the needs of empire. From there, he was carried downstream by boat toward Batu's encampment. Along the way, he observed the vastness of the landscape and the strange distribution of peoples across it. He noted Muslim communities in regions that seemed remote and difficult to reach, and he was struck by how firmly some of them held to their faith even in places that seemed far removed from the centres of Islamic learning. His reaction mixed surprise with disapproval, but it also shows that the territories controlled by the Mongols were already zones of intense movement and cultural contact, not empty frontiers. Nothing impressed him more, however, than the camp of Batu itself. When he first saw it, it appeared less like a camp than a moving city stretched across the plain. The ruler's own residence stood at the centre, while the tents, wagons, and households of his followers spread outward for miles. The arrangement was not random. Every group knew where to place itself in relation to the ruler's dwelling, and the entire encampment was organised according to an understood order. That order mattered. It embodied the structure of power. Batu's residence was the fixed centre around which all others were arranged. The camp itself became a map of authority. The friar was first brought to a Muslim official who treated him poorly and offered no food. This detail is important because it shows how access to the ruler was controlled by intermediaries, many of whom used their position to intimidate, delay, or extract advantage. The next day, he was taken to the court itself. Since Batu's own residence could not contain the crowd assembled there, a great pavilion had been set up. Before entering, he and his companions were warned about the rules that governed the space. They were not to speak unless asked. They were not to touch the ropes of the tent, which were treated as a kind of sacred threshold. They had to move carefully, obey instructions exactly, and remain aware that even the smallest gesture might be judged. These repeated references to bodily posture are among the most revealing parts of the account. Feet, knees, hands, head, face, and even the way a man sat were all loaded with meaning. The friar notes that he stood barefoot, wearing his religious garments but bareheaded, knowing that his appearance itself would be read as a sign. When brought inside, he was not at first required to kneel in the formal way expected of ambassadors. But once he began speaking, Batu signalled that he should go lower, onto both knees. He obeyed, not because he accepted Mongol claims as legitimate in a spiritual sense, but because he understood that this court operated through visible signs of subordination. The body had to show respect before words could be heard. That is why postures and gestures appear again and again in the narrative. At Batu's court, power was staged physically. One's place in the tent, whether one stood or knelt, whether one touched a threshold, raised one's face, bowed the head, or leaned on the hand, all could be interpreted. A lowered head might be read as sadness or disrespect. A certain way of sitting could be seen as ominous. The body became part of the language of authority. To enter the ruler's presence was not merely to speak, it was to perform obedience within a carefully controlled ceremonial world. The friar also paid close attention to Batu himself. The ruler sat on an elevated throne covered in gold, approached by steps, with one of his wives beside him. Men sat on one side, women on the other, and luxury vessels filled the entrance. The arrangement was richly symbolic. It projected wealth, hierarchy, and confidence. Batu looked at visitors sharply and silently, examining them before they were allowed to say anything. His control of the scene was total. Even the offer of drink became part of the ritual, since sharing fermented mare's milk with him signalled admission into his presence, however briefly. As for Batu's concerns, they centred on identity, allegiance, and intent. He wanted to know whether the King of France had sent envoys before, who this friar truly represented, and whether he came as part of some larger political strategy. The friar tried to insist that he had come because he had heard that Batu's son was Christian and that his own purpose was religious, rather than diplomatic. But Batu did not simply accept that explanation. He had names recorded, asked about wars in the West, and listened closely for signs that this mission was connected to conflict with the Muslims. In other words, Batu viewed foreign visitors through the lens of imperial intelligence. He wanted to understand the political world beyond his frontier and to place every traveller within it. The friar's own behaviour before Batu stands in sharp contrast to the conduct of some earlier missionaries who entered pagan lands with a far more confrontational approach. He did speak boldly and told Batu plainly that salvation required baptism and Christian belief. Yet he combined that message with caution. He did not refuse the demanded gestures. He did not deliberately provoke a fatal confrontation. He adapted enough to remain in conversation, even while preserving the essentials of his preaching. His courage was real, but so was his calculation. This was not the behaviour of a man walking toward martyrdom with open defiance. It was the conduct of someone trying to survive long enough to speak at all. Another Western observer approached the Mongol world from a more political and practical angle. Travelling through the lands of Ruses and Ukraine, he encountered a region transformed by conquest. In his account, the steppe lands are no longer a distant frontier, but a zone where the power of the Khan reaches through local commanders, tribute demands, safe conducts, escorts, and intimidation. These territories are marked above all by insecurity. Roads are dangerous. Whole districts have been depopulated. Lithuanians raid where Rus's communities have been weakened beyond resistance. The destruction wrought by the Mongols has left such deep wounds that secondary threats now flourish in its wake. He first learned much from a Rus's prince who had direct knowledge of how relations with the Mongols now worked. Envoys had gone to Batu and returned with safe conducts. That alone shows how the Khan's authority was becoming embedded in local politics. Princes who wished to preserve their position had to communicate with Mongol rulers, secure written permission, and acknowledge the practical necessity of dealing with them. The traveller understood from this that anyone trying to conduct business among the Mongols needed proper recognition, gifts, and the willingness to submit to their administrative expectations. As he moved eastward, he also noticed that Mongol rule in the region did not appear only through the distant name of Batu. It was exercised through local officials, military commanders, prefects, escorts, and intermediaries. In Kiev, for example, he had to deal with a commander in charge of 1,000 men and with other local nobles before even determining how to proceed. These men advised him, helped arrange transport, and extracted presents. In the towns farther on, other officials controlled movement, provided horses, and demanded recognition of their status. Power was fragmented in daily practice but unified in allegiance. Each local man acted as a gatekeeper of the Khan's order. The condition of the land itself was grim. Travel took place through deep snow, exposed roads, and half-ruined zones where political authority existed, but ordinary life had been badly damaged. He speaks of the men of Rus's as too reduced by killing and captivity to defend themselves against raiders. That tells us a great deal about the situation in the steppe borderlands. Mongol conquest had not simply added a new ruling layer. It had broken older balances of power so thoroughly that local communities could no longer guarantee their own security. Yet this observer, unlike the friar who described the Mongols as ridiculous, arrogant, and almost absurd in their customs, portrays the local rulers in a more practical and often harsher way. He does not mock them as fools. Instead, he presents them as crafty, greedy, manipulative, and fully capable of abusing their office. One local Alan official in particular is described as malicious and deceitful, inventing false claims in order to draw the travellers to him and extort more gifts. Even after receiving what was first offered, he demanded more, rejected the presents as insufficient, and squeezed out further concessions. This is not the portrait of a foolish barbarian. It is the portrait of a functioning opportunist within a system of conquest. That difference matters. Where one traveller tries to diminish Mongol prestige by emphasising foreign strangeness and arrogance, the other stresses the practical reality of domination. The men he meets are dangerous because they are effective in their own way. They understand leverage, control routes, and know how to force compliance from anyone who passes through their sphere. Their authority may be local, but it rests on the shadow of the Khan and the fear attached to Mongol power. Taken together, these accounts reveal three closely connected dimensions of the Mongol world in Europe and Eurasia. First comes destruction, as seen in Oradea, where siege, warfare, deception, repeated return attacks, and the deliberate extermination of survivors show that conquest was meant to terrify as well as defeat. Second comes ceremonial power, as seen in Batu's camp, where rank, spatial order, bodily ritual, and visual magnificence transformed the ruler's encampment into a moving capital. Third comes administrative reach, visible in the steppe lands of Rus, where local commanders, escorts, prefects, and safe conducts extended Mongol authority into everyday movement and diplomacy. None of these worlds was separate from the others. The same power that could burn a cathedral and slaughter those within it could also receive envoys in gold-covered pavilions and question them with calm precision. The same empire that shattered cities could organize immense camps with orderly placement and regulate the routes of ambassadors through local officials across frozen plains. That combination of terror, ceremony, and control was part of what made the Mongols so formidable. They were not only destroyers, they were masters of movement, intimidation, and political display. For those who faced them, this produced a strange and unsettling experience. One moment, a city could believe itself safe behind walls, only to discover it had been deceived. Another moment, a missionary could find himself kneeling before a ruler in a tent more impressive than many capitals. A traveller might pass through lands emptied by massacre, yet still encounter highly structured chains of command operating in the name of a distant Khan. That was the reality of the Mongol age in Eastern Europe and the steppe, a world where devastation and order advanced together.